years.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Wickedness, said Ben Jonson, is always easier than virtue, for it takes the shortcut to everything. But that's only one kind of wickedness, the quick, open, obvious wickedness, like snatching a purse. There's another kind of wickedness, the slow, scheming, devious wickedness that silently coils on itself like some gigantic serpent and waits with infinite patience for exactly the right moment to strike.
You wouldn't commit murder.
Why not?
Because you and I are friends.
Oh, I like you, Mr. Markowitz. I like you a lot. But business is business.
But you're asking me to commit a crime.
No, I'm only asking you the following question. Would you rather be dead and poor or alive and rich?
Our mystery drama, The High Priest, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Robert Dryden. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Today, we're to make the acquaintance of a Mr. Bennett Markowitz, a venerable gentleman, well in his 70s. Mr. Markowitz is very tall, very thin, with long white hair, a flowing white beard, and piercing black eyes. He looks, for all the world, like a prophet out of the Old Testament. However, he is actually an authority on art, specifically the paintings of Rembrandt. Bennett Markowitz is more than just an authority. Somehow, somewhere within him seems to be the spirit of Rembrandt. As you know, Rembrandt painted many biblical characters, and so many of his models were the humble Jewish people of the Amsterdam ghetto. But enough. If you wanted a lecture on art, you would have gone to a museum. You tune us in for murder. And do we ever disappoint you?
At 4:30 on Friday afternoon, November 18th this year, Mr. Martin J. Hollenbeck rang the bell of the premises of 598 East 54th.
Mr. Hollenbeck.
Well, it's 4:30, Miss O'Neill, and here I am right on the button, primed and ready for the verdict.
Well, won't you have a chair?
Thank you. Yes, there is the painting set up on the easel. Aaron, High Priest of Israel. Oh, how those eyes seem to bore into your very soul.
Oh, Mr. Hollenbeck is here, Mr. Markowitz.
No one could do eyes like Rembrandt. You know, I get chills just looking at that painting. Has Mr. Markowitz arrived at his decision?
I believe he has.
Oh, and what do you suppose it is?
That's for Mr. Markowitz to say.
Mr. Hollenbeck.
Good day, Mr. Markowitz.
Good of you to come.
Mr. Markowitz, I must know immediately, for better or for worse, the painting.
Oh, yes, the painting. The painting you have brought to me, which purports to be Aaron, High Priest of Israel, by Rembrandt van Rijn.
Really? Purports to be?
The painting is a fake.
Oh, no, sir.
The most unique fake I have ever seen.
But Mr. Markowitz...
It is the work of a genius, but it is not a work of Rembrandt.
But the style, the shadows, the light, and the paint and the canvas, authenticated by carbon tested to be over 350 years old.
No, these things can be faked if one is clever enough. Who is the artist, Mr. Hollenbeck?
Oh, what do you mean, who is the artist? He's Rembrandt.
No, there are so many things out of joint in this painting, Mr. Hollenbeck. We shall start with the trivial and proceed to the serious. The breastplate ornament of the high priest. It should have 12 precious stones to represent the 12 tribes of Israel. There are only 10. Rembrandt was a serious scholar.
Well, 2 of the tribes were lost.
Not when Aaron was the high priest. Now, the face on the left, it's Ephraim Bonus, who was also painted by Rembrandt.
Yes, but it's a known fact that Rembrandt used actual people in the Amsterdam ghetto as his models.
Not Mr. Bonus, who was a wealthy merchant. It's as if this artist devoured a host of details from scores of Rembrandt paintings and set them down. However, I might still accept it as a Rembrandt, were it not for one thing.
Oh, yes?
A painting is more than form and line and color arranged on canvas. A painting that lives has something above and beyond all that. It has the breath of life, the spirit that the artist has breathed into it.
Surely there's spirit in this painting?
Yes, of course. But it is not the spirit of Rembrandt. The spirit which animates each artist's work is so uniquely his own. You see the things I have in this room? It was not necessary for Franz Hals to sign that portrait. We know, beyond the shadow of a doubt, that this dish was created by Cellini. On another level, this beautifully embossed matched set of pistols embodies the spirit of Hans Rasmussen.
Mr. Markowitz, it's almost sundown.
Well, oh, yeah, but thank you. Mr. Hollenbeck, I fear I can only reiterate my statement. This painting is not the work of Rembrandt.
Well, perhaps, but...
I'm also sorry that I must terminate our discussion. The Sabbath is about to begin, and it is not permitted to do or even to talk about business.
The Sabbath?
I'm an Orthodox Jew. I fear we have nothing more to talk about.
Monday evening, at about 10 p.m., Mr. Martin Hollenbeck was sitting in Mary Mallow's piano bar on 3rd Avenue, near 64th, where he encountered a man named George Curly Peterson.
Hello there, Holly.
Oh, do I know you?
You look at this bald head and you don't remember me.
Why, it's Curly Peterson.
Hey, that's right, Curly. Number 325289, and you were number 325276 when we were guests of the state. I never forget a number.
What are you doing now, Curly?
Oh, listen to that. You?
Me? I thought I was sitting on top of $1 million.
A mill, huh?
Now I have a painting.
Could a painting be worth all that dough?
Oh, if it's by Rembrandt.
Is it by Rembrandt?
It could be, but...
Yeah, here comes Mr. Buck.
Yeah, I'm going to lose out.
Well, maybe you had no business in the fine arts dodge anyhow.
Why not? I prepared myself.
Oh, yeah?
Well, I took courses. I went to adult education classes. I studied speech, diction, so I wouldn't sound like some illiterate mug. And art appreciation. Go ahead, ask me any question on the Renaissance.
I wouldn't know where to begin.
Well, I picked up all the basics, believe me, the patter, and, well, beyond that, it's every man for himself.
Yeah, sounds to me like you set the pitch a no-hitter.
No, I'm going to be knocked out of the box.
Deal me in. I'll make it work.
Now, Curly, nobody can make it work.
Come on, fill me in. Go back to ground zero.
Ground zero. Okay, we have to start with a nut.
Who's the nut?
Oh, that's what I asked Gracie Petrosky one night. We're sitting around her apartment.
Who's the nut? Holly, look at this $10 bill.
What about it?
Real?
Oh, yeah.
You sure?
Let me really look.
And?
Yeah, it's on the level.
It's queer.
What? Hey, this is quality. Who's got him? It's a fortune. How much is there?
This 110 spot is all there is.
Oh, no.
The last of the Mohicans. The plate was engraved for a friend of mine. But before he could get into production, the feds were tipped. They bagged him and destroyed the plate.
You know, that plate was a work of art.
I know the guy that designed the plate.
Who is he?
The Nut from Bakerville.
Who?
He's a nut and he lives in Bakerville, Iowa.
Well, would he make another plate?
We could go there and ask.
Have you got his address?
Address? It's a broken-down farm in the middle of no place.
No, Mr. Hollenbeck. I am not engaged in engraving at this time.
But your plates could make us a fortune.
Money holds no interest for me. You see, I'm a nihilist.
A what?
Nihilism. The word was coined by Turgenev.
Oh, yeah, but I would like to make...
Nihilism is a desire to overthrow not just the government, but all organized forms of society. And I am intent on destroying art.
Well, yes, sure, but...
The art establishment, the tyrannical, dictatorial art establishment. This self-appointed elite that strangles all creativity.
Look, just let me explain to you how we could go...
Expose them, lay bare their obscene corruption. You see? Now, look here. See what I have just finished.
Yeah, what have you just finished?
This canvas. It's a masterwork. This is a Rembrandt.
Rembrandt? Where would you get a...
Where? You fool, I painted it.
Well, if you painted it, then it can't
I
be...
shall convince the establishment that it is. It is. I am the greatest painter who ever lived.
Okay, if you're that great, why don't you sell your own?
Oh, there's a lot against me, a conspiracy. My life is in danger.
Oh, yeah, yes. Is that a fact?
Oh, they all hate me, hate and fear me, all the other so-called artists. Because my work puts theirs to shame. Well, I can paint in any style. Rembrandt, Titian, El Greco, Michelangelo.
Then there's a fortune.
Fortune, that's the only word you know. I'll bring this painting, this Rembrandt that I have titled Aaron, High Priest of Israel, to the attention of the art world, and it will be hailed as a genuine Rembrandt.
You sure of that?
Oh, it has to be. Look.
Well,
I will be offered millions for it. And then, when they have committed themselves, these thieving parasites, I shall laugh in their faces.
Yeah, but why not just take the money and have a quiet laugh?
No, money is evil. And that's the painting you're trying to fob off?
That's the painting.
Well, how'd you get rid of the nut?
Oh, he died.
I didn't know you were a muscle guy, Holly.
Oh, no. It was an accident.
Ah. Then what happened?
Well, then, Curly, I did all the things I told you about. Going to school so I could fit in with the art crowd, and let me tell you, the nut was right about most of it.
Well, how'd you explain the way you found this painting?
Oh, I made a deal with some dame who lived in Leiden.
Leiden?
Yeah, that's in Holland.
Oh.
She was to claim she found it in her attic. And then I just happened to come along. And how would she know it was a genuine Rembrandt? So she sold it to me for $2,000.
Well, where do we stand right now?
Oh, you got a lot of experts in Europe, and they all say, well, yes, perhaps, sure, maybe, it could be. But before they'll jump, they're waiting for one man.
Who?
A certain Mr. Bennett Markowitz.
Okay. When do we go up against Mr. Markowitz?
Oh, I've already been there.
And?
He said no, which means the ball game's over.
What? Just because one solitary guy says no?
He's the expert.
You mean you just went in to see him cold?
What else could I do?
You didn't offer him a piece?
Curly, the man is not on the take.
How do you know?
Well, because he has an international reputation for integrity.
Every living human being has his price.
Well, he's different.
Including your man Markowitz. Let's find out his price.
Does every man have his price? In the end, can it be said that people may be bought and sold, just like any other commodity? Or can it be said of certain human beings that they are incorruptible? I don't know. I just pose the question. Maybe we get the answer in Act 2. we're talking about buying and selling, and the product involved is honor. Yes, a man's honor. Would you bet your life on the absolute integrity of any human being? If you would, there are cynical people who'd say that you love to live dangerously.
It was at the aforementioned Marion Mallow's piano bar that Martin Hollenbeck and Curly Peterson proceeded to create the scheme to be employed against Mr. Markowitz.
Curly, I tell you, Mr. Markowitz is not on the take.
How do you know? Did you ask him?
Ask him.
Well, it's the only way to find out.
Curly, you don't know how far off base you are.
There's only one way to find out.
I do not wish to seem inhospitable, Mr. Hollenbeck, but I did say my final word on the subject last week.
Well, you may have said yours, sir, but I haven't said mine.
Oh?
Now consider one single word from you. That small but unbelievably powerful word, yes, and Aaron, High Priest of Israel, will be accepted as a genuine Rembrandt.
Oh, you overestimate my influence.
One word from you, sir, and a painted canvas worth perhaps several $100 as a curiosity becomes valued at several million as a masterpiece. Who is to say that the age of miracles has passed?
Life itself is a miracle.
Yes, indeed. And may I propose an arrangement?
You want to bribe me?
Oh, I offer you $500,000.
For what?
For that one word, yes. Yes, that's the word.
That's not the word.
What do you mean?
How can I put this? I believe in God, Mr. Hollenbeck.
Well, don't we all?
And in the covenant each of us makes with him. If we keep this covenant, we are rewarded, not only in the next world, but in this world as well. Do you know what that reward is?
Well, actually, no, but
There's so many ways to explain it, describe it, but for me, it's all contained in one word, and that word is peace. And that's the word you want me to sell. How much is that word worth?
I told you, Curly, he's not for sale.
Okay. What else do we know about him?
What else?
I'm looking for a way to get at this guy.
Get at him? How?
Well, who else was there?
Well, the secretary.
What's her name?
Miss O'Neill.
Miss. I mean, she's not married. What does she look like?
I don't know.
You were there. You saw the dame. What do you mean you don't know?
Well, since she's not the kind I'd want to make a pass at, I didn't really notice.
So she's not the kind guys want to make a pass at. Well, we may have something. How old?
Well, she could be 40.
Miss O'Neill, eh? I wonder what I could get out of Miss O'Neill.
Nobody could get a word out of Miss O'Neill.
Well, that would depend on the kind of words you're after.
At noontime, Monday, November 28th, George Curly Peterson rang the bell of the Markowitz establishment and thus became an active participant in the conspiracy.
Yes?
Oh, how do you do? I'm working my way through college.
I'll bet you are.
You'd lose. I'm really trying to raise money to take a girl out tonight.
Well, that's better.
I'm selling these vacuum cleaners.
We have a vacuum cleaner.
Oh, you shouldn't have said that. You should have let me in and had your rugs cleaned free of charge.
Well, I don't believe in leading gentlemen on.
Oh, but I'm no gentleman.
Huh? What are you?
A seducer.
Is that a fact?
Of girls who are young, innocent, and pretty.
Oh, well, I'm safe. None of those adjectives describe me.
No, you're an even greater danger since you are mature, wise, and beautiful.
Oh, but I'm in no danger at all since, with your kind permission, I intend to close the door.
Oh, one question first.
Yes?
Will you have dinner with me this evening?
No.
The place is Houlihan's. The Irish stew is legendary. Now say no.
No.
I forgot to tell you the address.
The answer is still no.
9th, near 23rd, in case you should change your mind.
This is magnificent. I expected a little neighborhood bar deep in sawdust.
Well, let's order the most expensive dishes, the best wines.
Do you wonder why I'm here?
I swept you off your feet.
It's no great accomplishment. Almost anyone could do it.
Well, then that's no compliment to either of us.
Oh, I wasn't brought up on compliments. I was raised on the truth.
The truth.
I kept house for my father. Well, thus, the unmarried daughter had to stay home with the old folks.
Yeah, which was a way to make sure she'd never marry.
Well, my father was Sean Patrick O'Neill, the poet. Poet and philosopher. He died 10 years ago. So, well, I went to work for his good friend, Bennett Markowitz. From one saint to another. Oh, indeed, I've breathed rarefied air all my life. What did you say your name was?
Curly.
Curly. But there are moments, not many, but some, and not all the time, but occasionally when I want to breathe this kind of air.
I'll go ahead and breathe it.
And this noontime, you caught me at just such a moment.
Well, let's drink to that moment. And many others.
I'm very happy for you, Maggie.
Oh, isn't he wonderful? He knows nothing at all of poetry or painting or philosophy.
Well, I can learn.
You do, and you'll have seen the last of me.
Well, maybe it's too late.
It's never too late to learn some of the greatest philosophy in the world.
And now, Bennett, you're going to get started and spoil it for us.
It's also the shortest philosophy.
How short?
One of the great sages was once challenged to recite the wisdom of the Talmud while standing on one foot.
Oh, such a challenge would be more fitting for an acrobat.
Well, he did it. He said it all comes down to this. Do unto others as you would have others do unto you.
You mean that's all there is to philosophy?
That's the kernel. Everything else forms the shell.
Oh, excuse me. Hello? Yes? Who? Oh, are you sure? Well, yes, I suppose it must be true. No, I'll tell her myself. Thank you.
I would assume that we have received bad news, my dear.
Oh, Mr. Markowitz, this is awful. I don't know what to say. That was Mr. McHugh from the island.
Oh, I hope there's nothing wrong with his cottage.
Everything's wrong. It burned down.
Oh.
Something about the electrical circuits.
Oh, that's too bad.
Oh, is that all you can say? Mr. Markowitz spends a week alone at McHugh's seashore cottage every year.
In December?
It's a time for solitude and communion with the sea and the sky. Well, does Mr. McHugh have another accommodation?
Nothing with heat, or as he puts it, winterized. Oh, Mr. Markowitz, I know how disappointed you must be.
It is said man appoints, God disappoints, and for his own purpose. Perhaps it was ordained that I should not spend my week at the shore this year.
I know you're putting on a good face.
Would you mind if I say something? You talk about something being ordained. Well, maybe it was ordained that I should meet Maggie for a lot of reasons. And one of them is that I would be here when you got that phone call.
Now, what are you saying, Curly?
Well, don't you see? Mr. Markowitz, I could be talking out of turn, but would you maybe consider spending a week out at my place?
Your place?
Well, I have this cottage on the South Shore, right on the beach.
Oh, well, I couldn't impose.
It's just what you want. It belonged to my folks, and they died. I never used it. There's just an old fellow up there, old Frank. He takes care of the place. It just goes to waste. Is there any reason why you shouldn't go?
You want me to rent a beach cottage out on the South Shore? Why?
Because Mr. Markowitz is going to spend a week by himself communing at the shore. He will return home, and he's going to invite some critics and other highbrows to his place, where he will make the following announcement. Ladies and gentlemen, I have been haunted. Is that a good word to use?
Curly, I don't know what you're driving at.
I have been haunted by a painting called Aaron, High Priest of Israel. I am convinced, beyond a shadow of a doubt, it is a genuine Rembrandt.
He's going to say that?
I guarantee it.
But how?
That's the plan.
What plan?
What plan, indeed? We have seen that bribery is futile. Muscle? We'd be inclined to doubt its effectiveness in this type of situation. And yet, Curly, who is apparently an extremely resourceful gentleman, seems supremely confident. What is the plan? Well, you know perfectly well you'll have to wait for Act 3. He harms himself who does harm to another, and the evil plan is most harmful to the planner. Perhaps. Another way to put it is, you can't get away with murder. But unfortunately, there are those who obviously do. Up for our consideration is a plan, certainly an evil one, being concocted by Curly Peterson and Martin Hollenbeck. All of it is a part of a record. A police record.
On December 15th, the perpetrators, Hollenbeck and Peterson, met in Peterson's apartment to plan the next stage of the plot against Bennett Markowitz. Here, for the first time, we meet the third member of the group, Mr. Frank Leroy. You mean Markowitz is going to come back from the shore and say the painting is a Rembrandt?
Absolutely.
Well, you've got to show me how.
Sit still for a moment. Won't you come in, sir?
Why, it's Mr. Markowitz.
See? It works.
I don't understand.
Suppose I said, I know a guy who could be the spitting image of Bennett Markowitz. You'd say, it's impossible, it won't work. But you see, I spring him on you and you just naturally accept it.
You mean this isn't...
Suppose I said to you, remember a pen pal of ours who used to be an old-time matinee star and was doing 30 years for killing his wife?
No, wait a minute,
Suppose I said to you, we could get Frank Leroy to impersonate Bennett Markowitz.
You mean this is Frankie the actor?
If I said that to you, you would say to me, never, no way, it couldn't work. What do you say now?
I can't believe it. You're Frankie.
Nothing to it, Holly. Point the nose a bit, build out the chin, some slight shadow under the eyes. And I'm Markowitz.
Yeah. Only, that's not Markowitz's voice.
Nah, I can get his voice.
He'll spend a week with Markowitz in the cottage as Frank the handyman. Give us a little apple knocker there, Frank.
Can I offer you a cup of tea, Mr. Markowitz, with just a touch of Jack?
Hey. He'll study every move, every gesture. He will actually become Bennett Markowitz.
Yeah, sure. It sounds good, but...
But what?
Well, I don't know. A great many people know Markowitz. I mean, Frankie can't be prepared for everything, for everybody.
Oh, that's where you're wrong. Practically nobody knows Markowitz. He's, what's a guy who stays by himself? A recluse.
Yeah, but the girl, Maggie, can he fool her?
Well, he can. For 5 minutes.
What do you mean, 5 minutes?
Well, that's as long as the show lasts. 5 minutes, that's all we need.
I don't understand.
All right, step by step. Markowitz leaves for the seashore. A week later, Frankie returns to town as Markowitz.
Well, where's Markowitz?
He's still at the shore.
Doing what?
Looking down the barrel of a gun you're holding on him.
Oh, well...
All right, just stay with me. I call Maggie. I say Markowitz asked me to drive him back to town. He wants to call a press conference. She's to invite the critics, reporters, experts, whoever.
Yeah, but I still don't follow.
I show up with Frankie, the actor, who plays Markowitz. I think he's good enough to fool even her for a while. But the insurance is, I keep away from her all week. She misses me terribly. That's what it all rests on. She misses me so bad, she only has eyes for me. She doesn't really care about Markowitz when we walk in.
Oh, come on, Curly. What are you talking about?
You find it hard to accept? Hard to accept that she can't wait to be alone with me? Oh. So Frankie hears Markowitz makes the announcement, and he's very tired, wants to retire, wants to go back to the seashore and commune some more with wild and savage nature. He exits, and is never seen alive again.
What do you mean?
Well, a couple days later, Frank the handyman is in a state. He warned old Bennett Markowitz to keep away from the boat, even though the sea may look calm. Sudden squalls spring up. Well, boat is found, drifting, empty, and later on, poor Mr. Markowitz's body is found washed up on the shore.
Yeah. We have to kill him.
If he lives, he'll blow the whistle.
Such a nice old guy.
Yeah, how much longer could he last, anyhow?
On December 19, Martin Hollenbeck rented a cottage from Gaia Realty in Closet, Suffolk County, Long Island.
Well, what do you think?
It's magnificent.
I knew you'd like it.
The sea, the sky, the sun, the air. How clear, how clean. Oh, this beauty. This is what God gives us. And to what purpose do we defile it?
And the house. Wait till you see the inside. I see Frank has a fire going. Good. I'll call him. Frankie?
What a charming place.
This is the gentleman who's going to be staying?
Mr. Markowitz, this is Frank.
How do you do, Frank?
May I offer you both a cup of tea with just a touch of Jack?
Frank, let your conscience be your guide.
Late that afternoon, Caddy Peterson returned to the city. 4 days later, he came back to the cottage to check out the progress of the plan.
Mr. Markowitz, are you home?
Be with you in a moment, Curly.
How do you like me as Markowitz?
Frank, then it was you who just answered me?
Yes. I cannot tell a lie. It was I.
Where is Markowitz?
Out somewhere, communing with nature. He's having a great time.
Yeah, but when you said, be with you in a moment, Curly, Frank, I could have bet my life.
What can I say? I'm the old master.
You got him. Perfectly.
If only you knew how perfectly. He's got that slight upward inflection. He speaks in balanced phrases. Sometimes as if he's had a conversation with himself. He asks questions and answers them. What is art? The imagination of God. We pursue it in vain. It eludes us always.
That's him. Frank, I look, I listen, I get chills.
That's the secret of acting.
Art, acting, philosophy. What's a mug like me doing on such an intellectual caper?
Kelly, you're the brains.
On December 29, Martin Hollenbeck and Caddy Peterson drove out to the cottage. They were convinced they were now fully prepared to place the final stage of the plan in operation.
Hello, Curly. This is an unexpected surprise. I see you brought a guest.
I believe you know Martin Hollenbeck?
Well, we meet again, Mr. Markowitz.
Martin Hollenbeck? What are you doing here?
You'll need a companion for the next few days.
I'm afraid I don't understand.
Maybe you never will. Frank, Come in here. Now, Mr. Markowitz, do us the kindness to remain seated. The chair is comfortable.
Well, Frank,
Who is he?
you can see. He's your alter ego.
You from tip to toe, Mr. Markowitz.
Oh, I see.
Oh, now, Mr. Markowitz, you haven't seen anything yet. Well, here's where we find out. This is it. Pick up the phone and dial the number, Frank. Just remember what you have to say.
I never forgot a line in my life.
Hello?
Maggie?
How are you, Mr. Markowitz?
Oh, fine, my dear. Maggie, I've been thinking. Perhaps it was the sky, the colors of the clouds, the tones of the sea. Suddenly, I realized a great truth in a magnificent burst of insight.
What was it?
I know now that Aaron, high priest of Israel, was painted by Rembrandt.
Well, are you sure?
My dear, this is not mere knowing. This is the feeling that resides in the heart. The painting is real.
Oh, that's wonderful. Another Rembrandt.
I shall return tomorrow. Call the newspapers, the magazines, and so forth. I will hold a press conference at the house at 2 in the afternoon.
A press conference at 2.
Curly has kindly consented to drive me into town.
Then I shall get to see Curly tomorrow.
Of course.
Well, until tomorrow, Mr. Markowitz.
Until tomorrow. Do you think you can get away with this monstrous charade?
Look at Frank. Listen to Frank. Do you know any way we can miss?
Maggie knows me too well. She'll look at him and see something wrong.
Maybe, but she's not going to be looking at him. She's going to be looking at me.
At 1:45 on the 28th, Frank Leroy, perfectly disguised as Bennett Markowitz, accompanied by Curly Peterson, drove up to the Markowitz house.
My dear, have you notified the press?
Yes, Mr. Markowitz. They'll be here. Curly.
How have you been, baby?
Oh, lonesome.
Maggie, my dear, do you suppose I might have a small glass of wine?
Oh, of course. I'll be right back.
Well,
Fantastic. She bought you.
is there ever any doubt?
Oh, this crazy scheme is going to work. We'll be worth millions.
And so, therefore, ladies and gentlemen of the press, there is no doubt in my mind that Aaron, high priest of Israel, is an authentic Rembrandt.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you will excuse Mr. Markowitz for the present, I'm sure you understand.
Oh, yeah.
Curly?
What is it? What's the matter? Something wrong?
No, I don't think so. It's just...
Just what?
Is, something bothering you, my dear?
No.
You sure you're okay?
Well, yeah, I'm okay now.
Great. For a minute you had me worried.
Mr. Markowitz, while you were gone, a man called about those Rasmussen pistols.
Yes?
He wanted to know if they were in working order.
And, what did you tell him?
Oh, that they work perfectly, and I even put cartridges in them. Oh, they work. Look at the ceiling.
Maggie, what the...
Now that you know these pistols are loaded, raise your hands.
Maggie, have you taken leave
Keep
of
your mouth shut and your hands up while I call the police.
At 2:35 p.m., a patrol car responded to a call for help from Miss Maggie O'Neill, who was holding the perpetrators at the point of a pistol. Suffolk County Police were notified. Mr. Bennett Markowitz was released, and the perpetrator, Hornbeck, taken into custody. I asked Miss Maggie O'Neill, how did you know Frank Leroy was not Bennett Markowitz?
Well, at first, I didn't. But suddenly something bothered me, and it kept bothering me. I didn't know why. He looked exactly like Mr. Markowitz. His voice, his mannerisms, everything was Mr. Markowitz. Still, something bothered me. What? And then I remembered. When I opened the door to the street to let him in, he entered the house without pausing to touch the mezuzah.
The what?
The mezuzah. It's a tiny metal plaque fixed to the doorpost of every Orthodox Jewish house. Now, inside it is a parchment inscribed with a text from Deuteronomy and the sacred name of the Lord.
And, he didn't touch it?
Well, it is the custom to bestow a kiss upon it when entering or leaving the house. The fingers brush the lips and then lightly and lovingly touch the mezuzah. A man who did not do that could not be Bennett Markowitz.
And so it is with every counterfeit. No matter how careful and competent the forger, he must make his mistake. Because all he can hope to capture is the substance. It's the shadow, the all-important shadow that always must elude him. I shall return shortly. The sudden stab of recognition, the flash of insight that illuminates every detail of the hitherto hidden landscape. This is how a complex plan was revealed to Curly Peterson. The absence of a familiar routine gesture. This is how a truth was revealed to Maggie O'Neill. I understand that Curly was only sent up for 10 years. He writes to Maggie every day, and she returns his letters unopened. Our cast included Robert Dryden, Bryna Rayburn, Ian Martin, and William Griffiths. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. The CBS Radio Mystery presents Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall with another adventure in the macabre. I'm a collector of stories about experiences which are out of the ordinary and which most of us would prefer to avoid. Still, I find a perverse kind of pleasure in sharing the unexpected and the bizarre. It purges my own concerns about the unknown, and there is so much that is on our planet and in the universe. As a man named Al Wilson, a farmer who lives near Bolton, Connecticut, found out after encountering a phenomenon.
Darned if I know what to do with it, Carrie.
You'll have to get rid of it. Well, thank your lucky stars it didn't destroy the barn. When's that astronomer going to be here? Dana, is that his name?
Yeah, Charles Dana. He'll be here first thing in the morning. He was pretty excited.
Then ask him to take it away. It makes me nervous. It might be radio whatever they say.
Radioactive, and that's dangerous.
Our mystery drama, The Meteorite, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Roy Windsor and stars John Beale. I'll be back shortly with Act One. I suppose that at one time or another you stood outside and looked up in wonder at the night sky and the endless panorama of the stars. We've landed men on the moon, and we've sent space rockets to circle Mars. But as we learn more about the universe, we learn how little we really know. It is infinite. Emerson wrote, "There is no chance, no anarchy in the universe. All is system and gradation. Every god is there sitting in his sphere." True? Al Wilson didn't know it when he and his wife returned from evening service at their church, but he is about to find out.
Aren't you going to put the car away, Al?
I'll do it later. Garrett mentioned checkers. You're invited over, too.
Does Maud know?
I suppose so.
Look at them stars. My goodness, what a fine night. I'm glad I brought in the rest of them tomatoes.
Yep. You'll have frost tonight.
Al, look left above the barn, way up in the sky. See? A big kind of cone of light. I've never seen anything like that this close. And listen.
Wind's come up. Look at that thing. Must be traveling fast as lightning.
Al, it's coming this way toward our farm.
You better go inside.
Let's get away from here. It's headed toward the house. We'll be blown up. Come on.
Slanting down over the barn. Can you feel that heat? I've never seen anything like this.
There goes the barn.
No! Look!
Oh, Lord. Thank you, Lord. It missed. Oh.
Buried itself in the far pasture. Never in my life. Are you all right?
I've never been so scared in my life. It could have destroyed everything else.
Look out there. Look at that cloud rising from it. Oh, I've got to tell Garrett. We'll take a look at it.
No, you won't. I don't want you going near that thing, and Garrett either. How do you know it won't blow up?
Just a burned-out chunk of rock, Carrie.
But it exploded once it hit the ground.
Well, sure, because it was red hot. Now it's cooling off. There's no danger
No,
now.
you come into the house.
But Garrett will want to know.
Then telephone him. I won't have either of you prowling around that thing tonight.
Well, okay. I guess it can wait a little morning. I'm a little leery of it myself.
Everything all right, Garrett? Or is the washing machine upside down?
Oh, no damage, darling. Yeah, no cracks in the cellar. None of the preserves fell off the shelves. I gave the washing machine a reassuring pat and said goodnight.
How can you be so calm, Garrett? We pay high enough taxes on this little house
Come on now, Maud. Calm yourself, huh? It's over with.
Oh, that's what you think. It's an outrage. And the mayor's going to hear about this.
Ah, yes, but blast, they must if there's to be progress.
Progress, my foot. They wreck a perfectly beautiful mountainside. For what? Another ribbon of concrete leading nowhere. Paid for out of our money. And what's the rush? Why do they have to shake my fillings loose on Sunday night?
Oh, yeah, I find that a little too zealous.
Oh, the mayor's going to get an earful when he strolls into his office tomorrow morning. Blasting to widen the road while people are sitting down to Sunday supper.
Okay, but I refuse to have the big one over something over which I have no control.
The big one?
Yeah, that's school kid jargon. Cardiac arrest. No, sir, not for Garrett Smith. Now, if you want to quarrel, honey, you just telephone the mayor.
I will.
Or calm down. Now, honey, there was no damage done, so put the experience behind you. Saved by the bell.
If it's for me, tell them I'm gluing in my fillings.
Hello, Garrett Smith.
You hear the blast, old pal?
Oh, yeah. It put Maud in space. Any damage to the farm?
Just a trench in the far pasture. You know, where Tompkins cuts across the state road.
Uh-huh. Yeah, but that's a long way from where they're working, Al.
Who? Who's working where?
Well, you know, the crew that's blasting on the mountainside.
What crew? I'm talking about the explosion.
Well, so am I.
Well, they don't blast on Sunday night, Garrett. You don't know what happened?
No, I guess I don't.
A shooting star landed 10 minutes ago in my far pasture.
What? You're kidding. You mean
Come on over. Maybe we can persuade Carrie to let us investigate.
You mean that a meteorite landed on your farm?
Well, you tell me. You're the science teacher. Come on over.
Oh, yeah, right away.
What was that about? A meteorite?
Don't blame the state, honey. Don't blame the mayor. Blame a phenomenon. Yeah, that explosion that shook the house, that was not from blasting. A meteorite landed on Al's farm and plowed up half his far pasture.
Carrie, how terrifying.
I tell you, my legs turned watery. I yelled at Al to run, but I couldn't, and he stood there wide-eyed.
Marvelous.
Well, all that's marvelous is that it didn't hit the barn or the house.
It hit, and then what?
Well, the air got warm all around us, and then steam came up from the thing.
Is it a falling star, Garrett?
Well, that's what most of us call it, but the proper name for it is meteorite. It comes, from outer space.
So do lots of funny things. At least some people think so.
Yeah, including me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, really, I'm serious. Now, flying saucers, for instance, they are fact. Now, but we won't argue about that
You
now.
believe that stuff, Garrett?
Absolutely.
Well, I'm glad I don't. There's enough just around the farm to make me watch my step. I don't need funny little creatures that look like toadstools peeking in through the bedroom window.
Just what is one of these meteorites?
Well, it's burned out rock. See, it broke loose in outer space and out of the orbit of its own planet, and then it just kind of flew loose. See, once in a while, the gravity of Earth pulls down fragments, and they land here and there. Now, most of them burn out in the sky. They look like, streaks of light.
On fire from friction.
Yeah, exactly. So the chances of one reaching Earth are very small.
Well, we've got one, and it's no rock. It's a big, long thing. Looked in the sky like a missile, like a torpedo.
Huh. Incredible. I mean it. I don't know too much about meteorites, but I know who does. Professor Charles Dana at the State University. I studied under him. Al, you know what you ought to do?
Well, all I want to do is get rid of the thing.
No, Dana's your man. Now, why don't I try to reach him? He'll want the meteorite for the astronomy lab.
He's welcome to it. Just tell him to haul it away.
Right. First, now don't flip out, Carrie. First, I've got to see it.
But if it explodes...
Well, how can it explode if it's just a rock? Didn't I tell you so? Why don't you and Maud come along with us?
No, thank you. You two play space cadets. Carrie and I will needlepoint.
Al, you're going to be famous.
Sure. Maybe they'll name the thing after you.
Garrett, is there any danger from, radioactivity or disease or anything?
No. Maud, not from the little I know, anyhow. We won't go too close to it, so just don't worry.
Oh, we won't be long. Set up the card table. We'll play some bridge when we get back.
Gives me the creeps, Carrie.
I feel the same.
There's something eerie about a thing coming down from outer space. Makes you wonder what's really up there.
Wow. That is incredible, Al.
Yeah. I wonder where it came from.
And the size of it must be 12 feet long.
Yeah.
Oh, boy, it sure plowed up some trench there, eh?
Yeah, the outside looks like slag.
That's what it is. Who knows where it came from? Your guess is as good as mine, and I teach science. Well, I tell you, Al, this is beyond me. I can't explain why more of it wasn't burned up on its passage through our atmosphere.
It was red hot. You should have seen the glow. Felt the heat.
It's cold now. I'm eager to see it in the morning when the sun's up.
keep the news to yourself, Garrett, will you? I don't want people driving out, traipsing all over the farm.
Right. I'll try to get in touch with Professor Dana.
Oh, fine. If the university wants the thing, he'll need a lift and a truck.
Right.
I'm not going to pay to have the thing taken away.
Clock to command ship. Clock to command ship. Clock.
Open the window a little more, Al. It's warm in here. Or get rid of this top blanket.
What? Warm? Oh. Well, why'd you wake me up out of a sound sleep?
Open the window.
It is open.
Open it more. It's stuffy in here. And come back to bed.
Oh, boy. It's cold out there. The frost looks like a light covering of snow. I can see the meteorite real clear.
Garrett's crazy, and he makes you that way.
Oh, no kidding, Carrie. It is kind of impressive. People don't have a meteorite land near them every week in the month. Garrett said only about 1,000 have been recorded.
Come to bed.
Maybe I ought to keep the thing. Invite people to come see it.
That Professor Dana will be here first thing tomorrow. Now, come on, get some sleep.
Okay. Carrie.
Oh, my stars, what is it?
Come here.
What? What's the matter?
Look out there. You see the meteorite?
Well, sure.
You see what I see?
Well, I don't... It looks higher.
It's changed.
Oh, so what? Oh, this floor is like a slab of ice.
You know why it's changed? Take a careful look, Carrie.
Good Lord.
You see it?
Yes, I do. What does it mean?
I don't know. But it's opened up.
The meteorite did what? Opened up? The Wilsons are steady people, so we have to believe what they see. There is, however, no evidence that a meteorite is anything more than a burned-up piece of rock. Is what they have seen impossible to believe? Impossible is a slippery word, hard to pin down. More about this phenomenon when I return with Act 2. I began, you may remember, by saying that I'd share with you the bizarre, the unexpected. I've done so. A meteorite is a rare occurrence. I doubt if any of you has seen one except in a museum. But for Al Wilson and his wife Carrie, it is more than a piece of burned-out rock. Last night, a meteorite plunged through our ozone and, like a huge missile, found its earthly mark in Al's far pasture. That in itself was unique. So is the fact, if his eyes did not imagine it, that the meteorite opened up. It is 7 the next morning.
Well, that'll be Garrett or the professor. You just finish your breakfast, Al.
Well, bring him in, either one of them, for a cup of coffee.
Morning, Carrie.
He's in the kitchen. Come along, Garrett. Have a cup of coffee.
Thanks. I suppose you've been up since 5 as usual.
I have. Carrie lolls in bed until almost 6. Well, how'd you like my news?
Well, I didn't believe it till I saw it for myself. From the road, it does look like it's opened up, like a giant clamshell.
You ever hear of anything like that before?
Oh, no one has.
Here's some hot coffee, Garrett.
Ah, thanks.
Milk sugar's on the table. What could it mean?
Well, not much, I'd say. It cooled fast and cracked open.
You going to be able to see this through with me?
Oh, I wouldn't miss it, Al. Maud will telephone the school at 8 and say I won't be teaching today. What time is it, huh? A little past 7. Well, Professor Dana
He's
said
here. A car's pulling into the driveway. I'll let him in, Carrie. You start some breakfast for him. Lots of smoked ham. That's great with fresh eggs.
You took classes with Professor Dana?
2. I was a science major.
Good morning, Mr. Wilson. I'm Professor Dana.
Yes, Professor. Come right in.
Yes, thank you.
Well, just put your coat over here on the newel post and come out to the kitchen. My wife, Carrie's stirring you up a real farmer's breakfast.
Wonderful.
Garrett Smith is with us. He's my neighbor and my best friend.
Oh, and once a student of mine many years ago.
Hello, Professor. You probably won't remember me.
Oh,
but
indeed I do, Garrett. It's good to see you again. Good morning, Mrs. Wilson.
Good morning, sir. Have some coffee while the eggs are frying.
I'll do that. Garrett, as I recall, you were going to become a research biologist, but love sweet song.
That's right, Professor. I got married, and I've lived happily ever after. Al, tell Professor Dana what happened.
Well, sir, the thing, it opened up.
The meteorite opened?
Yes, sir. Garrett says maybe it cooked real fast and cracked open.
He could be right. Still, a meteorite is fused by the tremendous heat it generates, so offhand, I find it hard to believe that it cracked open.
Well, the whole thing is hard to believe. You'll haul it away today, Professor?
Oh, yes. The lifter and truck will be here later today. We'll have the meteorite on its way to stores before 6 o'clock.
Here you are, Professor.
Smoked ham. Wonderful.
Everybody likes it.
I'll be glad when the thing's off our property. It gives me a funny feeling.
Yeah, I understand. It's rather awesome, isn't it?
Oh, go see it. All three of you fidgeting. There'll still be coffee when you get back. Go along, all of you.
Anything to carry, Professor?
Yes. I have my cameras in the trunk of my car.
At your service, sir. I'll get them for you.
Now, don't you go be being brave, Al, like stepping into that thing. It could snap shut, and there you'd be.
Now, don't be nervous, Mrs. Wilson. There's nothing to fear.
But what if there was something in there that just had to get out?
What? You say it's not a meteorite, Professor?
It's something much more important. It's a space capsule.
I don't get it.
Neither do I, but look. Look inside. You see the struts and the pane of glass?
Yeah.
A space capsule, but from where?
Let's take a look inside. Give me the camera with the strobe light, Garrett, please.
Yes, sir. Al, this is a nightmare.
You suppose some lunatic was experimenting with some kind of missile? That this thing was shot from somewhere and wobbled around and then just came down here?
I don't know.
Good Lord. There's something in there. Shine the flashlight into the interior, Garrett.
I see it. Al, take a look.
What? It's some kind of man.
About the size of a 6-year-old boy, but with an old face and elongated ears.
It's a man from space.
You think he's dangerous, Professor?
He's dead or unconscious.
Well, if he's alive and hurt, we got to get him out. Garrett, go tell Carrie. The professor and me'll get him out.
Okay, wait till she hears about this.
Well, it looks safe enough. What opened up was an escape hatch covered with slag. I'll lower myself. Hold up the hatch, will you?
Right.
It's sure cramped in here.
Come on, ship.
Hey, he's alive.
Look.
Come on, pal. We'll get you out of here.
Lift out his head first.
Oh, he's real light.
Look.
I've got him.
Come on.
And here I come.
A miniature man. What a discovery.
This is clock to command ship.
Did you catch that, Professor?
Barely. It's some kind of signal.
Well, how come it sounds like English?
It's beyond me.
Well, let's get him to the house and try to bring him around.
Look. He's opening his eyes.
I destroy you.
I understood that all right. Take it easy, pal. We want to help you.
Destroy.
Right now, what you need some warm food and a bed. You get well, and then you do what you please.
Command ship comes for me.
He could be dangerous, Mr. Wilson.
Well, what do you want me to do? Shove him back into his capsule? The little man's hurt.
Yes, I see. Well, let's carry him to the house. I hope we're doing the right thing.
We are, Professor.
You're worried, aren't you, Professor?
Yes, this should be reported to Washington.
Well, let's wait a while. I don't want an army of scientists swarming all over the place.
Yeah, but this Kruk, if that's his name, he could bring us knowledge of an unknown world, Al. The planet he comes from, space trips, hundreds of things. A view of the universe from millions of miles away.
Swell, but I'm not going to have him hammered at. The little man is sick.
And, after he's well?
I don't know. That's up to him. Anyway, you heard what he said.
Yeah. Destroy. And something about a command ship. Professor, what do you make of this?
I can only guess. Kruk was in a manned capsule. His mission? I've no idea. Sophisticated exploration, perhaps. Something went wrong with his ship. He got caught in the Earth's atmosphere. The capsule went out of control. As it came down, it began to blaze. It's incredible that it didn't disintegrate.
What about that command ship?
Oh, that's easy, Garrett. Kruk expects to be rescued.
And you got him right here in the house.
Because he's half dead. Carrie's trying to shove some life back into him now.
He kept saying, destroy you. For safety's sake, I think Kruk should be removed.
Where to?
Back to the capsule. I'll truck the capsule and him back to stores.
Sorry, I won't do it. The capsule is yours. Kruk stays here until he goes home. I'm going to see how he is.
Well, what about the police, Garrett?
Well, it's a small force, Professor. Not much protection against whatever you're thinking.
I sympathize with Mr. Wilson's feelings. He's a decent man, but he doesn't realize the scope of this discovery. Kruk could open up a new world to us.
Well, look, why don't I speak to somebody in space control? Ask them to send a man down to see the capsule and meet Kruk.
Yeah, Garrett, you're risking a friendship.
Well, I'll chance it, if you can postpone picking up the capsule for a day or so.
Oh, that's easily done.
Good. Then, that's what we'll do. And you, sir, you are my house guest.
That's very kind of you.
No, it'll be an honor.
Well, I think your suggestion is sound, Garrett, but you'd better tell him about it.
Yeah, after the person from space control arrives, not before. You can't crowd a Connecticut farmer like Al. This is his land and his home, and nobody better forget it.
He sure looks better, Carrie.
He's a nice little man. Like the hot bouillon. Didn't you, Mr. Kruk?
Yes, it was very good.
You still out to destroy me?
I do not know. Humans are enemies of my people.
They are? We don't even know who your people are.
When we fly here and land, you fire guns at us. We found Earth, and we have come here out of curiosity. But you drive us away. Now we will destroy you.
He won't tell me where he's from, Al. I asked him.
No, I will not tell.
How come you speak English, Kruk?
We know all languages. Our minds are as advanced as our weapons.
Then use that great mind of yours, and you'll understand we don't mean you harm.
I thought you would kill me.
Well, now you know different.
I will leave you in peace. I do not understand why you have been kind.
Well, you were hurt. That's only decent.
You said, Kruk, you'd leave us in peace.
Yes. The command ship will take me and the capsule away.
Well, you maybe, Kruk, but the capsule goes to the state university.
No. If you try to remove the capsule, there will be destruction. The truck, the men, the capsule will be destroyed, turned to ashes.
Well, I don't know what to do. I gave my word.
Heed what I say. Do not risk destruction. I will return to the site and await the command ship.
You'll do nothing of the sort. It's cold out there.
Cold and heat do not affect me.
You'd better speak to the professor, Al.
Yeah. You stay here while I do. Hi, Professor.
Hey, hello there, Mr. Wilson. How's our little man from space?
Well, he's giving me a problem. Kruk warned me that if we remove the capsule, all hell's going to break loose. The truck and the men will be destroyed.
We don't really know what we're dealing with, Mr. Wilson.
Well, that's why I'd go along with Kruk. I know that means calling off the truck, but...
Well, there's been a delay there anyway.
Oh? Where's Garrett? Did he go home?
Yes. I'm spending the night with him.
Oh. Well, if you'll excuse me, Professor, I have to get out to the barn. Milking time.
1 minute, Mr. Wilson.
Yes?
Well, I'm afraid I've acted deceitfully. You're a very decent man. Garrett thought that... No, let me take the blame.
For what?
Someone from our National Space Center will be here sometime tomorrow.
I don't like that, Professor.
I know you don't.
I said I wouldn't allow Kruk to become a part of no freak show.
No, he won't be, I assure you.
Reporters, cameramen.
Nothing like that. I've told you the truth.
And I've told Kruk that we're his friends, not his enemies.
Mr. Wilson, the enormity of this discovery is
Okay. You've done something, and we're stuck with it. Okay. Let the man come. But understand this. I don't care if the man's the president. He tries any rough stuff with Kruk, and I'll kick him out. And that goes for Garrett and for you too, Professor.
Yes.
I can't tell you how Kruk will feel. I think he trusts us. I'll tell him about this guy you're bringing in, but I can't be responsible for what Kruk might do.
Of course not.
Well, you just say that. I believe the little man knows what he's talking about. If he says you go up in smoke, then that's what's going to happen.
The Wilsons have treated the man from space as they would any injured person, with kindness and attention. Garrett Smith and Professor Dana, however, want to treat Kruk as an incredible discovery, which he and the capsule are. What Kruk does is all that matters, and we'll find that out when I return shortly with Act 3. When our minds turn to the universe, we fantasize and give up. Reports of flying objects make news, but no one takes these science fiction occurrences too seriously. So it was with the Wilsons until, accidentally, they had a visitor from outer space, a small, man-like creature named Kruk.
Thank you for telling me, Mr. Wilson.
Oh, it won't be so bad, Kruk. The guy just wants to ask you some questions.
And the man will arrive?
In the afternoon, I'd say. The truck's supposed to arrive later.
Why did your friends not have the truck arrive today?
Guess they took you seriously.
I told them what you'd said, that the truck would be destroyed.
That will happen.
You know that?
Yes. I have given you the warning. It is arranged. Your men will try to remove the capsule, and the ray will reduce the truck to ashes.
But not if they don't touch it.
They will.
Yeah, I believe what you're saying, Kruk.
I have been in touch with the Space Command. The ship is on its way.
How do you know that?
I returned to the capsule and sent my message.
You did?
When? I've been with him all the time, Al.
I assure you, I have talked with my people.
I guess I'd better tell them to stand off.
Yes.
Now that's settled. Now you rest, Kruk.
What you see of me here will rest.
Thank you. Close the bedroom door, Al.
Sure.
What do you think he meant by that, Al?
Who knows? Well, I got time before supper to drive over to Garrett's?
You're back in half an hour.
Well, it won't take me that long.
Don't be nasty to him. You're good friends.
Okay. But I don't like his interference, and I'm going to tell him so. And warn him and Dana.
You went behind Al's back.
Well, not really, Ma. The professor told Al.
Because he felt guilty. Garrett, I can't believe you'd do such a thing to Al.
Well, there's no harm done.
But you were planning to have some man walk in from space control and...
Mrs. Smith, if I may. Garrett and I have genuine respect for Mr. Wilson's humanitarian feelings about the little creature from space, but he does not appreciate what a monumental discovery this
The
is.
space capsule could advance our flight technology by light years. I mean it, darling. We have to have this knowledge. We owe it to our country, and Al says we're supposed to do nothing about it.
He also says that if you interfere, Crux people would kill you. Oh, it's lucky all of you aren't dead now. I bet you would be if Carrie hadn't nursed this creature back to life.
It would be a shame if we don't learn all we can from this incredible event.
Well, what do we do, Professor?
Warn the man from Space Command. Possibly we can control his eagerness.
Garrett, I believe Al. If he makes one pass at Croc, so long.
The little creature's defenseless. He's so small. You could stuff him in a suitcase.
Hardly.
And you'd say he's defenseless? How do you know?
I can see.
But what you won't see is that Croc is a highly advanced form of life, way beyond us. And because you can't see how he could defend himself, you think he's helpless. Oh, don't count on what you think. You don't know.
Mighty good supper, Carrie.
Croc liked it, too. It took him a tray. It's funny. I don't think of him as a little man from outer space, but like a guest who's got sick and I'm taking care of. And he isn't even human.
Well, he responded to kindness. Most living things do.
Now, you're sure you weren't nasty to Garrett and the professor?
Of course not. I did tell Garrett to learn to mind his own business, but mostly I warned them.
They take you seriously?
They thought I was talking through my hat.
Well, Maud'll pound some sense into Garrett's head.
Maybe.
The professor's got some feelings.
Maybe. Well, I'm going to get to bed. Big day tomorrow. I sure hope that man from Space Control has some sense.
Oh, he's only one man. Crux said he'd talk to him and then leave.
That's going to be some sight. A flying saucer setting down right in our pasture. I wonder if they'd take me for a short spin.
Oh, go to bed. If one of those things comes down, you're not going near it. Let it pick up the capsule and take Crux home.
And where is that?
He won't say. Only it's out there, where the stars begin.
And what's beyond that?
Oh, even Crux doesn't know that.
There she is, Professor.
Right on time. It's just after 5.
Oh, that's some big helicopter.
Oh, the pilot sees us.
Yeah, it's almost down. Come on.
Hello. Hello there.
Hello. Hi, I'm Garrett Smith.
Oh, how are you? Sanders, Space Control.
Professor Dana, Mr. Wilson.
How do you do?
Pleased to meet you. You know about the spaceman's warnings?
Yes, I've learned what he said. Mr. Wilson, you have him in your house?
That's right, and he's willing to talk to you.
Very sensible. He has no choice. He's a prisoner.
Oh, no. No, sir. No, he's not. Begging your pardon, sir, but he's my guest, and he's been just fine.
Well, that's how you may see him, Mr. Wilson, but he's my prisoner. I have orders to transfer him to the War College where...
Well, that's just what I was afraid of. Now, if you try any rough stuff on Crux, there'll be real trouble.
Are you threatening me, Mr. Wilson?
I could be. This is my property, and Crux is my guest.
Now, look. You can't set yourself above the government. This capsule and this creature belong to us.
They do? Well, I'll throw all of you off my land. But that's not what I was getting at when I said rough stuff would bring trouble. You're playing with something from outer space, Sanders.
I'm here to take possession of a space capsule and something that resembles a man. I mean to carry out my assignment.
Well, all the luck in the world to you. Kruk said he'd talk to you. Maybe he can pound some sense into your thick skull.
Now, see here.
No, you see here. You watch your step with me. And you walk very carefully with my little friend Kruk.
You are from your space control.
Yes, who are you?
I am called Kruk. I am from a distant planet. Its name is of no importance.
It is to me.
That may be.
How did you reach Earth?
In my capsule.
Mm-hmm. What was your mission?
I am an explorer.
Who are your people?
They are like me.
Yes. You have conquered space travel.
We have explorers everywhere.
Why did you come to Earth?
I did not intend to. I went off course.
Your capsule caught fire and landed here.
That is right.
Come with me.
You are making a grave mistake.
I am obeying orders. You understand that?
I understand orders. But I do not obey yours.
Mm-hmm. This is a gun. If you resist, I'm instructed to immobilize you.
Mr. Sanders,
Stay out of this. Now get up, Kruk, and walk out.
I warned Mr. Wilson.
I don't believe in magic, spaceman.
That is your weapon. That metal gun.
Yes. And if you don't obey, I'll use it.
Oh! He fused the gun.
It's just a lump of metal.
Can you use it now?
Mr. Sanders, leave well enough alone. I don't know what Kruk did, but...
Each one like me possesses a powerful ray. More powerful than your strongest current. I can call it up from within me whenever I choose. Then I can point a finger and destroy.
Come on, Mr. Sanders. I'm convinced.
And you saved his life, Wilson. You gave refuge to an enemy of our country. I will have you charged with treason.
I do not think so. Mr. and Mrs. Wilson have treated me like a visitor. I will not forget. Neither will my commander. Do not threaten the Wilsons. We have come to Earth many times on friendly missions. We could come with total destruction.
I'll ask you to leave, Mr. Sanders.
And do not try to remove the capsule.
I'll walk you back to your helicopter, Mr. Sanders.
Oh. You're miraculous, Kruk.
No. Just more advanced in scientific technology. Humans one day will discover what we already know.
But how about that deadly ray of yours?
In your seas, you have deadly eels. On land, you have venomous snakes. My people are small, but strong, because we possess the ray. In fighters, it is highly developed. I am a soldier and a fighter. It is time now for me to go.
Al, look outside. They got a truck backed into the pasture next to that big lift, and they're going to take it away.
Oh, no, you know what Kruk said?
It will now happen. Look toward the sky. The command ship. I will go and meet it.
It looks like a big mushroom.
I've got to see this.
Al, Garrett could be killed.
Garrett! Garrett!
Come back, Garrett.
He sees the command ship.
Look at the truck. It's aflame, and it's Kruk.
Like somebody's squashed it.
But the men got away. You see them over there on the road, shielding their faces from the heat?
And there are the landing steps. Crux on them.
And the spaceship. It's gone.
I can tell you that along with the lifter and the truck, the space capsule was turned to ashes. Garrett Smith escaped, and so did the men brought in by Professor Dana. When Al Wilson wondered later if he and his wife had consorted with the devil, she replied, as you might expect, that no, they had consorted with God, meaning, I suppose, that they had acted in the interests of good. I'll return shortly. Maybe our real worlds are those we explore in our nightmares. When an experience becomes too acute, we awaken, switch on a light, and forget the frightening dream. That may be foolish. We must face facts. One of them is that there are other worlds, other life. With the passing of time, centuries perhaps, there certainly will be interplanetary communication, and who knows? A crook may come to visit you. Our cast included John Beal, Marion Seldes, Joe Silver, Evie Juster, and Russell Horton. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall, your host for these adventures in the macabre. Together, we explore out-of-the-ordinary places and share experiences that are unusual, sometimes weird and chilling. We travel unmarked roads in the expectation of encountering the bizarre. It's as if you entered a house long abandoned, dark and forbidding, and for no explainable reason, you see the sudden light of a candle in a far corner of a room. Do you go in? Turn back? You stand, perhaps, in the presence of something supernatural, an order of existence beyond nature, a belief firmly held by Buku Chin, first mate of the tramp steamer the Molly Moran, anchored at Port-au-Prince, Haiti.
Oh, yes, Doctor. In my village, we believe in witchcraft and snake worship.
Voodoo. And human sacrifice?
That was long ago.
You're an Arawak Indian?
Yes, Mom.
But you're an educated man, Buku.
I have elementary education and what I learned at sea.
And you believe in the supernatural? In witchcraft and magic?
I have seen it work, Doctor.
Our mystery drama, Bound East for Haiti, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Roy Windsor and stars Mason Adams and Fred Gwynn. I'll be back shortly with Act One. If someone conducted a poll and asked the question, do you believe in the supernatural? How many would say yes, no, or don't know? I suspect that most persons would say no, even though there is evidence dating from the beginning of civilization of supernatural experiences. Witches invoked the spirits to foretell the future, to bring good luck or bad. It is still practiced today. And some 40 years ago, Dr. Philip Armistead... but let him tell us.
See that calabash there? That gourd cut in half? There on the small table in the corner of my study. A calabash is the hard-shelled fruit of a tropical American tree. Years ago, they were cut in half, scooped out, and used for wash basins and drinking utensils by sailors aboard tramp steamers which plied their trade around the Caribbean. That one belonged to Buku Chin, an Arawak Indian from Haiti, who was first mate to Captain Pete Johnson of the Molly Moran. Some 40 years ago, I had just completed my Florida Medical Board examinations, and I badly needed a few weeks' rest. So I drifted down to the docks and shipped out as a paying guest. This is wonderful, Captain.
Yeah, it's nice to have you aboard. Are you really a doctor?
I really am. Passed the exams, and you saw me arrive with my little black bag. If anyone needs my services...
No. Thanks all the same, Doc. We've been getting along for years with an old first aid kit.
Well, I'm not going to think about anything for the next 4 weeks. Oh, smell that air. And the water. All those shades of blue. You have a wonderful life, Captain Johnson.
Suits me. I'll never get rich sailing this old tub, but she's a good boat. Slow, but we get there, and we have good times in our ports of call. 2-3 days of that, we're glad to be back at sea.
And now we're bound east for Haiti.
That's right. Port-au-Prince. We'll pick up a cargo of coffee in Sisal, then we'll sail to Georgetown and Exuma, Savannah Lamar, in Jamaica, and home.
How long will we be in Haiti?
A couple of days. Why? Want to explore the island?
Yeah, some of it.
Watch your step. Better speak to Buku. He's an Arawak from Haiti. Knows everything about the island. Buku, come over here, you old dog.
Maybe I'll throw you overboard, Captain.
I'm sure you'd like to every once in a while. You met the doc.
I had the pleasure.
He wants to see the sights in Port-au-Prince. Will you talk to him?
It would be a pleasure.
Buku's the best first mate on the Caribbean. He's only got one problem. You've said hello to her, Doc. Lily. My girl.
Yes, a beautiful woman.
Buku can't take his eyes off her. But you know better, don't you, Buku?
Sure, man. I have eyes only for the sea.
We'll have chow in half an hour. Doctor, you plan to go ashore?
No, not tonight. Early in the morning. I have my camera, and the morning light is best for pictures.
How about a beer? I laid in an extra supply, seeing as you're a paying guest. Lily?
Sure, Pete. Doctor?
Yes, thank you, Miss Lily.
How about that? Miss Lily, that's great.
Dr. Armistead is a gentleman.
Sure. But he's Doc, I'm Pete, and you're Lily. This ain't the Navy. Okay, Doc?
Okay, Pete.
Good. That's better. Hop along, Miss.
You are crazy.
Isn't she something, Doc?
She's beautiful.
I really love her. She loves me, so she says. Why, the Lord knows, but that's the way it is. I guess I'd better marry her. Maybe when we put in at Savannah Lamar. She comes from there.
I approve.
Yeah, that's what I'll do. I'm getting on, 40. I'm never going to get married. I guess now's the time. And hey, you'll be the best man.
All right, that'll be a pleasure. Will you tell her?
The night before we dock, and that ought to take care of Buku Chin.
You were serious about him?
Certainly. He's 32 or 3 and pretty good looking. He's always giving Lily the eye. Can't blame him because she's an eyeful. Agreed?
I certainly do. Beautiful dark hair and perfect features.
And eyes. Big and tawny, like a cat's. Well, once she's Mrs. Pete Johnson, Buku will lose his steam, right? She hates him.
That must make her uncomfortable.
It does. She wants me to get rid of him, but, see, Buku's an expert first mate. I'd never fire him. Did you talk with him about Haiti?
Yeah, it was fascinating.
All that junk about voodoo and snake worship and magic. He's full of it.
And he believes it. In the village that he comes from.
I know. I've heard it 100 times. Well, if it makes him happy to believe in superstition, what's the harm?
There is none. Someday I'd like to come here for a few weeks and explore the island. There's a mystery about it.
And not just in Haiti. There's mysterious things in small islands all over the Caribbean. Here you are, Lily.
For you, Doctor.
Thank you.
Pete.
Thank you, my dear. What took you so long?
I had to go back for another beer.
You dropped one?
I threw it in Buku's face.
Well, the incident was passed over, fortunately. We had dinner, and I retired early, falling asleep looking through my porthole at a sky of dark blue velvet, sprinkled with stars I felt I could reach. For the next 2 days, I explored Port-au-Prince, snapped pictures, and mailed postcards back home. The afternoon of the 3rd day, we weighed anchor and lumbered out of the harbor, headed for Jamaica.
You have enjoyed the voyage, Doctor?
Oh, Lily, yes, very much.
Mm-hmm. It is restful. The days so bright, and then the night with a sky of dark blue that stretches as far as you can see. And on the water, the moon is huge.
You'll be home in a few days, Lily.
My home is here with Pete.
He's a good man.
He is that. And strong and jolly. Even tonight, when I can tell he does not feel well, he laughs at me, tells me to go on deck and make love to our passenger.
What?
That is just how he talks, Doctor.
We're relieved to hear that. You say that he doesn't feel well.
It is nothing.
Well, perhaps I should see him.
No, he is resting. Pretty soon he will come on deck, and we will watch the sea from the bridge.
Who's at the helm now? It's not Buku.
No, Umberto. He is from Cuba. Buku, I do not know where he is. You wish to go up to the bridge, Doctor?
Yeah, I think not, Lily. Thank you. I'm going to turn in soon and read.
Oh. You have your nose in a book all the time. Well, I am going to the bridge. Pete will be up soon.
Enjoy yourself. I'll watch the sea a little longer, then I'm going below. I'll see you in the morning.
Good night, Doctor. Oh,
Lily.
take your hands off me.
I love you, Lily.
He will scream.
No one will hear you.
Pete will come on.
He is not well. Pete is sick. Didn't you see that tonight? He is sick and he will never get well.
You talk like a fool. Take your hands off me.
He will die. I'm the first mate. I will be in charge of the Molly Moran, and you will stay with me.
Before I stay with you, I jump overboard.
You belong to me, Lily. What is written by fate cannot be erased.
It is not my fate to belong to you. Who said it was? Some witch doctor?
You will see. When Captain dies, you will see. I know you, Lily. You love the sea. You do not want to return to Canfield. You will stay with Buku.
Pete will take care of you. Now, take your hands off me.
Kiss me, Lily.
You filthy man.
I warned you, Buku.
Pete, he said you would die.
Are you...
Pete.
Don't touch him.
But Pete...
No. I warned the dog not to touch Lily. Leave him there. When he comes to, he'll think twice about making another pass at her. Lily, go to the cabin.
Yes, Pete.
Pete, what's that gleaming in the moonlight on your hand?
Brass knuckles. You'll stay in line now.
The tension, when I reflected about it, had been there all along, from Freeport to Georgetown and out of Haiti. But it was after we weighed anchor from there that the tension became charged. I hadn't heard the 8 bells that marked midnight, but when I was awakened by a tapping at my cabin door, I heard 1 bell. So it could have been anywhere between 12:30 and 4 a.m. It was Lily.
Calm, Doctor. Pete is not well.
I said, of course, and I slipped into a robe, picked up my doctor's bag, and a few minutes later, I was sitting next to the captain's bunk.
Sorry she woke you up, Doc.
Lie quietly. Now, let me get your pulse first.
Pete, Buku is...
Don't mention his name.
Now, open your mouth, Pete. All right. It looks all right. Your forehead's damp. Do you feel chilled?
Oh, I'm just cold. I don't know, kind of weak.
Lily, will you bring me a glass of water?
Oh, sure.
I'll give you a sulfa pill and another in the morning if you don't feel any better. But I think you will. It's probably a virus of some kind. Thank you, Lily.
Doc, how much?
No charge. Take the pill, Pete. Cover up and get a good night's rest.
Umberto is at the helm. Do not worry.
All this fuss.
Now, go to sleep.
Okay, Miss Lily. How's old Buku? Up and around?
Oh, he dragged himself to his cabin.
Good. I hope his jaw aches all night long. Lily, lock up. And, Doc, don't fall overboard on your way back to the cabin.
He is very sick, Doctor?
Oh, not at all, Lily. Mild upset, nothing more.
Buku said he will die?
Well, then he knows more than I do, which he doesn't. Now, don't worry, Pete. We'll be all right.
Buku knows.
How does he know?
He knows.
But I know he's superstitious. Don't tell me that you are, Lily.
I have seen things. Your medicine won't help Pete. There is other medicine. It is of the mind and the soul. A curse can kill.
Buku?
He has had a curse put on the captain.
You cannot discount magic. Islanders in the West Indies sometimes still practice the kind of magic that affects another person for good or for evil. The voodoo doll still exists. It is a small image of an enemy into which pins are driven, or it is cut up or burned. To a modern doctor, and to most of us, magic is primitive nonsense. Dr. Armistead will find out for us when I return with Act 2. This is Dr. Armstead's story, and he is recapturing it for us. He's a man of 70 now, but what happened during his sea voyage on the tramp steamer, the Marley Moran, is still vivid in his memory. He can recount what he heard and saw. He cannot explain it. That does not make the experience invalid. As a normal young doctor, only 26 at the time, he was a skeptic. After all, he was a man of science.
Of course, I didn't believe a word of what Lily said. Buku has put a curse on the captain. Nonsense. A curse? I'm certain that Buku wished Pete Johnson dead. You'd feel the same way if you'd been hit on the jaw with brass knuckles. The man had been hurt and he suffered. I went to my bunk and slept until 7 the next morning. I went into Captain Johnson's cabin.
The pill did no good, Doctor. Look at him.
Hi, Doc. Don't listen to Lily. I'm okay. Here, let me swing out of my bunk.
Lie back, Pete. You're weak as a kitten. Just lie back.
Hey, Doc, you want to hold my hand?
Oh, don't joke, Pete, please. I am so worried.
Won't have that, Lily. Don't want you to worry, babe. I've been through worse. Another day I'll get my strength back. I'll be up and around. You'll see.
Doctor?
It baffles me. Still no sign of infection. Pulse abnormally slow. It's as if his body has slowed down.
You give him a shot?
I could, but there's no point to it. I don't know what I'm trying to cure. I'm sorry, Pete. Whatever's the matter with you is something I didn't learn in medical school.
You have that medical book?
Yes, I know, Lily. I'll search again. But I've got a better idea. We reach Savannah Lamar tomorrow morning. I'll take Pete ashore.
No, I'm not going ashore.
I am taking you to a hospital. I know there's one in Montego Bay.
Forget it, Doc. No hospital. I'll be all right. I'm not leaving the ship.
But you are wasting away, Pete.
Then let me waste. Don't forget, I'm captain of the ship, and my word is law.
You persuade him, Lily. He should be in a hospital. I don't want to be responsible.
I will take you into the hills, Pete. There is a doctor.
No, Lily. None of your mumbo-jumbos. Go out and get some air. Take that sad look off your face. You're too pretty to look like that.
Let's try another pill, Pete.
No, Doc. Wouldn't help. No, I gotta sweat this one out. Alone.
I left the cabin and went on deck. It was a beautiful day, and the southwest wind ruffled the blue water. The Molly Moran chugged along like a huge hippo. What Lily had said about Buku made me think. Even though I felt foolish about his curse, I wandered up to the bridge.
Good morning, Doctor. The night curtain has gone up and the sun has come in. Like the eye of a man. Blink, it's dark. Blink, it's night. He sees in, he sees out, until he sees no more.
You're in a good mood, Buku.
I am happy, man.
With the captain lying ill in his bunk?
He is still alive.
Oh, yes. I expect him to come on deck later this morning.
I do not believe you, Doctor. The captain will die.
You know that?
Aye, man, I know it.
How do you know, Buku? My medicine...
Your medicine was good for my injury. And I do not forget your goodness to me, cleaning my cut face and giving me a pill to sleep. But that medicine cannot save the captain. Nothing can.
You know what his illness is?
Only that he will die. Fate will strike him down.
Have you called on fate to kill the captain?
Look, Doctor. Purposes of the port bow.
Buku, when we were 2 days in Port-au-Prince, did you return to your village?
Oh, yes. When we drop anchor at Haiti, I go with things for my people. I tell you about them. You do not believe some of the things I tell you.
I didn't at the time. Can one of your tribe put a curse on another person?
It has been known.
Have you had a curse put on the captain?
No. Fate, that is what killed him. He will not leave Savannah Lamar. Hey, you want to handle the helm? I go below for breakfast. It is wonderful to feel a ship under your hands, Doc.
I know. All right, Buku. Go below. I'll take over.
You have much to think over, Doctor.
I have indeed. I felt helpless. Captain Johnson was a strong man. From what I could determine, there was nothing wrong with him. I was young, of course, and inexperienced. But Johnson's affliction was a mystery. Well, he grew weaker during that day and night. When I awoke the next morning, we had dropped anchor in the vividly clear waters of Savannah Lamar, Jamaica. I went at once to check on my patient. Lily was sitting next to his bunk.
He is worse, Doctor.
We make port?
Yes, Pete.
You'll like it. Beautiful island, Jamaica.
Pete, I must insist you go ashore. There must be a hospital.
In Montego Bay.
No. I said before, no.
Then I will go ashore and bring back a witch doctor.
Oh, for heaven's sake, Lily.
In the Maroon country, there is a powerful old man.
Doc, tell her no. Don't want some dumb hillbilly with his hocus pocus. Don't want him.
What harm could it do, Pete?
What, Doc? You approve?
No, I think you need hospital care, but you won't listen, so why not let Lily find this man and bring him aboard?
People would laugh at me.
Well, you won't have a chance to hear them if you get any worse.
Okay, you go ashore, Lily. Go home. Don't come back. It's over with me. With us. Maybe Buku's right. I won't get well.
Pete.
Better go, Lily.
I will bring back the man later. He will know what to do.
Go see the town, Doc. Find someone to drive you to Montego Bay.
No, I'll stay with you.
No, I'm tired. Poor Lily. Remember, you were going to be the best man at our wedding.
I'll check in every hour or so.
Oh, well, go ashore.
No, I'll just watch the loading.
Witch doctor. Magic. You don't believe in that junk, do you, Doc?
Late that afternoon, Lily returned with a weazened little man of indeterminate age, but who was very old. Wore a threadbare undershirt, faded blue denim trousers. Was barefooted. Pete lay in his bunk. I sat next to him. Lily stood near the witch doctor, who squatted like an old-fashioned tailor in front of the cabin door.
Ugly devil, ain't he, Doc?
Lily, doesn't your friend want to examine Pete?
That is what he is doing, Doctor.
I see. From 15 feet away.
Hey, why doesn't he say something rather than just chanting?
I don't know.
Chanting.
I don't know. He's just, I guess, studying you.
Casting a spell. That's what they do, you know.
He ought to break a spell if that's what you're under.
Hey, tell him to go away.
I'll leave that up to Lily.
He gives me the creeps.
No! Oh, no!
What is it?
What's got into it?
Lily!
Stay away!
Lily, what is it? Why did you cry out?
I cannot tell you.
Why not? You brought him here to help.
He knows what is wrong with Pete.
Tell me.
I cannot. I have to do something. And I don't know how to. I don't know how.
What was that all about?
I haven't the wildest idea. He seemed to say something to Lily, and she cried out. I'll find out, Pete. I'll be right back.
No, Doctor. I will not tell you.
I want to help.
You cannot.
Why can't you confide in me? Pete's very ill. He could die, Lily.
He will die. Unless I break this spell.
Buku, he had a spell cast on Pete, am I right? Now, do you know how to break it?
I will have to. But I don't know how.
Tell me. Maybe I'll think of a way.
No, Doctor. If I begin to act strange, do not interfere.
I don't understand.
It is the only way. I must do it. Only I can do it. I must.
I was bewildered. I was also fearful. What did Lily have to do to break the spell which Buku had cast over the captain? The Molly Moran moved out of the harbor. We picked up a big shipment of sugar cane, and now we were homeward bound. Lily was at the railing, watching the receding town.
Do not talk to me.
Lily, is that part of your acting strange?
Just stay away from me.
I'm going to check on Pete if you're there.
I won't be there.
What the devil does she mean by that?
It is Buku, not Umberto, Lily.
I can see.
You come to the bridge, knowing I am here?
Knowing?
It is a fine warm night, huh?
Soft and tender.
What are you up to, Lily?
I enjoy the voyage out?
Many times I have thought about you, standing next to me on the bridge of this old tub and looking out to sea.
I have thought about that, too.
That is lie, big gasquade. You have only to cast your eye on my chin.
It has healed.
Doc had to stitch me up, you know why.
I am sorry, Buku.
Aye?
You are right, Buku.
You say that because you know that the captain cannot live. It is too late, Lily. You pushed me off and clawed me. You cannot crawl to me now.
I was wrong. I have always noticed you, Buku. I have been afraid for myself and for you. The captain took me in, and he is a jealous man.
You have told him many times to replace me. I have heard you say that.
And that is why you are still the first mate. The captain cannot be told what to do. I say, get rid of Buku. He will keep you. Is that not true?
There is logic in what you say, Lily. You are not up to some trick.
I have no trick. The captain will die before we reach Miami. You are an expert sailor. The company makes you captain. Then the Malay Moran will be yours to sail. This will be your bridge. I will say good night, Buku.
What? You wish to stay with the Malay Moran?
It has been my life.
You wish to be my woman?
I have always wished that.
How can I believe you?
I will bring my things from the captain's cabin to yours tonight, Buku.
Good evening, Lily.
Why?
Lily, why don't you say hello to the doc?
I have come to pack my things.
What? Lily, don't you dare leave this cabin.
It is a funeral parlor. You are dead, Captain. You will never reach Miami.
What will do, Lily? What's come over you?
I said you are not to speak to me.
Where are you going?
It is none of your business.
I'm still captain of the ship, and don't you...
I have my things. I go now. I will never see you again.
What kind of person are you, Lily? You know the captain intended to marry you and Savannah Lamar. I thought you loved Pete. You don't seem to know what that is.
I spit in your face.
That was the worst punch in the gut of all, Doc.
We don't know very much about Lily, but my impression, yours too, I imagine, is that this beautiful and tender woman loves Captain Johnson. Well, we're wrong, it seems. When Dr. Armstead resumes the voyage from Savannah Lamar to Miami, we'll find out. I'll return shortly with Act 3. What we must not forget, and Dr. Armstead seems to be guilty of forgetting, is that Lily told him that her behavior now might become strange. The shock of her sudden departure from Captain Johnston's cabin and her cruel remarks have convinced the doctor that Lily is not devoted to the captain, that she deceived him, and that now she has sold herself to Buku Chin. But let the young doctor pick up his story.
After Lily left the captain's cabin, I sat with him for an hour. He was pitiful. When he fully realized the truth about Lily's desertion, he called her and Buku every name he knew and some I had never heard of. He was breathing with difficulty when I said goodnight. It was almost 10 o'clock, and honestly, I did not expect to see him alive by morning. Buku was on the bridge. He'd be relieved by Umberto at the next bell. I went up to him.
Doctor. In the moonlight, your face is like a thundercloud.
You know why, Buku.
It is fate.
It's you taking advantage of a dying man to claim his woman.
Come on, Lily makes the decision. I do not force her.
She deceived Pete and she'll deceive you. You know it, she is.
I do not know, but I can imagine. The captain is still alive?
Barely. Your spell has worked. I will, of course, report what you've done to the owner of the ship.
He will not believe you. He will make me captain.
Not when he finds out that you murdered a man.
Death is a mystery. A mystery is something not understood, so death is not understood. I have not murdered the captain. I have not touched him.
You invoked some kind of spell on him because you wanted his woman.
I do not have such power, Doctor. No, Doctor. The captain is almost dead. I am now in charge. You are paying passenger. Lily and I will treat you properly for the next 2 days. Then you go your way, and we go out again to sea.
For a half hour, I leaned on the railing and frowned at the sea. Occasionally, I heard a gull. Once I saw some long, black object break the water with its back and then slide under it. At last, I turned in. In the morning, I rang a buzzer, and one of the deckhands brought me breakfast. It was early, just shortly after 6 o'clock. Later, I walked to the captain's cabin, and to my surprise, he was still alive.
Hi, Doc.
We'll be in Miami tonight, Pete. Hang on. I'll get you to a hospital, and we'll get you well.
I don't think I can make it, Doc. That damn Buku has done something to me. Some curse. I've been thinking about it all night long.
Wish I knew what that witch doctor told Lily.
I've been thinking about her, too.
Oh, forget Lily.
I was going to marry her.
And forget that.
She moved in with him, Doc.
I don't know. I don't want to see either of them. I had breakfast in my cabin. How about you? You feel up to some food?
No. Couldn't get it down.
Pete, could you hear anything Lily's witch doctor was muttering?
No. Oh, a word here or there, maybe. They have a gibberish of their own. They run words together. English, but it ain't English.
What words, Pete?
What, that the witch doctor mumbled? I don't know. Calabash. Yeah, I think I heard calabash.
Like the wash basin in my cabin?
Yeah, I got one, too.
Well, now, why would he be talking about a calabash?
Beats me.
What has a calabash got to do with a magic spell?
Doc, you don't really believe I'm under some spell, do you?
Lily was convinced as soon as you got sick that there was something mysterious about it. And Buku said you're fated to die. Then I got to believing it, and now I don't know what I believe. Now, you hang tight.
I'll try.
Wire us ahead to have an ambulance at the dock. We'll get you well. And then you'll spend a week with me and my parents, and you'll be as good as new.
Thanks, Doc. If Lily...
Put Lily out of your mind.
I can't. I miss her, and when I think of her with Buku...
Now, cut it out, Pete. She's out of your life, and so is Buku. Think of them as dead. That's a curse I'd like to invoke on both of them, and have it work.
Lily, you are wonderful.
You like me now, hey, Ma?
I love you. I want to marry you, Lily. You were like that, huh? I want nothing but you, Lily.
You will marry me?
In our virginity and at our wedding. It is quite wonderful. We will lay over in Port-au-Prince for a week. The honor will say, all right, and you will marry me.
And sail where you sail, Buku? Now, I will fill your calabash, and you will wash off, eh?
I cannot believe my good fortune. When I return to my village, I will make a sacrifice to fate.
Come now, wash. I will ring for breakfast.
You are the finest woman in the islands, Lily. I love you.
Here is soap.
Hey, I see myself in the water in the calabash. Never has Buku Chin been so happy. You have broken my image in the water.
Die, you devil.
You have killed me.
And the spell has been broken. You are dead, Buku Chin. Doctor, come right away. Buku is dead.
I was on deck, staring blankly at the blue waters, when I heard Lily's cry. When I heard her yell that Buku was dead, I ran to my cabin for my bag and hurried forward. The cabin door was open, and there on the floor was Buku.
Doctor, look. I have broken the spell.
You killed him?
No. He saw his reflection in the calabash. I broke it up by stirring the water, and he died.
What? He dropped dead from seeing his image broken?
Yes. And now Pete will live and get well. Buku is dead. Dead.
Yes, you're absolutely right. Something has caused a massive stroke.
I pretend hard to Buku that I love him. I will be in his cabin when he finishes on the bridge. Uberto relieves him. Buku comes down to me. He is cautious. Then I spend the night with him.
I see, and then you wake up and kill him.
It was the witch doctor in Savannah Lamar who told me what I had to do.
Move in with Buku?
How else could I trick him if he does not trust me?
Well, what did that witch doctor tell you?
In Haiti, Buku had a curse put upon Pete. You remember that first night out? He did not feel well. I guess then that Buku had done something. In his village, they do strange things, many that no one can understand. So Pete, he comes under the curse.
And you had to break the curse to save Pete?
The witch doctor tells me if Buku sees his image in the water, in the calabash, and I break it, then he will die, eh?
Hey, it's right. I really don't believe it.
Is not Buku Chin dead?
Yes, very.
Is not Pete already better?
I have no idea, but we better find out. It was a miracle. I followed Lily into the captain's cabin as she threw herself at him. He smiled, about his first smile in 10 days. He had some color, and I know that this is hard to believe. He managed to sit up in his bunk. Lily told him how she had tricked Buku and what she had done. Pete listened in wonder. He was sorry to have lost a first mate, but he was very glad to be alive. Lily left to get him some breakfast.
How do you explain all this?
I can't, Pete. I'm a medical doctor. I've been trained to fix broken bones and to diagnose diseases. But we're not taught anything about witchcraft and casting spells.
But there must be something to it. I was almost dead. And now, Buku Chin is dead.
I'm convinced. But if I told the story at home, they'd smile at me. Well, I'll go on deck and leave the two of you alone.
Pete, I am so happy.
It's over with. How can I thank you, my darling Lily?
For what? I love you, Pete. I did what had to be done.
Why did you cry out when the witch doctor talked to you?
I think I cannot pretend to love Buku Chin.
Yeah. Well, we'll forget about that. We'll forget about the whole thing. When you left my cabin last night, I wanted to die.
You will marry me, Pete?
As soon as I can stand on my 2 feet, you bet your life soon.
Tonight, we arrive in Miami.
And then tomorrow...
we will have the preacher come aboard the Molly Moran. I will be Mrs. Captain Pete Johnson.
Well, that's the story of what happened bound east for Haiti. It happened just as I've recalled it. As a memento of my month at sea, Pete had given me Buku's calabash. There it is on that small table over there in the corner. I've never filled it with water, of course. I remember what a reflection can lead to.
And there is Dr. Philip Armstead's testimony. The supernatural includes magic, astrology, palmistry, and numerology. The fact of the unknown intrigues us. What about carrying a rabbit's foot, an amulet, wearing a good luck ring? You see, here we are, supposedly civilized, and there are those vestiges of an innate suspicion that there may be something to magic after all. Our cast included Mason Adams, Fred Gwynn, Ralph Bell, and E.V. Juster. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. What lovers say to each other should be written on the wind and in running water. For love talk flows smoothly and flows freely. Most people are experienced enough to take it all with a wink or a grain of salt. However, here and there, now and then, you find someone who takes it seriously.
Are you saying we should steal that money?
Well, steal is the word, I guess. It's stealing.
Myra, this is wrong. I want no part of it.
Oh, yes, you do. Your share, 50%.
No!
I know. You're a sensitive, ethical person. You'll need a certain amount of time to talk yourself into it. Be my guest.
Our mystery drama, The Blood Red Wine, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Joan Lovejoy and Ralph Bell. Grow old along with me. The best is yet to be. The last of life, for which the first was made. One hesitates to take issue with that beautiful poetic sentiment of Mr. Browning, but growing old these days can present a multitude of problems, especially in a youth-oriented society. And then, of course, the fact remains that most young fools grow into old fools.
Listen to that thunder.
Bad storm.
I hope the roof won't leak.
It's this wind. It gets in underneath the roof tiles.
I was hoping you'd fixed it.
Well, the truth is, we need a new roof.
That ain't all we need. You, said you'd see Frank?
Yeah. All he can give me is a job selling on the road.
The road?
Now, if you think you're going to leave me to be all alone...
Myra, I don't have too many options.
You mean he's got nothing else?
Nothing else I can do. Look, Myra, I belong on the road.
Then why did we buy this old farmhouse?
Well, I thought maybe I could paint.
Yeah.
It turns out I'm all right. But not good enough.
Okay. So what happens now?
I go back to doing the only thing I'm really good at.
At 52, it's back to the road, huh? Back to traveling with all the pressures.
Oh, it's not that bad.
After all you've done for Frank, he can't find anything else?
Anything else would be charity.
When do you start?
Anytime the rain stops and I can get on a plane.
Well, if that's what you want to do.
I don't want to do it.
Oh, sure.
I don't know how to do anything else well enough to get paid for it.
Well, at least if you got paid well enough.
Myra, I'm lucky to have the job.
Well, when you're in New York, you can bring my sister the pictures I promised her.
I won't be in New York.
What do you mean you won't be in New York? New York and New England, that's your territory.
Well, the last couple of years, Frank had to put a new man on it.
But that's your territory. Those are your accounts. You built it up from nothing. That's where all the money is.
Frank would like to expand in the South.
I see. And old Joel here's just the man to open it up.
Myra, it was that or nothing.
What you could do is pick another line from somebody else and buck Frank in New York.
Well, that would be disloyal.
That can't be the doorbell. Why would anyone...
Well, I better answer it, I guess.
Please, may I come in?
Shut the door before we get flooded out of here.
Well, sure, come on in.
Thank you.
Joel, look. This man is sick. Help him out of that wet coat. Poor man is drenched through. Put up some tea.
Yes, a good cup of hot tea.
And meanwhile, pour a glass of that boysenberry wine. That'll perk him up. Mister, what are you doing out on a night like this?
I don't know.
Here, this is great for you. Here.
Oh, no, I don't think...
Hold him up, Joel. I think he's going to fall.
I got him. Let me help you get this down, friend, huh? My wife makes it herself. We grow a special strain of boysenberries
Be careful,
around here.
Joel. You'll spill it on his shirt.
I can't swallow.
Joel, he's in real trouble. What is it, mister?
Doctor. I need a doctor.
A doctor?
I think it's a heart attack.
Oh, no.
My heart. Pain.
Here, I'll hold on to him. You get the folding cot, Joel, quick.
All right.
It's just inside the door of the storeroom. Mister, you'll be all right, honest.
I need a doctor.
No, don't say anything. It's a strain to talk. Just try to relax. Don't even move, huh? Joel?
I got it. Myra, I got it.
Oh, good. Stretch it out.
All right.
That's it. Oh, that's good. Now, let's help him lie down.
Hold on to my arm, buddy.
Keep him very still. Now, unbutton his collar. Loosen up his clothes. And remove his wristwatch. See if that ring comes off.
Doctor, I need a doctor.
Well, there's that young Dr. Kessler. He lives just a couple of miles down the road.
If the road hasn't been washed out.
All right, I'll try him.
I was driving north to Philadelphia, and the wires got wet.
Look, you better not talk, mister.
Myra.
What?
I can't get a dial tone.
Well, try to do something.
Well, what can I do? The phone's dead. The lines must be down. What are we going to do about it?
I couldn't just sit there, so I got out and started to walk.
Look, just try to lay perfectly still, huh?
And suddenly, this awful pain in my chest.
Myra, isn't there anything we can do?
And the pain kept getting worse. And then I saw your house.
I could go for a doctor.
You'd never get there.
Well, we got to do something.
I don't know what to tell you.
Listen.
Look, mister, you mustn't strain yourself.
I'm being punished.
What'd he say?
I stole the money. The money in my attaché case. The money?
Money?
Please, will you return the money to Phelps.
Look, don't say any
They
more.
could never
huh?
trace it to me. Weeks or months before they even know the money's gone.
Return the money to whom?
$250,000. Now, bring it back to Phelps.
Oh, sure. Sure we will. Now, look, please rest.
And tell him J.B. Lucas was a fool, but J.B. Lucas could never be a crook.
Look, if you stay absolutely still...
Never be a crook.
Joel, is he...
Yes, Myra.
Oh.
He's dead.
Oh, poor fella. He looks so young.
Couldn't be a day over 35.
Oh, what are we going to do?
Well, there isn't much we can do tonight. If the storm lets up, we can phone the sheriff, or I can go get him if I have to.
What about his attaché case?
Oh, we better place that on the cot, I guess.
Do you think there's really $250,000 inside that case?
Well, if you said so, why not?
For all the good it could do him now.
Well, nothing can do him any good now, or any harm. Let's move him out of the kitchen. Myra? Ooh. Oh, boy. That one sure woke me. Myra?
Yes?
Did it wake you, too?
No. I've been up.
What are you thinking about?
Nothing.
Oh, yes, you are. I can tell. You get that quiet tone in your voice. You thinking about him downstairs on the cot in the storeroom?
Maybe. J.B. Lucas. Isn't that what he said his name was?
Yes.
Yeah, he's better off out of it.
Myra.
At 35 or somewhere around there. He made his move. He decided to gamble. All or nothing. Go for broke. He lost. But he also won. If you look at it another way.
Well, what did he win? He's dead.
That's what he won.
Myra, are you all right?
Yeah. I can tell you all about him.
You never saw him before.
You know what he died of?
Well, obviously, his heart just...
Sure. But I'll tell you what helped it along. A guilty conscience. Which means he wasn't a professional crook. He had a dead-end job. As a clerk.
How do you know?
He saw his chance to get out of it. To be free. To come, go, have money. And everything money can give you. And he took that chance.
And he lost.
Yes. He lost. Because he made his move too late. After he was all eaten away inside. But he also won.
Well, you keep saying that, but I don't see what or how.
Because he doesn't have to put up with 30 more dull, drab, hopeless years. He doesn't have to feel frustrated, cheated, empty.
I think I know what you're going to say.
You have a talent for painting, but not quite enough. You have a talent for selling, but you don't know how to turn it to your own advantage. The result is, you make other men rich.
I guess I'm not lucky, that's all.
But you are lucky, Joel. You are. Everybody hits the jackpot once in his life.
Well, I guess I'm still waiting for it to happen to me.
You don't have to wait any longer. It just happened.
What just happened?
Downstairs, lying on a dead man's chest, is an attaché case with $250,000.
What are you saying? We should steal that money?
Yes.
Myra.
Steal is the word. Oh, I suppose we could dress it up by calling it something else, but it wouldn't change anything. The second that man closed his eyes and died, I knew we were going to take that money.
Myra, this is wrong.
Joel, honey, if it was right, we wouldn't be having this problem, would we?
You've just taken leave of your senses.
Oh, no. No, not just. I took leave of my senses 30 years ago. On my wedding day. I was 17 and stupid.
Oh, no.
I never had an education. I didn't even finish high school. And you were so smart. Oh, to think a college boy like you could fall for an ignorant little nobody like me.
You were never a nobody.
So anything you did was all right with me. And as the years went by, we didn't have an awful lot.
Well, we always lived well.
We should have lived much better. You should have made 3, 4, or 5 times as much money.
Oh, now,
it's
Myra.
True. All you had to do was stand up to Frank Desmond. But you were afraid.
Things were very complicated.
No, they were very simple. You wanted Frank to have a good opinion of you. You thought you'd alienate him by standing up for your rights. And I paid for it.
Myra.
Joel, that money downstairs, that's your chance. Your only chance. What do you say?
Joel can only give you one of 2 answers, yes or no. And what answer would you give? Aha. And now, what answer would you give if you could be virtually certain no one would ever find out? Well, you don't have to commit yourself. But Joel does. And he has to do it when I return with Act 2 shortly. How easy it is to be virtuous when no one is assaulting your virtue. How readily one may resist temptation if the forbidden fruit is completely devoid of fragrance and flavor. Would David have lusted after Uriah's wife had she been elderly and ugly? What can we say? Is morality basically a matter of what one can afford? Who knows?
Myra, it's wrong.
Sure.
I've never done anything wrong in my life.
That isn't true. You've done a great many wrong things.
I'm talking about sins.
Vanity is a sin. False pride is a sin. Lying is a sin.
When did I ever lie?
Your whole life has been a lie.
Myra, I never realized it. You must hate me.
No. I love you.
How could you love me and say those things?
Joel, so far, absolutely no one knows he's been here.
We have to get in touch with the sheriff.
If we do that, how can we keep the money? No. We don't call the sheriff. We know nothing about
it. But J.B. Lucas came here.
Who says he came here? Now, it won't be light for 2 or 3 more hours. And if the storm keeps up, maybe more than that. Now, let's get dressed.
Why?
So we can get him back to his car.
We don't even know where his car is.
We'll find it.
In this weather?
It has to be down the road.
Well, how can you be sure?
He said he was driving north to Philadelphia. It means he was on the turnpike. He felt this heart attack coming on. He had to get off at the Jessup exit and travel east to get here. Now, let's get him dressed. Is this everything he was wearing?
I think so.
Okay, take the money out of the attaché case and put it in the drawer for now.
Myra,
Do you have a choice, Joel?
But what if someone might see us, Nee?
Who's going to be out at this time of the night in this kind of weather? Who's around to be out, anyway? Doc Kessler's 2.5 miles to the west, and everybody else is safely tucked into bed. Hold it. There's his car. Now, just pull up.
Myra, tire tracks. We leave tire tracks.
What tire tracks? The rain's washing everything away. Now, let's get him into his own car.
How do we know it's his car?
Well, who else would have left the car here? Now, come on.
Myra?
Joel, in a couple of minutes, it'll be all over. Okay. This is everything he was wearing when he came into the house, huh? His watch, his ring. He's got his wallet?
Yes.
And the attaché case. Leave it on the front seat next to him. Yeah, that's good. Now, that takes care of everything. Let's look closely. Is there anything that can tie him in with us?
I don't think so. I don't know.
No, there's absolutely no sign that this man has been in our house tonight. Let's go home. Listen.
To what?
That's just it. No more thunder.
Storm's over.
Oh, what a beautiful morning. Come on, let's get up and have a big breakfast.
You mean you can eat?
I'm starved.
You slept, too, I noticed.
I was dead to the world. Didn't you sleep?
No.
Why not?
Myra, you and I, well...
You and I... We didn't kill him.
I admit it. It's just that I'm nervous. Now, suppose... What if he dropped something around here?
Like what?
Oh, maybe his handkerchief.
Well, that's not worth being nervous about, but take a look around the place. And for a ways down the road. He might have dropped something or lost something. So go on out. Take a look.
I didn't see a thing.
Well, that's good.
But that doesn't mean there's nothing.
What could there be?
Oh, some little clue there always is.
Oh, come on, Joel. It's over and we're out of it.
Are we?
Yeah. Now let's start to live.
His car is gone.
So?
I drove down to where we found it and left him. It's gone.
Somebody must have found him.
Yeah, I suppose.
Look, Joel, we knew he'd be found. Did you drive into the village?
No.
Well, it wouldn't be in the papers yet. I didn't hear anything on the radio. Well, now, what's the first thing we should buy ourselves?
We won't be able to spend much for a while.
Why not?
We'll have to lie low.
For what reason?
Till it blows over.
Till what blows over? Look, a man has a heart attack, dies at the wheel of his car. If it turns out that some money is missing, what does that have to do with you and me? Now, I'm right, Joel, and you know it.
Yes, you're right. It's just I just hope we didn't overlook anything, that's all.
We overlooked nothing. Now, do you want to feel great? Open the dresser drawer and take a look at those beautiful $20 bills.
You mean you left it in the dresser drawer?
For now.
Well, that's crazy. Suppose they search the house.
Who is going to search the house? Why should anyone search the house?
It ought to be put in a safe place.
Okay. Find a safe place and put it there. Now, you want to feel terrific? You want to do something you should have done 25 years ago? Go call Frank and tell him where to head in.
I told you, we have to proceed cautiously. The fact that we're broke is pretty common knowledge, you know. I mean, the storekeepers in town know it, and Hedrick at the bank is aware that we're usually late with our mortgage payments.
So?
So? How would it look if we suddenly started to flash a lot of money around?
Who said anything about flashing money?
Well, just being able to pay your bills when you have no visible means of support. Well, everybody knows I can't sell any paintings.
Oh, why do you always try to make things so complicated?
Complicated? It's common sense. So if I just worked for a while for Frank, it could be blind to account for where our money's coming from. And in a couple of weeks, a couple of months, this money, this fellow Lucas will be ancient history. Come on, let's do it my way.
Why are you stalling?
Oh, no, who's stalling?
You are. What are you waiting for?
Things are not that simple.
Things are never simple
Well,
for
all
you.
I'm saying is we have to be extra... Who's there?
Oh, go see.
The money. You said the money was in the drawer.
See who's at the door. And don't act so nervous.
Well, all right, but...
Open the door.
Hi, Joe.
Sheriff?
Mind if I come in?
Oh, sure. Well, not at all. Come in.
Oh, Myra.
Hello, Sheriff. Cup of coffee?
Never said no to a cup of coffee.
Sit down.
Thank you.
Well, what can we do for you?
I don't know.
Oh?
You know the storm last night?
Do we ever? I thought it had washed the house away.
Yeah, well, this morning, Jess Fallon finds a car parked alongside the road, a mile and a half from here. Fellow's behind the wheel looks awful still. Yeah, he should have been. He's dead.
Dead? From what?
Jess notifies me, and I put in the call to Doc Kessler. Doc says man died of a heart attack.
Oh, that's awful.
What happened was the fellow run out of gas.
Poor guy.
Yeah, and that storm.
Why is this a job for you, Sheriff?
Well, I don't know if it is or if it isn't. Doc thinks the fellow got out of the car and went for help.
Oh?
And that rain? Well, you'd think he'd sit tight, huh?
I would. But Doc looked him over and said to me, see here, his clothes were drenched, his shoes were soaked. How'd they get so wet?
Oh.
So he must have gone out. Well, which way? He was a mile from you folks in one direction, about a mile from the Rumfords in the other. Which way did he walk?
Well, did you ask the Rumfords?
They've been away the past 2 weeks.
I guess the poor fellow headed that way and couldn't get into the house. Knew there was no point going further in that direction because it would take him to the turnpike. Isn't that right, Joe?
Yes, I would suppose so.
So he must have made his way back. By the time he got to his car again, he just didn't have the strength to go on. He managed to get inside where he...
Yeah. Well... Oh, could I have a spoonful of sugar?
Sure.
Oh, thank you. We don't think he went towards the Rumfords.
No?
No. He got out of the car and headed in this direction.
Oh, how can you know that?
Just 50 yards or so down the road from you is where the county's building that culvert. You know, over the creek.
Yes.
A lot of that bottom yellow clay's been washed over on the other side of the road. And Doc Kessler, he said to me, hey, look, see? It's on the edges of his pants.
Oh.
So, that means he must have come within, 50 yards of your house.
The poor man. And we didn't even have our lights on last night. Oh, he must have just got discouraged and turned back. He was so close and so close.
Yeah. Yeah. I have to ask a question. Oh, it's kind of a stupid question, I admit, if it's got to be asked for the sake of the record. You mind?
Well, what's the question?
Did you see this fellow last night? Now, before you even answer it, I know it's an unnecessary question, because if you had seen him, you would have asked him into the house. You would have helped him, naturally. But, as I say, for the record, did you see this man last night?
No.
Life is a series of options, and the secret of success is to keep them all open. However, there comes a time when suddenly one approaches a point of no return. Yes or no? And one is committed to a series of consequences that can never be foreseen or even imagined. That one word, no, and Myra and Joel are in it all the way. Or at least until Act 3, which is on its way. They say you can't cheat an honest man. I don't know what that means. Because millions of honest men and women are being cheated every hour on the hour. Perhaps the implication is that we all have a little larceny lurking somewhere inside us. Perhaps we do. The question is, how much is a little?
You didn't see this fellow last night?
No, Sheriff.
Well, I guess that takes care of that.
You mean he could have been within 50 yards of the house? So near and yet so far.
Yeah, it's tragedy, ain't it?
Excuse me, Sheriff. Hello? Yeah, he's here. Hold on, please. It's for you, Sheriff.
Oh, thank you. Hello? Yeah. What's that? Who? She is? Well, I guess this places a new light on things, don't it? Yeah. All right. I better wait for her here. Well, now, how do you figure this?
What is it?
This whole thing just got kind of complicated.
What do you mean?
Well, this fellow Lucas, a dead man, his wife drove in from Philadelphia as soon as she was notified and insisted on seeing me right away. Jim told her where it was, and so she just flew into her car and took off.
Oh, poor woman.
She wouldn't even wait for me to get back to my office.
I wonder why.
Well, Jim didn't say. She happened to mention something about money. A lot of money.
Oh?
Yeah, and Jim said he never seen a woman so nervous and upset in all his life.
Well, the strain of her husband's death.
What money was she talking about? All the man had was $50 in his pants pocket. Jim asked her to wait, told her I'd be back soon, but she said, no, I couldn't wait. She had to see me at once. And she was out of that door like a shot.
But why?
Well, it shouldn't take more than a few minutes for her to get here. Hope you folks don't mind.
Mind? Why should we mind, Sheriff?
Now, please, Miss Lucas, try to be calm.
But there had to be $250,000.
A what?
In his attaché case.
$250,000?
Sheriff, J.B. is dead, and he's going to be dead for a long time. No, I could cry for him later, but now I have to work for him, for his name.
I wish you'd just tell me what this is all about, ma'am.
What it's all about? Where do I begin? J.B. worked for Phelps Company. J.B. made that company, but he never got any recognition. And then last month, Phelps promoted a man with about half of J.B.'s ability over J.B.'s head. And J.B. didn't say anything. Well, I was afraid he might do something crazy, but
now, ma'am, you just take it easy.
Here, drink this.
Well, thank you. He didn't come home for dinner last night. And I was starting to worry that he might have done something foolish. He did something very foolish. Because about 10 o'clock, the phone rang, and
I'm in Baltimore.
Baltimore? Why? You didn't tell me you were going to... J.B., are you crazy?
I was crazy, Lorraine. But not anymore.
But why?
Lorraine, I took $250,000 from that safe.
You stole $250,000?
I said took. It's my money.
No, it belongs to the firm.
I know, legally.
What are you going to do with that money?
Run away. I'll send for you later.
Oh, J.B., you can't.
I know
Listen.
that, and so I'm over it. I'm over a lot of things. I want to live, Lorraine.
You come right home.
Yes. And I'll put the money back in the safe. And no one will ever know I took it. And then I'll quit Phelps forever.
Oh, J.B.
And I bet I'll stop getting these pains in my chest.
What pain?
Forget it. I'm on my way home.
Your office sheriff called me and I rushed down here. The attaché case, it was empty. The money was gone.
Ma'am, nobody touched that case.
But that money, don't you understand? The $250,000 is gone.
Yeah, but nobody knows anything about it.
Well, who was the first person to... Who discovered my husband's body?
It was Mr. Jesse Fallon.
All right, then I demand that he be brought...
Ma'am, he's a preacher.
I don't care who he is.
Now, look, Miss Lucas, you're excited.
Well, what do you expect me to be?
So why don't I just give you a lift back to
I've got
town,
my own car. Who's the mayor here? Is there a district attorney?
Now, ma'am, you don't want her to go...
My husband's name, his reputation is at stake. Don't you understand?
Ma'am, I'd like to help.
Help? You helped, all of you. You helped yourself to that money. You, that preacher, if he is a preacher, whoever he is, you're all in on it.
Now, ma'am, you got no right to make such an accusation.
Listen, I'm going to fight for my husband. I'll hire a lawyer. I'll call the governor. J.B. Lucas will not be disgraced for something he never did. I'm sorry that I was forced to make such a scene in your home.
That's all right.
I have to do something. I have to do something.
Yeah, Miss Lucas. Yeah, just a minute. Wait for me. Hey, I told you, folks, there's complications.
Myra, what are we going to do?
Nothing.
Nothing? This changes everything.
How?
Well, do you want that man to go to his grave branded a thief?
When a man dies, does it matter how he goes to his grave?
But that poor woman...
What could have happened to her? Nothing.
I won't stand by and allow you...
Yes, you will. That man died for you.
Are you out of your mind?
He was a man exactly like you. A man who could never get what was due him. If he's looking down on us or up at us, what do you think he'd want us to do with the money? Return it to that miserable boss of his? Never. He'd say, keep it. Do what I never had the guts to do. Enjoy it.
But that poor woman...
That stupid woman. If she'd worried more about him when he was alive, if she'd shown that kind of anger and determination, where was it all when he needed it?
That woman, her anguish, it haunts me.
We decided we'll keep the money.
No, we won't.
Joel, if you...
No, we'll be found out.
It's impossible. There's no way.
They're closing in on us.
What are you talking about?
Did we leave a clue?
No.
We keep telling that to ourselves, but we did. That clay from the covert.
So?
Proof that Lucas came this way.
But not that he was in this house.
Yes, there's a clue.
What clue?
I don't know. But there has to be a clue. The clay proves that he came this way. Now, a clue to prove he was in here.
Then tell me what it is.
I can't tell you what it is, but I know it exists.
How do you know?
It has to.
Joel, when you talk like this, it scares me.
Well, you should be scared. You should be scared. We'll be caught, Myra. There's a clue.
You keep saying that, but what can it be?
When that man was in this house, I know I did something. I'm aware of having done something. There is a clue, and I know it.
Oh, get hold of yourself.
I'm trying to.
No one can prove Lucas was in this house. There is no way to prove we took the money. Now, let's forget about it.
Forget? I'm not a man who can steal, Myra.
All right. Then die like he did of a heart attack the way he did, among strangers the way he did.
Myra.
This man Phelps killed Lucas the way Frank Desmond will kill you. You'll die in some little southern town with your sample case.
Please,
Joel, there's nothing more to talk about.
Duty of every citizen.
Joel?
Duty to report.
Joel?
Duty to report knowledge.
Joel, wake up.
Duty to give information. To telephone.
Joel, wake up. Wake up.
Oh, I was fast asleep. Why'd you wake me?
Do you know what you were talking about in your sleep?
I never talk in my sleep.
Who are you going to telephone?
Telephone? What are you talking about?
Joel, everything's gonna be all right. Everything.
That clue.
What clue?
The clue that proves he was in our house.
There is no such clue.
Oh, there is.
Joel, go back to sleep. Forget it.
Hello? Yeah. Who's this? What? What did you just say? Well, who are you? Hello? Hello? Hung up. What did he just tell me?
Who can that be? It's late.
I don't know.
Better answer it.
Evening, Joel.
Sheriff.
Well, look, I know it's late, but I have to ask you a very important question.
What question?
All right, you can hand over the money, and there won't be any questions asked. We'll be smoothed over.
Well, what are you talking about?
The $250,000 J.B. Lucas had in his attaché case. You see, he did come into your house. He died here. And we can prove it. I can prove it by that bottle of your boysenberry wine, Myra.
Oh, good Lord. That's the clue. Now I know. That's
Joel,
the clue.
shut up.
Well, that don't matter. You offered him a drink, and it spilled all over his shirt. Doc Kessler analyzed the stain. That's what it is.
He could have had a drink of wine anywhere.
No, Myra. Not with this much sugar, nor this red. You grow them berries special, Myra. Now, look, there's no permanent harm done. You just hand over the money and nothing will happen.
You can't prove it.
Myra, you can deny it, but you'll be watched and bird dog the rest of your life. Phelps will have private detectives. You'll never be able to spend that money. On the other hand, no one has to know anything.
It's in the front room.
It was you who called me on the phone, wasn't it, Joe?
Me?
You called me and tipped me off to the wine stain, didn't you?
No, I didn't do it, Sheriff. Why would I do a thing like that?
Why? If only I could answer that, Joe. If only I could answer that.
Why? Is it because a man cannot change his morality as easily as he changes his shirt? Or was it the subconscious that dialed the sheriff's office? Or maybe being on the road was more important to Joel than anything else. He may have a good friend out of town. I'll be back shortly. The leopard, as you know, cannot change his spots. The snake, however, changes his skin at regular intervals. Does that mean leopards are more trustworthy and constant than snakes? Do not pet either one. Who is to say that Joel's reluctance to take the money is a blow for honesty? He may have felt that he was getting a better deal from Frank. After all, money isn't everything. Our cast included Joan Lovejoy, Ralph Bell, and Marion Seldes. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
WLNH taking a quick...
The Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Welcome to the future, because the story you're about to hear is a tale of mystery, crime, and adventure in a world 60 years older than our own. Whether that world is 60 years wiser is a question you'll have to answer for yourself. But we want to warn you right now that you might not like our futuristic hero very much. You may even dislike him a great deal. For after all, he is a criminal, a swindler, a con man, a fugitive, and perhaps something even worse. All we ask is that you don't judge him until the last sound is heard, even if it turns out to be this sound.
You'll hit Mrs. Sorensen.
That's right, everybody. You'll hurt your friend, Mrs. Sorensen. And if you don't let me out of this place, I'll hurt her myself.
She's an old woman.
Yes? And I haven't killed an old woman for days. I'm feeling the urge right now. So let me out.
Our mystery drama, The Night We Died, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Henry Slesser and stars Bob Reddick and Joan Shea. I'll be back shortly with Act One. It's the year of our Lord, 2043. It's a vastly different world in many respects. In others, particularly in respect to human nature, it's a world very much like the one we know. We think you'll recognize the kind of human Toby Kane is. A man with an ugly past and an uncertain future. But there were two things you could predict about the future of Toby Kane. One was that he wouldn't be called Toby Kane for very long. Two, that there would be trouble ahead.
Yes?
Harry? Sam. How the heck are you, Harry?
It's not Harry. You know my name is Toby Kane. That's the name you called me at the hotel, right?
Yeah, sure, that's right. Oh, you make it tough on a guy keeping up with you, Harry. I mean, Toby.
I'd like to know how you kept up with me, Sam. How did you know I'd left Callisto? Who told you my new name?
Mutual friends, Toby. Everybody knows that you gave Moffat the slip again. That cop's going to get awful sick of chasing you.
He won't be chasing me anymore. Harry Rentlow is dead. He committed suicide on Callisto.
Sure, I get the idea. Listen, Toby, you must be pretty strapped by now. Could you use some high financing?
You offering me a loan, Sam?
Heck no, I'm offering you a project. I could use some experienced help. Can I see you at the hotel tonight?
All right. Meet me in the Neptune Lounge.
Oh, that's great, Harry. Look forward to it.
The name is Toby. Toby Kane.
I swear, I wouldn't have known you, pal. That surgeon you use. Hey, tell me something. How many face changes have you had?
I don't remember. 3, 4?
That face of yours must be pretty tired by now.
Get to the point, Sam. What's the project?
Well, it's a phony stock deal. The old classic asteroid mines, you know.
Sure, I know. I practically invented it. Who's the fish?
A rich widow named Sorensen. Her husband was a major, killed during the Moon Revolt. He left her some 500,000 credits when he died. She was looking for a safe investment with a counter-inflationary return. In other words, the old dame was looking for a killing. Greedy people in this world, Toby.
What went wrong?
Some crook came along, killed the deal.
What crook?
Some phony medium. Old Lady Sorensen's a great believer in the spirit world. And this Madam What's-Her-Name told her that her husband didn't approve of the investment. I don't even know who she is. I've spent 3 months cultivating this deal, and now it's frozen.
Maybe this medium has her own plans for Sorensen's credits. Maybe you could arrange a split.
How, when I don't even know her name?
Well, there are ways to find out. Give me Mrs. Sorensen's full name and address.
Come on in, Toby. Hey, Vanessa, he's here.
Well, hello, Mr. Kane.
Hello.
Sam tells me you've come up with a solution to our problem.
Vanessa knows the whole scam, so you can trust her all the way.
I didn't say I had the complete solution. What I have is the name of the medium.
How'd you get it, Toby?
Oh, it was easy. Mrs. Sorensen was a rich widow, right? Rich widows have their habits, like taking a Mars cruise, for instance. I called Mrs. Sorensen and spoke to her maid. Said I was from the White Line Cruise Company and wanted to clear up our records on her Mars trip. Sure enough, she took the trip in 32.
But how did that help you?
The next thing I did was write Mrs. Sorensen a letter. I've got a copy right here. Dear Mrs. Sorensen, I doubt that you'll recall me, since 10 long years have gone by since our late meeting. But I still recall with pleasure our delightful chats aboard the Mars cruise, particularly concerning our mutual interest in the spirit world.
Oh, wait a minute, Toby.
Now, let me finish. When we became acquainted on the voyage, perhaps I mentioned my dear wife. I am saddened to report that she passed on to the great beyond a few months ago, leaving a great void in my heart. However, recognizing the eternal nature of the spirit, I am not completely desolated. My one problem now is to locate a trustworthy medium who can bring my dear Agnes back to me.
You mean she actually replied to that?
She thought she did remember me. And she gave me the name of the lady who's queering the stock deal. It's Olivia Nemo, South Court Street, New York City.
Oh, terrific. I'll go see this phony and make a deal.
I've been to see her, Sam.
Well, what did she say? Will she make a deal?
No. Mrs. Nemo's not a very cooperative type. I suspect she has her own ideas about Mrs. Sorensen's investments. That's why she's spending so much time gaining her trust.
What do we do now?
Well, I think it's simple enough. We offer the lady more than Mrs. Nemo is offering.
Like what?
Well, for one thing, I know that the lady doesn't attempt to bring back any image of Mrs. Sorensen's late husband.
Oh, well, Mrs. Sorensen wouldn't be fooled by some phony ectoplasm stuff.
But what if Mrs. Sorensen actually saw her dead husband? Saw him just the way he looked when he was alive? But yet, obviously now part of the heavenly community.
What are you getting at, Mr. Kane?
Well, I've written one more letter to Mrs. Sorensen from the same old ship companion. Dear Mrs. Sorensen, thank you so much for recommending your friend Mrs. Nemo. However, since writing you, I discovered the most remarkable medium I've encountered in all my 70 years. A man named Shan Kazar, who has produced the beloved image of my wife Agnes right before my eyes. The living image, moving, talking, smiling, expressing her serenity and joy in the hereafter.
Oh, for heaven's sake. But who is this Shan Kazar?
Well, can't you guess, Vanessa? It's me.
Come on in, George. Can't tell you how good it is to see you.
That's good to see you too, Phil.
I'll tell you one thing, George. Those plastic surgeons did one heck of a job. You look great.
As you know, that fire bullet didn't just burn off my features. It did a pretty good job of my mind. I couldn't tell them what I used to look like because I didn't know.
Sure, I remember, but what the heck? Here you are, and here I am.
Well, some other things are different, Phil. You stayed in the Army. Hey, I see I have to call you Colonel now.
Tell me what I can do for you. If it's possible, I'll do it. You know that.
Well, it's a kind of unusual request, Phil. It's about those holographic image identifications they made during the Moon Revolt.
The HIDs? Sure, I remember. The Rebs were doing such a great job of infiltration that security insisted on three-dimensional projection holographs of every officer.
They're pretty spooky, aren't they? You could swear the person was in the same room with you. Are they still on file?
Sure, someplace. Why?
Because there's one that I want to borrow. The holograph of a major named John Sorensen of the 1st Moon Division.
Well, I don't know. The Moon Revolt was 5 years ago. Records are all on the Pentagon vaults.
But you can do it, can't you?
Well, I do have a good buddy in personnel. All right, I'll do my best.
So you're a Moon Revolt veteran, Mr. Kane. I don't think I've met one of those in years.
Well, not many Moon veterans like to admit it. It wasn't the most glorious action in military history.
Sam told me you were very badly wounded.
Yes, my face.
Oh, how awful.
Well, maybe not. For all I know, the surgeons gave me a lot better face than I had originally.
You really don't remember?
I remember very little before that fire bullet hit.
Oh, it's dreadful. I mean, the whole war was just sickening.
The Moon colonists got the nutty idea that they ought to be an independent nation.
Didn't they realize that they'd never had a chance?
It took 2 years just the same. 2 very bloody years.
Oh.
I still remember hearing about that horrible night. The mass suicide. It was only a few days after the surrender. All the leaders of the revolt, I guess they decided they'd rather die than face trial. All those bodies piled up in the crater Aristarchus.
Oh, it gives me the shivers to think about it.
Have you ever seen his statue?
Whose?
The man they call Arrigo, the leader of the revolt. There's a statue of him at the base of the crater. The only reminder left of what happened there.
Oh, it's funny, isn't it? When the revolt was happening, everybody hated that man, Arrigo. But now I suppose we all think of him as some kind of hero.
All martyrs become heroes, I guess. But when they sent me to the moon, all I cared about was getting off alive.
And now? Now, what do you care about, Toby?
Staying alive, the best way I know how. And if that means fleecing a rich old widow, here's to the fleecing.
I hope you know what you're doing, Toby.
My name is Shan Kazar.
Yeah, but your name might turn into a number if this HID thing doesn't work.
It does work, Sam. It's unbelievable. Oh, Mrs. Sorensen is here.
All right, get behind the curtain, Sam. Pull the switch when I give the signal. Remember now, the key word is light.
Come in, Mrs. Sorensen.
I hope I'm not late.
Oh, no. No, you're just in time. Mrs. Sorensen, let me introduce you to Shan Kazar.
I am delighted to meet you, madame.
I'm very pleased to meet you, Mr. Kazar. If you can really bring poor John back to Earth, even for a moment.
Mrs. Sorensen, I promise that you will not be disappointed. The spirits are present. I can see something glowing in the darkness. It's a light from the other world. Can you see it, Mrs. Sorensen?
Oh, yes, I see something. Someone. Oh, dear God in heaven, it's him. It's my husband.
Edith, my darling.
Oh, John, it's really you.
Edith, my sweet, I am well and happy. I have found peace here.
What is it like, John? Where are you? Oh, please tell me.
Do not ask me such questions, Edith. You must guard your health and your finances. You must take care of the money I left you.
Yes. Yes, I will.
You must invest it, Edith. Invest it wisely.
But how, John? You told Madame Nemo.
No. Do not believe that woman. She is an imposter, Edith. This is the first moment I have spoken to you from the other side.
But what about the money? Should I invest it in those asteroid shares?
Yes, my precious wife. I have had a glimpse of tomorrow. You will be wealthy. You will continue to have the earthly comforts I wish for you until the hour of our reunion.
John, you're beginning to fade.
I must go now, Edith. I must return.
Wait. One more moment.
He is going, Mrs. Sorensen. Back to beyond the curtain.
Oh, it was marvelous, Toby. You absolutely gave me the creeps.
I've really got to give you credit. You're still the best in the business.
Well, let's wait for the payoff, Sam. Let's get that money in our hands before we congratulate each other.
Oh, do you want me to get that?
No, I'll take it. Hello?
Toby, it's Phil Digby.
Yes, Phil. How are you?
Listen, Toby, about that HID projection.
It really did the trick. You don't know how much you helped, Mrs. Sorensen.
I just don't know what went wrong. My friend in the Pentagon goofed.
Goofed? What are you talking about?
The holograph reel was the wrong one. It was a Major Warrenberg of the 6th Infantry. He isn't even dead. He's retired up in Nova Scotia. Toby, you there?
Yeah, Phil, I'm here. And, don't worry about it. The old lady's eyesight wasn't that good. I guess the uniform was enough.
Wow, that's a relief. Then you don't want the right reel.
No, that's okay. It's all over now. And thank you again, Phil.
What is it, Toby?
Is something wrong?
Oh, I don't know. But that wasn't Major Sorensen the old lady saw. And I don't think her eyes were that bad. She knew I wasn't Oriental even with this makeup on. What I'd like to know is, who's playing tricks on who?
Toby Kane is a man who's used to having things go the way he planned. But suddenly a victim of a swindle has done something unexpected. Mrs. Sorensen has been fooled too easily. And Toby Kane has learned that nothing comes that easy, not even in the world of 2043. We'll return to that world with Act 2 shortly. Toby Kane, con man, has a disturbing riddle to solve. Why did Mrs. John Sorensen react so quickly to the ghost of a man who was clearly not her husband? Toby brooded about it for the next 24 hours. But then something happened that gave him something else to think about. A familiar visitor came to his door.
Mr. Kane?
Yes, who...
My name is Moffat, Mr. Kane. I'm with the Interplanetary Police. May I come in?
Would you mind telling me your business?
I'll tell you inside, if I may. Truth is, Mr. Kane, I'm here to do you a favor.
What kind of favor?
How long have you known Mr. Sam Thumbs?
Sam? Oh, about a month. I met him at a party.
That's what I thought.
Why, what's the trouble?
Mr. Kane, I'll be candid with you. We ran a fast check on Mr. Thumb's associates. We couldn't find you among them. So we figured you were a recent acquaintance and possibly his next victim.
Victim? Of what?
Well, I'm sorry to tell you that Sam Thumbs is a confidence man. He's been indicted for grand larceny some 4 times in his career. He's never been sent to jail because his victims were too involved in his schemes to testify against him. But he's still a criminal, and he may be out to defraud you.
Well, I certainly appreciate this warning, Sergeant.
Captain. My title is Captain Moffat.
Well, I promise you that I'll be very careful. Yes, very careful. From now on.
Yes?
Mrs. Sorensen, I'm the one who called this morning.
Oh, yes. You said your name was... what again?
Kane. Toby Kane. However, my name was George Spanner when I served with your late husband in the 1st Moon Division.
Yes. Won't you come in?
Very good of you to see me, Mrs. Sorensen. I see you have a portrait of your husband.
Yes.
Well, he was certainly a fine-looking man.
Mr. Spanner? Or Kane, or whatever you call yourself. Would you kindly tell me why you wish to see me?
Well, as I said, your husband and I were in the same hospital together.
That simply is not true.
Pardon?
My husband was killed at the Battle of Pluto Crater. He was never brought to any hospital. He died instantly. Now, just what is it you want?
All right, Mrs. Sorensen. I'll put my cards on the table. I understand that you're interested in purchasing stock in the Saturnian Asteroid Company, and that you've been talking to a man named Sam Thumbs.
Why should that be any business of yours?
Because I believe I can save you a great deal of money. I know certain things about Mr. Thumbs and about this asteroid mining project.
I'm sorry, Mr. Kane, but I am not interested in what you have to say.
But you can give me a chance.
Yes. That's exactly what I'm doing. I'm giving you one chance to leave this place before I call the police.
Sam, something is wrong here. Very wrong. Now tell me again, how did you get the lead on old lady Sorensen?
It was Vanessa.
Vanessa?
So what?
Well, didn't it ever occur to you that Vanessa might have been part of a police trap? Did you ever stop to think she might have been working for my old friend Moffat?
Moffat's on Callisto.
He's on Earth, here. A few hours ago, he was in my hotel room trying to protect me from you.
Oh, Vanessa's okay, Toby. I swear it. Listen, it was her idea to get you into the act.
What did you say?
It's true. Vanessa was the one who told me that you were available.
Oh, you fool. Don't you see what that means? How could Vanessa know so much about me unless the cops told her?
Toby, I just don't understand why you're so upset when everything is going just the way we planned.
The way who planned, Vanessa? Tell me how you knew about my escape from Callisto.
Oh, this is ridiculous. I didn't even know you were George Spanner or Harry, whatever you called yourself. It was Sam who found out you were back on Earth.
That's not what he says.
Toby, the only reason I stayed interested in Sam was because he was your friend. Because I wanted to get close to you. This close.
Oh!
Oh, darling, I'm so sorry. These long fingernails of mine, they scratched your neck.
Well, now you can scratch your memory. You can tell me if you know a cop named Captain Moffat.
Don't do this, Toby. Be nice to me the way I want to be nice to you. Kiss me, Toby. Toby, aren't you feeling well?
I feel dizzy all of a sudden.
Oh, you poor darling. Come, sit down.
My neck is burning.
Oh, these awful cat claws of mine. I really should cut them down, shouldn't I?
I can't see straight anymore.
Oh.
You did something to me. Stuck a pin in my neck.
Toby, sit here. Don't fall and hurt yourself.
Drugged. You've drugged me with something. I can't see. Can't Stand.
18 hours.
What?
18 hours and 40 minutes.
Moffat, you here?
Yes, I'm here, my friend. Luckily for you. Must have been a powerful drug they used. Not enough to kill, however. My only regret is that we didn't catch them in the act.
What are you talking about?
I've been keeping a tail on Thumbs and his girlfriend for the past week.
His girl? You mean Vanessa isn't working for you?
Those two are in business for themselves, Mr. Kane. Or, should I say Mr. Murchis? Or Mr. Snapper? You pick the name, my friend. You have plenty of them.
The name is Kane. Toby Kane.
It's funny, you know. I've been chasing you for 5 years. From Earth to Saturn to Callisto. And then I catch you by helping you get out of a jam. Life's a little irony.
You've made a mistake, Captain.
Oh, forget it, Kane. We've already run you through a computer ID. We know who you are. Now, if you help me, I'll help you. I'll guarantee you full amnesty for any past offense. I'll promise you immunity for any crime you've committed. And that's a long, long list.
What's the catch?
Just what you might expect. The assignment I'd want you to handle is difficult, dangerous. Do you know why you were drugged, Kane? Because you must have found out too much about them. You must have stumbled onto something they want very much to conceal.
What's that?
Their real identities. Not Sam. No. He's exactly what he seems to be. A hopelessly inept con man, hardly worth the paperwork it would take to arrest him. But the other, Vanessa and Mrs. Sorensen.
Mrs. Sorensen? What does she have to do with this?
Well, they're members of the most dangerous subversive group on Earth. We have good reason to think they and their friends are ready to commit treason.
Treason? Against who?
Against the entire world, against the planet Earth.
Why, you're crazy. Are you saying those two women are plotting another moon revolt?
Oh, not alone, I assure you. There may be hundreds or even thousands of others ready to repeat the same madness of 5 years ago. We think that both of these women are related to the men that we thought had died in the crater Aristarchus.
Thought they died? Their graves are there.
Yes. But we're beginning to doubt the identities of the men buried in those graves. Now, we've begun to suspect that the Earth forces were victimized by a hoax. A con game, if you like.
You mean they're still alive? Arrigo and the others?
No, we don't know how many, maybe only a handful, but I want you to continue to play the game you've always played, but this time on our side of the law.
What game?
Well, I want you to continue to be a cheat, a swindler, a liar, a pretender, only I want you to victimize a very special group of suckers, a group we've observed closely for the past year. Now, we know their habits, we know their meeting place, we know everything. Except their plans for the moon. And that's what I want you to find out.
Well, why should I be successful?
Because you're going to have another face change, Kane. An official one this time. Here, we want you to look like the man in this photograph.
My God.
That's right. It's the man they call Arrigo. Here's the printout. Now, you take these, Kane. They contain every available fact in the life of Arrigo. 10 biographers couldn't have collected so much data if they'd conducted 10 years' worth of research apiece.
Well, it's still not going to work. Even if I learn every single fact there is to know, there'll be other facts that could trip me up.
Yes, we recognize that possibility.
It won't be enough to have Arrigo's face, even his voice and memory and manner. There are certain things about people, things that can't deceive those who are close to them.
Yes, but they'll want to believe, Kane. Don't you see? These people have been waiting for Arrigo as if he was some kind of messiah, come to rescue them from oppression. Oh, they'll welcome you without suspicion.
A million things can go wrong.
Yes, and then you're a dead man. Well, It's the gamble you'll have to take or reject.
The alternative, of course, is jail.
Yes. A prison asteroid, Kane. You live out the rest of your life on a barren rock in space.
And if I do this thing, amnesty?
That's correct.
What a shame. And I was just getting to like this face.
There's an old saying that one must set a thief to catch a thief. But does it really apply here? Can a swindler, a con man, and a criminal have enough brains and heart to overcome a group of dangerous insurgents? Can Toby Kane walk into their midst and learn their most important secrets? Or will he die in the attempt? We'll find out shortly in Act 3. It was 3 months before Captain Moffat of the Interplanetary Police was able to put his plan into action. The actual face change took only a week. The recuperation took 2 weeks. But the rest of the time was spent in educating Toby Kane to talk, think, and feel like the rebel called Arrigo. Finally, they knew there was nothing further they could do but send Arrigo on his mission, beginning with the first name on top of the list of suspected sympathizers.
Come in, Mr. Duncan. Won't you sit down?
Thank you, Doctor.
Well, shall we get right down to it? I always believed that...
Something wrong, Doctor?
No, it's nothing. It's just that for a moment you looked rather familiar, like someone I knew a very long time ago.
I see. Can I take this chair?
Oh, yes, please. We'll just talk informally at first. You can tell me what your problem is, and I'll tell you whether or not I believe that psychotherapy can be helpful.
Well, I'm not sure I can describe the problem. I've been having fits of depression lately. Been having strange dreams every night.
Yes, can you describe one of these dreams?
Well, last night, for instance, I dreamed that I was walking in outer space, surrounded by stars and meteors. I was just alone.
Alone?
But then I looked below me and saw a soft, glowing object. It looked warm and friendly and inviting. Once I had been afraid of it. Once I had thought of it as being cold and airless and alien. But now I knew it was home.
And what was this object?
It was the moon. And it was mine.
Who are you?
Does this dream mean anything to you, Doctor? If it doesn't, then I think we're wasting each other's time.
Who are you?
I'm a ghost, Doctor. A ghost from Aristarchus. But a very solid ghost. Here, take my hand.
Arrigo. Arrigo!
Yes, Doctor, Arrigo. I've been a long time getting back.
But we were so sure that you were killed.
I survived. Now I'm here. And now I'm ready to help. I've heard that there are plans, Dr. Sullivan.
Oh, yes. There are good plans. This time we won't make the same mistakes. We're going to be ready before we strike.
And when will that be?
Well, the date hasn't been set. There's been too much disagreement among the members of the Central Committee. But now, maybe now, with a new leader among us.
How, Doctor? How will it begin?
Well, in the only way left to us, Arrigo, we won't begin on the moon, but on Earth.
Earth?
We're beginning right here, preparing our weapons right in the camp of the enemy.
What weapons do you have?
Moon-to-Earth missiles with atomic warheads, the weapons we should have had before the revolt. The only weapon that will give us the iron fist we need to make our voices heard. By the time we're ready to declare the moon a sovereign power, we'll be pointing the warheads at the continents of Earth. We won't fire them if our demands are met.
And if not?
Then we'll make sure that Earth never forgets the price of tyranny.
But how can you build these missiles? Where?
Well, I'll show you, Arrigo.
How strange, Doctor. So much noise in a hospital.
Well, this is a very unusual hospital, Arrigo. Populated by a very unusual breed of lunatics.
Lunatics. Yes.
The idea came to us 5 years ago. What would be a better hiding place for our activities than a mental home? So we built this hospital and filled its rooms and wards only with patients marked by that special madness of the moon children.
It was a brilliant idea.
Well, what you see here is only the tip of the iceberg. That noise you hear comes from below, from an underground missile factory. We'll go on a tour of inspection later, but right now, we have a meeting to attend.
Then we were expected.
I've alerted all the members of the Central Committee. They're in the main conference room. I don't have to tell you that this is a great moment for all of us. Please come this way. Ladies and gentlemen, Arrigo.
Wait! You fools! This is not Arrigo. This is not my son.
No, wait. You must give him a chance.
You think I wouldn't know my own son? This man is an imposter, an impersonator. You've been duped by a police spy, Selwyn.
But I've talked to him. I've asked him questions that no one but Arrigo himself could answer. Well, you must remember it's been years since you've seen him, Mrs. Sorensen.
Mrs. Sorensen? So that's what you're calling yourself now, Mother, huh? Whatever happened to the name, Mrs. Lincoln?
You think you're very clever, don't you?
I remember how you picked that name. Out of an old history book. Where did you get Sorensen from, Mother?
You think you can convince me, don't you? But you're wrong, imposter. You really are my son. Sing it. Sing the song we used to sing together when you were a little boy.
I don't think I can remember it.
My son would never forget that song.
Well, it's been so many years.
Arrigo would never forget. But Arrigo is dead. And you must die, too.
Now, wait. Listen to me. Mother, if you'll just look at me more closely. Like this.
Look out! He's got her! Stop! Don't shoot! You'll hit Mrs. Sorensen.
That's right, everybody. You'll hurt your friend, Mrs. Sorensen. And if you don't let me out of this place, I'll hurt her myself.
She's an old woman.
Yes, and I haven't killed an old woman for days. I'm feeling the urge right now. So let me out.
This is marvelous, Kane. Absolutely marvelous. With this information, you can wipe out this nest of rebels in 6 hours.
They were so anxious to believe that Arrigo had returned that they forgot to be cautious.
Well, you've done a magnificent job, Kane. A magnificent job for us and for the entire world.
I don't want any medals, Captain. I just want that freedom you promised me.
Well, a medal would be a lot easier.
What was that?
Freedom is the only thing I can't grant you, Kane. Now, I know I made you promises.
What are you talking about? What's that gun for?
I wish things could be different, Kane. You've accomplished something that I could never have done by myself. You've saved thousands, perhaps millions of lives. But that doesn't blind me to the fact that you're a criminal. A dangerous criminal who can't be turned loose in society.
I can't believe this. After you swore...
The only oath I've ever taken sacred is the oath of my office.
Well, you're not sending me to any prison, Asteroid Moffat. You'll have to kill me.
I'm a policeman, Kane, not an executioner. But I can be both if you force me.
Well, then you'll have to be both.
Don't try to...
Are you all right? Have you been hit?
My leg.
Stay where you are. I'll get a doctor.
Vanessa, you killed him. You killed Moffat.
To save you. And to save us.
Well, then you're one of them, too, the Moon Rebels.
Mrs. Sorensen told me what happened. I thought you might return here, that you would never meet Moffat on his home ground.
Well, then why don't you kill me, too? I know as much as Moffat does.
Please try to understand. They didn't know who you were at the hospital. They didn't know you were Toby Kane.
Toby Kane? That doesn't make any sense.
Mrs. Sorensen didn't know you were Kane. That's why she accused you of being an imposter.
I don't understand.
Listen, and listen hard. I was the one who got Sam Thumbs to send for you. I drugged you because we planned to kidnap you, to take you to the hospital where we hoped to restore your memory, to help you recall the past.
And they tried that at the Army hospital.
Yes, we know. Your memory was destroyed the night we died in the crater Aristarchus. Most of us escaped, but you were brought down by a fire bullet. You were wearing an Earth uniform so that you were mistaken for one of them and brought to a hospital on Earth. We didn't know the true facts then. We thought you... But after the war, we found records. Records that made us believe that you were alive, Arrigo. Truly alive.
Arrigo?
Yes. You're Arrigo. The face you wear is your own face. What an ironic joke on Captain Muffet. He gave you back the face you were born with.
And Mrs. Sorensen?
Your mother. She did believe you were an imposter because she knew that her son was wearing the face of Toby Kane. She never expected to see Arrigo with his own face.
Well, I can't believe it. I don't remember anything before the hospital. They had me convinced that I was an Earth soldier. I never knew why I hated the facts so much.
You will remember. We need you to remember. We need you to lead us. And I need you to love me. Look at me, Toby Kane, Arrigo. I am your wife.
Here it is, Colonel. The recorded message from the moon base.
Put it on the screen, you idiot. Let's hear what this madman has to say.
Yes, sir.
I can't understand it. A whole garrison of moon troops surrendering without firing a shot. And now this lunatic with his demands.
All ready, Colonel.
Well, play it.
My name is Arrigo.
It is him.
My name is Arrigo. And I am spokesman for the Provisional Government of Luna. The moon is no longer a satellite of Earth. From this day forward, the moon is an independent world with full sovereign powers to choose its own leaders and determine its own future. We are prepared to defend this independence with our lives because we are the children of the moon. And the moon is ours.
And so the children of the moon, the lunatics whose first revolt failed, have once again asserted their right to independence. Will it succeed this time? Have they prepared themselves enough to convince the powers of Earth to let them find their own destiny? The answer to that question is in another story and another time. I'll be back shortly. Will it ever really happen? Now that man has walked on the moon, will the next step be colonization? Will the moon become a new homeland where men will live in an artificial atmosphere, eclipsed by the great green globe of Earth, and yet become strangely devoted to the cold and rocky world they call home? Stranger things have happened. Our cast included Bob Reddick, Joan Shea, William Griffiths, and Jackson Beck. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Serving your community for the past 55 years. WLNH-FM, Laconia.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Lovers and madmen have such seething brains, such shaping fantasies that apprehend more than cool reason ever comprehends. So spoke the master of the English language, William Shakespeare. People in love do many strange things, but none so strange as the mystery of love itself. A passion that can be neither defined nor analyzed, weighed nor measured. Love's causes can never be known, only its consequences. It is a force so powerful it can move mountains or make time stand still.
Alice, I'm so desperately happy.
Oh, Edgar, why do you say desperately?
Well, I don't know. Because I'm afraid, I guess.
Darling, surely you don't doubt my love.
Well, I'm trying not to, believe me, but it's all so perfect now. Can it really stay this way forever?
Our mystery drama, Hope Springs Eternal, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Percy Granger and stars Court Benson and Ann Williams. I'll be back shortly. Moderation in all things, counseled the wise Aristotle. Certainly grief and pain in the extreme are to be avoided at all costs. But what of happiness? If asked, we would probably say that nothing could be better than perfect bliss. Yet why, then, do we so often cripple our own best hopes with doubts or jealousy and realize what we have done only when it's too late? This is a story of love, and it begins, of all places, in the dusty archives of a small New England fishing village.
My name is Alistair Hodge. I'm a professor of history with a special interest in folklore, which is to say the legends and superstitions of ordinary people, which is to say people like you and me. Recently, I spent some time in a small seacoast town north of Boston, poring over old diaries, family records, and so forth. I'd come upon nothing unusual until on the final day of my stay there, or what was to have been my final day.
Sorry, Mr. Hodge, but it's closing time.
Oh, thank you, Reuben. Come to release me from my labors for another day, huh?
That's my job.
Well, what's the weather been like today?
You haven't looked out the window since this morning?
Oh, once I become absorbed in these old documents, I lose all sense of time. I guess you'd call it a labor of love. What's the matter? Did I say something wrong?
No.
Well, we all have our abiding passions. Mine is folklore. I'd gladly plow through an entire library just to turn up one new folk remedy for a snake bite or one old wives' tale.
Is that so difficult?
Well, it is indeed when you've read as much as I have. But there's a kind of faith that keeps me going. A faith that, well, someday I'll stumble across something truly astonishing.
This hope, it makes you happy?
Well, I suppose an analyst would say my work is just a substitute for human companionship.
You're not married, eh?
Well, there was a woman who loved me once, or said she did. I found it difficult to believe. I don't know why. In any case, she eventually married someone else. But that was a long time ago, and well, it doesn't matter now.
Doesn't it?
Now, Reuben, don't tell me you're a sentimentalist.
No, I believe in nothing you can't put between two slices of bread. More's the pity. Well, see you tomorrow morning as usual.
No, I believe I'm finished. Unless there's something you haven't shown me.
No. Well, I'll just let you out.
Reuben, aren't you going to answer the phone?
What? Yes. Hello. Oh, hello, Miss Pennington. No, I haven't seen him. Yes, everything's ready, just as you ordered. Yep. Goodbye. I'll just let you out, Miss Hodge.
Reuben, was that the same woman who called you yesterday?
Oh, I suppose.
And the day before? In fact, every day for the past 2 weeks?
Much longer than 2 weeks, Mr. Hodge.
Always at precisely 5 o'clock. And always you seem to have precisely the same conversation.
Do we? I don't know.
Might I be so bold as to inquire...
It's a private matter, Mr. Hodge.
Oh, I'm sorry. Forgive my curiosity.
Well, that's your job.
My abiding passion. Well, goodbye, Reuben, and thank you for your cooperation.
Mr. Hodge, Professor, do you believe in the supernatural?
The supernatural? What an odd question.
Well, you devoted your life to it.
Oh, I see. No, Reuben, I don't. We simply use the supernatural to explain those things for which no rational cause has yet been found.
But how can we be so sure what's true and what isn't?
Well, you see, the one thing Western men cannot abide is mystery. We'll go to any lengths to comfort ourselves with explanations, even so far as self-deception.
Do you really think it's that simple?
Well, we can only believe in what we experience with the 5 senses.
Yeah. What about what we experience with the heart?
What? Reuben, you are a sentimentalist.
Don't laugh, Mr. Hodge. I've got to tell someone.
Tell me what?
You say it's difficult to find anything new in your researches. And if you'll promise me not to put this in one of your books, I can tell you the most remarkable story you've ever heard.
What good's a remarkable tale if it can't be published?
You'll understand when I've told you.
Good morning, Reuben.
Morning, Mr. Hodge.
Well, I can certainly see what the weather's like today. I think there's going to be a storm.
Yeah, just like that day so many years ago when it all began.
Oh, yes, the story. But why did you insist we meet here on the beach? Surely you didn't think I'd have a tape recorder in my pocket, did you?
I wanted you to see the house.
You mean that mansion over there beyond the dunes?
Yeah, it was built in 1692.
Looks deserted.
The last people to live there were the Penningtons, Edgar and Alice Pennington. They were a young couple, wealthy, from Boston. They were newlyweds, hadn't been married more than 2 weeks, and I'd never seen a more devoted couple, despite Mr. Pennington's fears.
Fears?
He was a man struggling to find faith, Mr. Hodge. Faith and hope.
You sound as if you knew them well.
I was a servant in the house. It was 1942, during the war.
Edgar, good afternoon, dear.
Oh, hello, darling.
Looks like we're in for quite a storm.
A real nor'easter.
Do they really use that expression here?
Oh, yes.
I thought it was only in books. Oh, Edgar, I think this little village is the most enchanting place on earth.
Do you really?
This old house. Oh, what a lovely place for a honeymoon.
You really like it here?
Oh, yes. Now, come. You told me this morning you had a surprise for me. What is it?
You do like this place, then, the village, the ocean?
I could wish for better weather. The storm will pass.
Yes. Yes, like everything else.
Edgar, what's the matter?
Oh, I don't know. These thoughts keep going through my head.
Thoughts?
Doubts.
Oh, darling, about what?
About everything. The war, the future, us.
Us? But that's silly. Why?
Everything is so perfect. We're married at last until death do us part.
Yes, I know. I should be happy, but I can't help it. The happier I am, the more I feel a kind of dread.
Oh, dear.
I know it's silly.
But whatever is there to be afraid of?
That it won't last. That it can't last.
But why not?
Well, why should it? Nothing else does. Nothing else ever has.
Is it because your own parents were so terribly miserable?
They started out life together so happy. Just like us.
Oh, darling. What can I do to reassure you? There's never been anyone else but you.
So, how can you be so sure I'm really the right person for you?
Edgar, if you don't stop this, I'll begin to tease you.
No, please. I need you, Alice.
I know. I'll ring for that young man you've hired. What's his name?
Reuben.
Reuben. I'll have him lay the fire and bring us our tea. And then you can tell me you're surprised.
No, let's take our walk first on the beach.
Today? With that storm coming up?
I need something to relieve this pressure on my heart. Maybe the wind and the rain.
Well, that's what it is, the weather. It's this miserable day that's got you so depressed.
No, it's not that.
Well, it depresses me. Oh, I suppose I'll always be a city girl at heart.
Do you mean that, Alice?
It doesn't matter. We'll be back in Boston in a few days. But come, tell me you're surprised.
Well, I bought this house.
Bought it?
Yes, you were so ecstatic when we arrived. I thought you liked it.
Oh yes, I do. I mean, it is quaint in a rather overwhelming kind of way. So old.
You see? It's beginning already. The disintegration.
Oh, darling, now don't be silly. I'm sure I can get used to it.
You shouldn't have to get used to anything.
But nothing's perfect. Except our love.
Oh, Alice, if you really meant that.
I do, Edgar. Please, come. We'll go for a walk if that's what you want. Storm or no storm.
Oh, I hope you're right, dear. That it's just a mood, but I've had these doubts all my life.
Then I'll help you to change.
If only you could. But how?
By loving you. By having faith in you and teaching you to have faith in me and hope in our wonderful future together.
Oh, my darling. I'm so happy. I must get out. Away from this house. I feel like throwing myself into the surf and letting it dash me against the rocks.
Oh, dearest, let me just give Reuben orders to have things ready when you return.
I'll wait for you on the dunes.
Oh, please, stay where I can see you.
Yes.
You are all right, aren't you, Edgar?
What? Oh, yes, of course. Alice, you will help me. You won't lose patience with me, no matter what happens.
Oh, but what could possibly happen, Edgar? We're man and wife now. Where you go, I go. It's as if we occupied the same space.
That's what I want to believe more than anything else in the world.
You will, dear. In time.
You rang, ma'am?
Oh, Reuben, yes.
Well, what did you want, ma'am?
What? Oh, would you see that the fire is lit and that the tea service is ready for us when we return?
It's a bad day for a walk.
I know, but Edgar, Mr. Pennington isn't feeling well. He thought the store might distract him.
He's just nervous. Newlyweds always are.
Look at him, standing there on the dunes, outlined against that terrible sky. Oh, there's a torment in his soul as fierce as those clouds. Sometimes I feel like I don't know him at all. If only I could be certain he really loved me.
I think he does, ma'am.
Do you? Edgar! Oh, Edgar! Oh, wait for me! Oh, don't go down onto the beach. Edgar! Oh, he's out of sight. Oh, well, I'll see him as soon as I get to the top of the dune. Edgar!
Edgar's doubts fatal after all, in spite of Alice's reassurances? The poet says the course of true love never did run smooth. But how true can a love be that gives up so easily? Well, we mustn't get ahead of ourselves. I shall return shortly with Act 2. Anyone can be tormented by doubts and fear for the worst. Often it is only by a kind of blind faith that we keep going at all. And when the situation's darkest, that's when this faith comes in most handy.
That's exactly how it happened, Constable. When I reached the crest of the dune, Edgar had vanished.
Oh, men don't just vanish into thin air, Mrs. Pennington. Is there any reason why he might have wanted to leave you?
You mean abandon me? Oh, we've only been married 2 weeks. Edgar was a moody person.
How do you mean?
Oh, he was afraid it wouldn't last.
What wouldn't last?
Our love. It was as if he had difficulty believing we could be happy. He was tormented by doubts.
Well, that does raise another possibility, Mrs. Pennington.
What do you mean?
That your husband took his own life.
How
Not just a moment. That beach stretches for a mile in either direction without so much as a piece of driftwood to hide behind. Yet you say it was less than a minute between the time he disappeared over the dune and you reached the spot where he'd been standing.
Well, it may have been a little more than a minute.
A spot from which you could survey the entire length of the beach. Now, where else could he have gotten to in that period of time? 4:37, the time of his disappearance, the ocean was at high tide, a mere 40 yards from the dune. The surf was up, making visibility difficult.
No, Edgar would not have killed himself.
Forgive me, Mrs. Pennington, but how can you be so sure?
Because he loved me. He wouldn't do that to me.
Oh, yet you did say he's been moody, restless.
I didn't say restless. You're putting words into my mouth.
Mrs. Pennington, did you know that Edgar's father committed suicide?
What? Oh, no, I didn't. Edgar never told me that. But anyway, what of it? I mean, suicide isn't hereditary.
No, but insanity is.
What?
Edgar's father was certifiably insane at the time he took his own life.
How do you know all this?
I knew the whole family, Mrs. Pennington. They used to come here on holiday.
Here?
In fact, they used to rent this very house.
They did?
Now, Reuben Thompson tells me not 3 days ago, Edgar bought the place. Is that true?
Yes.
A strange act for a man trying to escape from his past, wouldn't you say?
Edgar did not commit suicide. And he will be back.
You seem very certain of that, Mrs. Pennington.
There was a perfect love between us.
Was her faith justified? Did Edgar turn up?
Not in those next few days. I stayed with her. That is, someone had to, you understand. She was beside herself with grief. A few people had died in the storm. Their bodies washed ashore here and there. I went to see them all, but none of them was Edgar.
Well, of course, some bodies are never found.
Some bodies, that's true. Things went from bad to worse. Mrs. Pennington's hysteria ebbed, and she began to slip into a kind of indifference. But she refused to let me call a doctor. She didn't want others interfering. She insisted this was something between her and Edgar. I don't know what would have happened if she hadn't received a visit from that man.
What man? Mrs. Pennington?
Yes.
I'm Captain Reynard. I'm with United States Intelligence Operations.
Yes?
Constable Jonathan Barnes reported your husband's disappearance to us.
He had no right to do that.
This is wartime, ma'am. Something like this cannot go uninvestigated.
Something like what?
May I come in?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Oh, please have a seat, Captain.
You seem remarkably composed.
I'm very tired. One does need to take a rest, even for one's grief. But do you have some news for me?
I have some questions I'd like to ask you.
Oh, well, by all means.
Are you aware that there are German U-boats patrolling the waters off our coast?
I know it's not very patriotic of me, Captain, but...
But what?
I've been so distraught by my own private grief that I've quite lost interest in the war. I really don't care who wins.
Oh? Did your husband share your sentiments?
Edgar was intensely patriotic. It bothered him immensely that he wasn't fit for active duty.
Not active duty, perhaps.
Because of a bad leg. He'd taken a fall from a polo pony. What do you mean?
Mean?
You said not active duty.
How much did you know about your husband's work?
Oh, I have no head for business, Captain Maynard.
Did you know he was working for civil defense?
Yes, but that was only part-time.
And did you know that he had clearance, top security clearance?
No. Well, of course, he never talked about it. He was very scrupulous, very patriotic. I told you.
Patriotic, yes, but to which side?
What?
We've run a rather thorough check on your husband, Mrs. Pennington, and there is strong evidence which suggests he may have been a German agent.
A German agent? Oh, that's impossible.
Just how well did you know your husband, Mrs. Pennington?
What do you mean?
Well, you'd only been married for 2 weeks at the time of his disappearance, and you'd met him only 3 months before that.
It was love at first sight.
Hardly a sound, factual basis for a marriage. Constable Barnes said you told him your husband had been moody.
That had only to do with us. He worried about the future.
I'm sure he did.
Our future. More than anything else, I was determined to persuade him that he didn't have to worry anymore. He was going to be happy. We were both going to be happy. And I know I would have succeeded.
I'm sure you would have, Mrs. Pennington. Did you know that on the evening of his disappearance, our sonar detected a U-boat less than a mile off this very beach?
What?
Did you know that your husband had access to the plans for our entire coastal defense?
No.
And that there was a leak in the Civil Defense Bureau where he worked?
No. No, I didn't know any of those things, Captain Reynard. I only knew that Edgar loved me and that he was trying desperately to trust in his love.
Please, Mrs. Pennington, I'm sorry. I see I was wrong. But perhaps it does set your mind at rest to know that there is a possible explanation for his disappearance.
Well, Edgar has not disappeared.
What did you say?
I mean, he isn't gone. I can feel him here with me right now as if he were in the room at this very moment, trying to speak to me, and I can't hear him.
I'm sorry I disturbed you, Mrs. Pennington. If you'll excuse me, I should leave.
Yes, it's nearly 5, time to lay the fire and prepare afternoon tea. Reuben.
Ma'am?
Please show this gentleman to the door.
Still, Mrs. Pennington, it should be some comfort to realize that when the war is over, your husband might return or send for you.
How little that man knows about love. Oh, Reuben. Dear Reuben, I don't know what to think anymore. Sometimes I feel as if I never really knew Edgar at all. Everyone is trying to take him away from me. Well, I won't let them. I won't let them do that. Reuben, you may bring us our tea.
And did Edgar return after the war?
Would I be going now to lay the fire and set out the tea if he had?
You mean that for all these years...
Every day.
And every evening?
She telephones to see if he's returned.
I've heard about the power of love, but never anything like this.
Not love, Mr. Hodge. Hope. Mrs. Pennington?
Yes, Reuben.
It's time for dinner now. Aren't you going to come down?
Just a few more minutes.
Well, it's gotten dark.
I can still see.
You've spent every waking hour up here on the Widow's Walk for the last 6 months. Surely if Mr. Pennington were going to return...
He will return, Reuben. I've told you that.
It's not summer anymore. Looking at that sky, I'd say we're just about due for the first storm of winter.
Nevertheless, I'll keep my vigil here just as the wives of the fishermen used to watch for their men at sea.
Finally, though, her grief got the better of her. Her faith's never wavered, not from that day to this. But she could no longer bear to remain in that house with its brief memories and unfulfilled dreams. She left that winter and moved back to Boston.
So Mrs. Pennington never regained her sanity?
Who said she was insane?
Well, she has you light the fire and set out tea every evening. I'd certainly call that obsessive. You haven't told me which explanation you believe, Reuben. Did Edgar drown himself, or was the captain right about his being a German agent?
I never believed either one of them.
No?
No, not for a minute.
Why not?
Because of Mr. Pennington's game leg. He never could have descended the dune and crossed the 40 yards to the surf in the minute or so it took Mrs. Pennington to come into view.
Alice?
What?
You called her Alice.
I did.
Why?
Well, I guess I was a little in love with her myself then.
Reuben...
I know what you're thinking, Mr. Hodge, that I had something to do with his disappearance. But would I be telling you the story now if I had?
But it's so frustratingly incomplete. A man vanishes without a trace. You've got to have an explanation for that, or it's hardly worth publishing.
You gave me your word, Mr. Hodge, that you'd not publish this.
So I did, and I'll keep it. You've ruled out suicide and wartime intrigue. What's left? In fact, how can he have disappeared, period? A crippled man on an open beach.
That's just it, Mr. Hodge. He never disappeared at all.
There's a little of the madman and a little of the lover in each of us, goes an old Spanish proverb. Which of these ingredients is it that has motivated Alice Pennington's vigil for 35 years? Perhaps it's a mixture of both. Or perhaps there is really no distinction. We'll find out. Hope springs eternal in each of us for something or someone. Sometimes we'll even deceive ourselves, so great is our longing. But is it really deception? To paraphrase the poet, there is nothing possible or impossible, but desire makes it so.
You say Edgar Pennington never disappeared at all?
He was right here, all the time.
Where?
Here.
But I don't understand. Why did he vanish or whatever? And why did he never make himself known?
Well, as to why it happened, I'm not sure. As to why he didn't make himself known, well, I think he has.
Reuben, just what did happen?
Well, about 3 weeks ago, just a week before you arrived, as a matter of fact, I was repairing the attic roof of the house there against the winter. I was tearing out some old shingles right under the eaves when I discovered a book.
A book?
People must have been through that attic hundreds of times and never discovered it.
It was an old book, then?
It was a diary, Mr. Hodge, kept by one of the daughters of the original owner, Elijah Cuthbert, the man who built the house nearly 3 centuries ago.
Cuthbert?
Naturally, with my interest in our local history, I thought this was quite a find. I forgot about my work and began to read it. It was standard enough fare until I came to the entry for April 11, 1692.
April 11, 1692. There was a skirmish with the Mapahasset Indians on the 7th of April of that year, but I don't recollect anything significant happening on the 11th.
It was April 11th that Edgar Pennington disappeared.
Well, yes, but that was in 1942.
On that day, the diary records the appearance of a strange man at the house just about 5 o'clock in the evening.
The time?
He seemed confused by his surroundings and appeared to have no memory of recent events of that time.
But this is impossible.
Fortunately, Prudence, that's the girl who kept the diary, was very observant. She described the stranger's dress in detail. Pants made out of sailcloth, and a thin jacket of shiny, unnatural material never before seen in those parts. In other words, Mr. Hodge, khakis and a windbreaker.
And was that
exactly what Edgar Pennington had been wearing when he vanished?
You're trying to tell me that somehow Edgar Pennington was transported back through time to the year 1692? But that's science fiction.
I'm telling you what I found. It's a free country. You can draw your own conclusions.
Well, I must say that my first conclusion is that the diary is a fake.
That was mine, too.
The book ought to be examined by experts.
I am an expert, Mr. Hodge.
Well, of course, I didn't mean to imply that...
I've been the curator of the town archives for over 30 years. Laying fires and setting out tea in abandoned houses is only a sideline.
Then I'm sure you can appreciate the necessity for tests.
I've already done them.
For the acid content?
Yeah.
And the paper?
Handmade, 100% rag, watermarks, wire and chain lines, all there.
And the ink?
Made from iron gall. That diary is absolutely authentic. There's even mold in the leather. Now, that couldn't have been forged.
So Edgar Pennington was the victim of a time warp, hurtled back through 2.5 centuries.
And probably standing not half a dozen yards from Alice, as she called his name.
Well, what did you do after you found the book?
What do you think? I caught the next train to Boston to see Mrs. Pennington. At last, we had the answer to the mystery of her husband's disappearance. She'd lived like a recluse all these years, alone, miserable. I wanted to set her poor, tormented mind at rest.
Yes?
Mrs. Pennington?
Yes? Who are you?
It's me, Reuben Thompson.
Reuben! Well, forgive me for not recognizing you.
That's okay. I'd have only known you by the name on the door.
Still as blunt as ever. Well, it has been a long time, but please come in.
Yep.
Oh, how surprising. We've talked every evening on the phone for 35 years, and only now does it strike me that in all that time we've never seen each other. Not since the day I left.
Yep, 35 years.
And life is so full of such wonderful surprises and expectations. I was just about to have some tea. Would you,
Mrs. Pennington.
Reuben, why are you here? What's brought you to Boston?
Well,
He's returned? You've seen him?
No, I haven't seen him.
It isn't? Oh, no. Has his body been found?
No, nothing like that. It's, well, you see, I was repairing the attic for the winter.
I'm so relieved. You gave me a start. You know, Edgar was on my mind, as always. I was just reading Browning when you rang. Elizabeth, that is. I will not be accused of feminism, I trust, when I state the fact that she was a much better poet than her husband. The sonnets from the Portuguese. I love thee with the passion put to use in my old grief. I love thee with the breath, smiles, tears of all my life. And if God choose,
That's very pretty.
But, of course, he's not dead.
No. I mean, what I came to...
But do you take cream or lemon?
What?
Reuben, in your tea.
Oh, I don't know. I mean, I never drink tea.
Then I shall make the choice for you. Lemon. And some sugar. Oh, how much I look forward to our conversations each evening on the phone.
You do?
Yes, brief as they are. Dear Reuben, you're the only friend I have. Has my silliness become such a terrible imposition?
No, not at all. I've been more than happy to do it.
For 35 years. Surely there were times when you wished yourself free of it all.
But it's just a routine, Mrs. Pennington.
Do you know the last thing Edgar did before he disappeared? He was standing at the very crest of the dune. Oh, I do remember it as if it were yesterday. And he turned to watch me as I approached. And he waved, as if beckoning me to follow him. Oh, there was a hurt look in his eyes, as if he were afraid I might not. But at the corners of his mouth were the beginnings of a smile. A brave effort to overcome his fear once and for all and accept our happiness. And that's why I know he's never left me, and why I know he'll return. There's so much to look forward to. Oh, forgive me. Here I am prattling on without letting you get a word in edgewise. Now, you came to tell me something.
Yes. Yes, I did.
Well, then, what is it? Oh, there's nothing wrong with the house, I hope.
Well, I was up in the attic, you see.
Yes, working on the roof, you told me. And
I found that it's going to require about $50 to repair it.
Is that all? Oh, but you could have written me for the money. You sure there's not something else? You seem upset.
No. Thank you for the tea.
What's that you've got there?
What?
Oh, that book.
Oh, it's just something I picked up in town. An old diary of sorts. Something to read on the train home.
Oh, and I thought maybe you'd brought me a present. Well, Reuben, dear Reuben, goodbye.
Bye.
Reuben, I really am quite mad, you know.
And that was it? You left without telling her?
It wasn't up to me to destroy her hope.
But the truth?
The truth, Mr. Hodge, was that as I sat there and watched her talk, she seemed to grow younger and younger before my very eyes. As if time hadn't passed at all. And if time can stand still for 35 years, why not for 3 centuries?
Are you sure that was the only reason?
What do you mean?
Well, the phone calls.
Well, who knows why we do what we do. Anyway, you see now why the story must not be published.
Of course. At least not in Mrs. Pennington's lifetime. But you haven't finished.
Finished?
The story. The stranger in the diary. Edgar Pennington or whoever he was. Whatever became of him? Does the diary say?
Well, the Cuthbert family took him in and tried to make him feel as much at home in those familiar, strange surroundings as possible. He remained there for the entire summer. But they saw very little of him, for he spent all his waking hours on the widow's walk.
Like Alice Pennington.
Always preoccupied, as if waiting for something or someone. The diary records a deep sorrow, as if he were suffering an unbearable loss.
The cruel betrayal of fate. Like the betrayals he'd endured all his life.
Or a fulfillment, for they were together in a way.
And then?
One day, he quite abruptly announced his departure for Boston. When the family pressed him for an explanation, he'd say only that the person he was waiting for was no longer there. He left, and I never saw him again. nor even heard further word of him.
And that's the end of the story?
I don't think so. You see, the date of the entry, which records his departure, was November the 9th. That's the same day when 2.5 centuries later, Mrs. Pennington left the house herself.
And went to Boston.
Forever.
A cruel trick of fate or a fulfillment. Who knows? Perhaps Edgar Pennington would never have been happy in this life. Perhaps he would have lived fitfully, waiting for the disappointment he had experienced so often before. Who are we to say? But what of Reuben's decision not to tell Alice Pennington about the diary? A word on that in a moment. Was Reuben's act of concealment selfless or selfish? He certainly loved Alice Pennington and would wish for her happiness. But what about his own happiness in the expectation of her phone calls each evening? Only one thing seems certain. As long as there is room for hope, can any story be said to have ended unhappily? A final thought on time travel. Is it really only science fiction? I don't know, but I can say this. Compared to the complexities of human motivation, is the idea of time travel really so astonishing? Our cast included Court Benson, Ann Williams, Robert Maxwell, and Russell Horton. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Each of us is a hostage to time and fortune. Our lives are handed over to what appears to be the random chances of an uncertain fate. So often, there seems to be no rhyme or reason for any of it. Or is there a plan? A great and grand master plan, where even the fall of a leaf is strictly scheduled and rigidly accounted for?
I have nothing against you.
Then let me go. Please let me go.
I'm sorry, I can't do that.
But that gun, you're pointing it at me.
I know.
You're going to kill me.
Only if I have to.
I never did anything to you. I don't even know you.
I'm sorry.
Don't kill me, please.
I have to.
Why?
So that everybody will know I'm serious.
Our mystery drama, Case Closed, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Mandel Kramer. I'll be back shortly with Act One. As the preacher says, there's nothing new under the sun. No matter how bad things may be today, someone will always come up with a reminder that things were worse in the past. Consider violence. If you think it's unsafe to walk the city streets today, why, it's a dance around the maypole compared to, say, 150 years ago. All right, now that we've got that in perspective, let us concern ourselves with a gentleman named Chester Allen Jones. Perhaps he is something new under the sun. In the past, crime, as a rule, was committed by criminals. But these days, it seems, all manner of respectable folk seem to be involved in it. Our story begins at 2:47 p.m. Wednesday afternoon, August 27th, according to a police report that is being prepared by Lieutenant Francis Xavier Fitzmaurice.
At which time the perpetrator, later to be identified as Chester Allen Jones, white, male, 42 years of age, did enter the premises of the Farmers and Mercantile Bank and Trust at North Main and 9th, where he approached the teller, Joanna V. Butler, and demanded...
Put all your money in this bag. Don't step on anything, don't push anything, don't try to signal anyone.
No, sir, I won't. I mean, I will not.
I've got this revolver pointed straight at your heart.
Yes, I see.
Hurry up with the money.
Yes, sir, I'm trying to get it all in the bag, but my hands are shaking.
What's that?
Well, what's what?
The police.
I didn't do anything. I swear I didn't do anything.
All right, come out from behind that counter. Walk out. Come on, move.
But don't shoot, please. Don't shoot.
Let us stick out. Everybody, shut up. You there. I could have put that bullet into your head. Now, everybody, shut up and don't make me shoot again. No. You. Stand in front of me.
Please.
Just stand right here and don't move.
Please.
Nobody in this place moves an inch. That's right.
Now, drop your weapon. Raise your hands or you can't get away.
Stay out. I'll kill people if you try to come in.
Now, don't be crazy. Nobody's hurt. Not yet. You're not in that much trouble. Now, be smart.
Don't try to rush me. I'm warning you. Don't try. You.
Me?
You just stay right in front of me. All right, the rest of you clear out. Everybody out of the bank.
We're going.
You heard me. Start walking. All right, I'm allowing these people to leave. Don't try to come in. I still have one of them. You, the fat man there with the hat. Yes, you. Now, you'll be the last one out. That's right. Now, stand there. All right, now you go and close the door behind you. That's right.
What do you want? What are you going to do with me?
Move toward the window.
You're hurting my arm.
Don't fight me. Just go where I tell you.
What do you want?
Pull down the blinds.
The blinds?
I'll kill you if you try anything.
I won't. The blinds. The blinds.
That's right. Just let them drop. Good. Now the shutters.
The shutters?
The steel shutters that cover the windows and the door.
Yes, the shutters.
Go ahead.
I'm not sure. I know where the switch is located.
Drop the shutters.
But I tell you, I don't remember. Oh, I remember. I remember. It's here, by the door, right over here.
Do it.
This bank is about 30 feet by 40. The vault has an opening in the rear. A door left opens on a storeroom. Another door right is to kind of an employee's lounge with a bathroom. The only entrance is through the business office. The lounge does not have any windows. There's no way to get at him, except through the front. And he has the iron shutters down. There's no way he could be picked off. Besides, he has the hostage. At 3:15, an attempt was made to contact him. He opened the door a crack. We spoke through the shutters.
What do you want?
Well, sooner or later, you'll have to talk to somebody.
I know what you're trying to do.
Really? What am I trying to do?
You're trying to humor me.
Well, why would I want to do that?
You think you're dealing with some common hoodlum?
No, I never said anything like that.
I'm not your ordinary, everyday bank robber.
You're not?
You'd never guess who I am.
I wouldn't.
Never. Not in a million years. Go ahead, guess.
Well,
think of the most unlikely person. Go ahead.
The Duke of Windsor.
Who?
The one who used to be the Prince of Wales. He gave up the throne.
You're not even close. I'm Chester Jones.
Oh. Glad to meet you, Mr. Jones. I'm Lieutenant Francis Xavier Fitzmaurice.
You never heard of me.
Well, now that you mention it, I think your name does ring Accord.
Now, you mustn't do that.
Do what?
Patronize me. There was no way you could ever have heard of me. They took care of that.
They?
They made sure no one would ever know how important I am.
Oh. Well, tell me, how important are you?
All right, I will. Have you ever heard of Trowbridge Industries? Trowbridge. That's always been his secret. You see, keep in the background. Just take the money and smile. Well, I'm chief engineer.
Oh?
We make those... Well, I can't talk about it because it's top secret. You understand, being a police officer.
Absolutely.
Just let me say that what we make is a tiny little bit of a thing. But without it, you couldn't get a fighter plane off the ground.
Is that a fact?
Now, I warn you, don't patronize me.
I am not. Believe me. I am very, very much impressed.
Now, I'm telling you this because I want you to realize that you're not dealing with some run-of-the-mill criminal.
Well, I was sure of that from the very beginning. Now, Jones, you have a young lady there with you.
Yes.
About the young lady.
Look, she is of no importance. She's merely a pawn in the game.
Well, you certainly have no intention of hurting her. You're too good and generous a man for that.
Good and generous, yes. I was always good and generous. That's why I'm a ruined man today. Good and generous no longer.
Well, then why don't you let the young lady go?
Let her go?
She never did you any harm. Why should she suffer?
I never did anyone any harm either. Why do I have to suffer?
Yeah, but surely...
Look, I don't want to talk anymore.
Just another few seconds, Mr. Jones.
I said I don't want to talk anymore.
For the next 3 hours, all efforts to make further contact were unavailing. It was suggested we bring his wife down to talk to him. I decided to talk to her first. Accordingly, I went to see her, 7 p.m.
You can't be serious.
He identified himself as Chester Allen Jones.
Well, there's obviously someone else by that name.
Chief engineer at Trowbridge Industries?
Well, perhaps someone is impersonating him.
Well, the holdup was televised on a special closed-circuit TV, beamed to a banking protective service. Now, look, here's a blow-up from a frame. Is this your husband?
Oh, it's impossible.
Is it true?
Well, it's Chester. It is Chester. Chester? Robbing a bank? Oh, it's ridiculous.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Jones.
How could he do this? I'm going right on down there. I'll make him see reason.
No, I'm afraid that's not possible, Mrs. Jones.
I know how to handle
him. But we
him.
Can't allow him to become irritated in any way. He has a loaded revolver pointing at a hostage.
How long will you permit this to go on?
As long as it takes.
Oh, this is awful. This is absolutely awful.
I'm sure it is.
How will I ever be able to show my face to my friends again?
We decided not to involve the wife. At 10 p.m., we tried to make contact with Jones again. He refused to talk. This is a bad sign. In all these situations, the perpetrators are anxious to carry on a dialogue. It increases their sense of importance. They're excited by the very idea of negotiations. But how could we figure Jones? Unless we knew what Jones wanted, we would have no clue to him at all.
Are you going to kill me, Mr. Jones?
What?
I asked, are you going to kill me?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I haven't really thought about that. Right now, it's not important.
It's important to me.
Just don't try anything.
What can I try? All I see is the muzzle of that revolver. It's a big black hole, and it's pointing at me. And death can come out of there.
You talk too much.
Well, I'm sorry. But I have to do something. Up till now, I've been scared, terrified. But I can't keep that up forever. The fright goes away, and you're empty. I remember that expression from high school science. Nature abhors a vacuum, so I just fill myself up with talk. Well, don't mind me. It doesn't mean anything.
Nature does not abhor a vacuum.
But it...
Don't contradict me. I'm an engineer.
Yes, sir.
I'm a scientist. I know more about it than you do. That remark was uttered by Spinoza.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
You could tell that he was a philosopher, not a man of science. Nature does not abhor a vacuum.
She doesn't?
Nature is not a she or a he, not even an it. Nature is, that's all. And nature doesn't know, doesn't care, is not involved. Nature is a force that simply acts. Do you understand?
Oh, yes, sir, I understand. Mr. Jones.
What is it now?
Mr. Jones, are you going to kill me?
I already told you I don't know.
At 11:30 p.m., we succeeded in getting Mr. Jones to come to the door and talk with us again. We brought a tray of food and beverages. The plan was to have him let Miss Butler come to the door to pick it up, where we might have an opportunity to grab her and yank her out of there. But he was too smart for that. He made us place the tray on the ground and push it inside. He was constantly using her as a shield. We had no way to get at him. What was worse, we were unable to communicate. Mr. Jones, you can't go on like this indefinitely.
I've been going on indefinitely all my life.
Well,
and
sir.
so have you. Most people do. We just go on from day to day, living for the moment.
Mr. Jones, let me say to you again what I said to you at the very beginning. So far, nobody got hurt. Nothing too bad can happen to you. Just hand over your gun and walk out with the young lady. The wind-up of the thing will be, well, you probably won't even go to jail. Mr. Jones, look, I'm not just saying this to get at you, it's the truth. Why don't you make it easy on everybody? Come on out. Mr. Jones, you know I'm right.
I can't do it.
Why not?
I just can't.
Well, why don't you tell us what you want, Mr. Jones? What do you want?
What do I want?
Yes, Mr. Jones. What do you want?
I don't know.
He's got a gun in one hand. The other hand holds a hostage. Half the city police force is arrayed outside against him. People are willing to be reasonable, to discuss it, but it's all for nothing, because he doesn't even know what he wants. Well, I know what I want. I want you to wait just a short while till I return with Act 2. Do not ask for what you want. You'll wish you'd never received it. So, at any rate, advise the philosophers. But what does Chester Allen Jones want? Money, obviously, because he's just been prevented from robbing a bank. But evidently, it goes deeper. How much deeper? That's the problem for Lieutenant Francis Xavier Fitzmaurice.
8 a.m., August 28th, Thursday. Breakfast was delivered to the bank, but Jones was too alert for us to have a chance to get at his hostage. His wife has been of no help to us. We decided to try his employer, Mr. J.R. Trowbridge.
Chester trying to rob a bank and barricading himself inside with a hostage?
That's right, Mr. Trowbridge.
Well, I guess it's worse than I thought.
Oh, what's worse than you thought, sir?
But could that have set him off?
What do you mean, sir?
I'd given him a very bad piece of news in the morning.
How bad?
But the worst. He was going to be out of a job.
Oh. In other words, you were going to fire him?
We were all going to be fired.
How's that?
The company was being taken over. It was a bad morning for poor Chester. I guess it was too much for him to take all at one time.
Well, can you describe what happened?
Well, it'd be a hard morning to forget. He got in about, it was 7:30 as usual. Trust him to arrive and be at work long before anyone else. Well, I got in at 9 and I went right to his office.
Oh, what is it, J.R.?
Well, there's at least 100 ways I could go about this.
Go about what?
Well, first, Chester, the board meeting's been called off.
Oh? Why?
Because it would be academic. There's nothing the present board decides would be of any value. We're being taken over.
What do you mean we're being taken over?
We are broke.
Broke? How can J.R. Trowbridge and Company be broke? How can you be broke?
How? Well, that's a hell of a good question.
Well, I wish you'd answer it.
Well, it's a complex question, Chester.
What, J.R.? What happened? I mean, how can this company be broke?
Well, maybe I just don't know how to
we
run
have all those contracts, all this work.
Well, we're not making money on anything.
But why?
You keep asking, Chester, and I keep answering. I guess I just don't know how to run a company.
Oh, come on. J.R. Trowbridge? You know what that name means?
Oh, they'll keep the name. They'll keep the company name, all right. They'll even keep me on as
vice president, not to do anything, just to be visible, you know.
And me?
Well, I couldn't save you, Chester.
But I noticed that you did save yourself.
No, I'm sorry. They don't want you.
And you'd let them get rid of me?
No, now, in the first place, I had nothing to say about it. In the second place, don't you give me a hard time.
You mean you've got a guilty conscience?
Yes, Chester. I do have a guilty conscience. That's been my trouble. When my father died, I should have fired you and all the other old-timers, but my conscience wouldn't let me.
Fired us? We made this company.
Oh, no, Chester. You didn't make this company. You made the old Tobridge Company. But the world, the times, they have passed you by.
You have the best research department in the entire industry.
Yes, I have. There isn't a single problem my research department can't solve, except one. How to make money.
I've been here for 20 years. I came here out of college. To be fired just like that?
Oh, it won't be just like that, Chester. And the new people will do an efficiency study in order to determine...
I gave everything to this company and to be kicked out.
No, you won't be kicked. When they formally decide to release you, you'll be given 3 months' pay.
Oh, that's very generous.
Yes, it is. Could have been given 2 weeks, you know.
Look, J.R., I need the job.
Chester, I tried to explain.
I know you did, but I'm broke.
Broke?
Yes.
But you've been making some very good money. How could you be broke?
Believe me.
Well, you don't live high.
J.R., I need money. I have got to hold on to this job.
Oh, Chester, I'm
flat broke. The best you can say is that you're sorry?
I don't see how you can be flat broke.
Well, what am I supposed to do? Rob a bank?
And you have no idea why he should be broke?
Yes, no, none at all.
Is there anyone else who might know?
Well, you might ask his wife.
Well, Mr. Trowbridge, I get the idea she may have contributed to the situation, but wouldn't be of too much help.
Yes, well, I suppose I'd better tell you. Lorna Hodges.
Lorna Hodges?
Yeah, she's a married woman. Chester has been going with her for some time. I know about it because he had to tell someone, you know, and as I understand it, they're very much in love. Maybe she can enlighten you.
August 10th, 10 a.m. Lorna Hodges, or Mrs. Randolph B. Hodges, is a woman of about 40. She lives in the suburbs around Clearview. A small, quiet lady.
He wasn't happy at home. Neither am I. You could say we found each other. We love each other.
He has no money. Why?
She drains him. His wife does. The clothes that woman wears. At a whim, she'll redecorate the house. She buys furniture, she buys art, jewelry.
Well, then there is something that can be turned into money.
Oh, she wouldn't give him a nickel.
Well, still, for a man like him to rob a bank...
Why do you say for a man like him?
Well, he's a respectable, law-abiding, established citizen.
His world came to an end. He's no longer chief engineer at Trowbridge Industries.
All right. But we have an immediate problem. He's locked himself into that bank. He has a hostage, and we have to get her out alive.
Yes, I know.
The problem is we just can't seem to reach him. I've tried to talk to him, but, I'm just a cop as far as he's concerned. His wife? Well, that would make him worse than ever.
Yes, it would.
His best friend, or his former best friend, was his boss. I don't think he's in any mood for J.R. Trowbridge Jr. now.
I don't think so either.
So, who are we left with?
Well, I don't know.
I know. You.
Me?
Yes. You're in love with each other.
Yes.
He trusts you.
Yes.
Well, then, will you come down to the bank with me and try to talk to him? Mrs. Hodges, will you come down to the bank?
No.
But you're the only one he'll talk to.
I know.
Well, then why won't you come down to...
I can't.
A human life is at stake here.
I understand.
Well, then why...
Do you have to ask why?
Yes.
Because it's over. It's all over now between Chester and me. He'll go to jail or he'll go to an asylum. I suppose you could say I'm leaving a sinking ship.
Mrs. Hodges, as long as you brought it up, you know who leaves a sinking ship?
Yes, and they're smart. Is it better to drown?
I'm thinking of a girl who's looking at the muzzle of a revolver. She could die at any minute.
And you want me to die
Well,
instead.
why would you...
Maybe the sinking ship was a bad analogy. Perhaps it was. Did you ever hear of sati?
What?
Sati. It's an old-time custom in India. I understand they either got or are getting rid of it. You see, when a man dies, he's cremated, and his wife is cremated with him.
Now, what does that have to do with Jones?
Unofficially, quietly, secretly, and to all intents and purposes, I am the equivalent of Chester's wife. But now he's dead. Do I have to die with him?
Why would you have to die?
Well, the headline in tomorrow morning's paper. Mistress of trapped robber tries to talk him out of barricaded bank. That is how the media will handle it, won't they?
Well,
Well, what? I'll go up to the door of the bank with what do you call it? A bullhorn. And I'll say, Chester, come out of there. I love you. It's me, Lorna, darling. No, Lieutenant Fitzmaurice, I can't do it. I have 2 teenage children.
Doesn't Chester mean anything to you?
Oh, yes. As recently as yesterday, he meant everything. But he's gone. For me, he's dead now.
And you claim you were in love with him.
Oh, yes. But my life has to go on.
Mrs. Hodges.
I'm sorry, Lieutenant.
August 28th, 3 p.m. At this point, the siege was just about 24 hours old. We're still nowhere in terms of progress. He still refused to talk to us. We were still unable to find anyone who could talk effectively to him. It was suggested we ask a clergyman, but Jones refused to speak to him. We kept asking and asking. Mr. Jones, tell us, what do you want? What do you want?
What do I want?
Yes. What do you want?
I don't know.
Mr. Jones, what is it you want?
What?
The police keep asking. You keep saying you don't know. I don't believe it. You know what you want.
What are you talking about?
I don't think it's money. I'm not sure you really came in to rob the bank.
Of course I came in to rob the bank. What did it look like?
Oh, sure, that's what it looked like. But how much money could you have gotten away with?
I don't know. A great deal, I suppose.
You suppose. You see, you just gave yourself away.
How?
Well, professional robbers know how much is available. They operate in teams. They don't go for a teller who only has a couple of thousand in her drawer. They go for the vault. You just blundered into the bank. I'm not sure you really wanted money.
That shows how much you know about the actual situation. I need a lot of money.
Maybe you do. But that wasn't why you tried to hold up the bank.
You know, you're an excellent example of non-scientific thinking. You refuse to accept basic facts. Number 1, we have my need for money. Number 2, we find me in a bank committing a robbery. Period.
Problem. It's because you're a scientist, an engineer, that I don't think you meant to rob the bank. If that was your intention, then...
Then what?
Well, then you'd have planned it better. You'd have used what you'd call the scientific method. You wouldn't just barge in waving a pistol like some juvenile delinquent.
You know, all this is very interesting, but the basic fact still remains. I did come in with a pistol. I did demand money.
That was just the first part of it.
What do you mean by the first part?
Oh, you were just going through certain motions.
Yes? What kind of motions?
I don't know. But your object was to arrive here.
I don't know what you mean by here.
Here. Where we're standing, here in the bank. Where you've barricaded yourself in. Where you're holding a hostage. This is where you wanted to be.
I think you're crazy.
Well, I could be. But if money was what you really wanted, why not tell that to the police the next time they talk to you? You know how much money you need, want. Set the figure. Why don't you?
Because.
Why don't you tell them how much money you want?
Because
I don't really want any money.
What do you want?
I don't know.
You do. You're afraid to say it. You don't want to come to grips with it just yet, but you know.
Look, I want you to shut up.
All right, but that won't change anything, will it? You know what you want.
Yes, I know.
Finally. But what does he really want? Can you guess? True to tradition, we've left a few clues scattered here and there during these past two acts. It's quite possible you already have the answer. Compare yours with ours when I return with Act 3 in just a few minutes. Who was it that said possession is worth 9 points in the law? Well, there's a law against robbing banks and barricading oneself with hostages. The problem, however, with laws seems to be that their violation and enforcement depend strictly on which side holds the upper hand.
1 a.m. Friday, August 29th. We've been told that the longer a siege like this lasts, the less likely the perpetrator will kill his hostage. But Chester Allen Jones is unlike anybody who's ever been in a spot like this before. He refuses to say what he wants.
Then you do know what you want.
Well, I said I did, didn't I? I guess I didn't until just now, but can you guess?
No.
I want my job.
Your job?
That's all I want. My job. I mean, other people do these things for money. Lots of money, or for a cause. Not me. I just want my job. That's all I ever wanted in the whole world. That job as chief engineer at Trowbridge. And they're going to take it away from me.
Then why did you try to rob a bank?
Because I didn't see it that clearly at first. You see, when you're fired from a good job, your initial reaction is to worry about money. I mean, I'm in debt. I thought, well, I'll just get my hands on a lot of money. So I walked into your bank and I went up to your window and I told you to fill up the bag with money. Do you remember?
Oh, yes, I remember.
The minute I saw the money, I realized that wasn't what I wanted at all.
No?
No, I really didn't care about money. Believe me, money was something my wife needed. Oh, how she could go through money.
Why?
Oh, I'll tell you why. Because she's vain, she's self-centered and ostentatious.
Then why did you marry her?
Well, I can assure you she was not like that 20 years ago.
How did she get that way?
I misjudged her. She fooled me.
Maybe you fooled her.
What do you know about it?
Well, I'm only trying to think.
Who are you? You're a $150 a week teller in a bank. I mean, what kind of a job is that?
If you're interested in a career...
You sit there day after day and fondle money that isn't yours.
I notice you're changing the subject.
What subject?
The general subject of why you married your wife and who misjudged whom.
None of this is any of your business.
In a way it is. Because I think I'm going to pay for it. You're going to kill me, aren't you?
I didn't say I would.
Can you say you won't? No. You'll have to kill me. You've gotten yourself into a blind alley. That seems to be your style. You lose your job. You rush out and try to rob a bank. I'll bet you met other big disappointments in crazy, violent ways, too.
Now, I warn you, shut up, or I will kill you.
You're going to kill me anyhow.
Why did you say what you did about my wife, that she misjudged me?
Were you in love with each other when you were first married?
Yes. But that love died.
Love doesn't die. It can't. It has to be killed. Who killed it?
She did.
Oh, why?
What is this, the Spanish Inquisition? I gave her all the money she wanted.
Did she want anything else?
Money was all she ever wanted.
Were you rich when you married her?
Come on, I was fresh out of college. I didn't have a nickel.
Then why did she marry you?
Because...
Because she loved you. Did you return that love?
Oh, will you stop that? It's nonsense.
Did you spend time with her?
Look, if I didn't spend time at the plant, I wouldn't have made any of the money.
She wanted you, and all you ever gave her was money. After a while, money took your place. The money became all important.
Oh, that's where you're wrong. She didn't want love. That's why I looked for love elsewhere. I had to.
You did?
Lorna. Lorna understands me. Lorna loves me.
Who's Lorna?
A soft, sweet, beautiful woman.
Married, I'll bet.
How did you know?
Does it matter?
Her husband neglects her.
Just as you neglect your wife.
Look, we found each other.
And you're in love.
Deeply, completely in love.
Well, why don't each of you get a divorce and marry the other?
Because her husband wouldn't permit it. And Helen wouldn't let go of me either.
How hard have you tried?
What does that mean?
These days, if people want divorces badly enough, they can get them. But neither of you wants that. You're satisfied to meet now and then, here and there, have your little affair.
Don't use that word.
Give me a more accurate one. A few hours in some little out-of-the-way restaurant, an evening in a motel. You need each other for a romantic interlude. Husbands and wives can't have romance unless they work at it all the time. But strangers can kid each other and themselves.
We're in love.
Have it your way. Why are you stalling?
What are you talking about?
Why don't you tell the cops what you want? You're afraid to face it.
I'll show you who's afraid.
Friday, August 29th, 5 a.m. Chester Allen Jones called out to us. He wanted to talk. He was prepared to state his conditions for the release of Miss Joanna Butler.
I want to continue in my job as chief engineer at Trowbridge Industries.
That's what you want?
Yes, that's what I want, and that's what I must have. Otherwise, I'll kill her.
But
no buts, no ifs, and no maybes. I want an ironclad guarantee.
I've spoken to the new management.
Yes, Mr. Trowbridge?
Now, they're willing to make any statement, any promise that will satisfy Chester. Naturally, everybody wants the girl to be safe.
You understand, I had no choice but to bring this offer. I'm not sure that the demand should be met.
What are you saying, Lieutenant?
Well, we have to see this thing in perspective. This isn't, and unfortunately may not be, the only incident of its kind. You see, we're setting a precedent.
Any agreement that the company makes was made under duress. Now, once the girl is safe, why...
No, that presents problems, too. For the future, it destroys the credibility of the police.
Very well. Yeah, well, he can continue for a while. You know, sooner or later, this whole business will blow over and be forgotten. Then he can be quietly released, fired for one reason or another.
Well, our basic objective is to get that girl out of there alive. We'll do whatever we have to. 11 a.m., August 29th. It was decided after a consultation with superior officers and psychiatric experts to meet the demands of Chester Allen Jones. I went to speak to him. I'm here to tell you, Mr. Jones, your demand has been met.
I want it in writing.
You've got it in writing.
Push it under the door.
All right. Now, there's no reason now why you can't let the girl go. Come out yourself, is there?
I'll think about it.
Well, what's there to think about?
What's there to think about, Mr. Jones?
I don't know.
But this is what you asked for.
Yes, this is what I demanded. We guarantee that Mr. Jones will continue as chief engineer at his present salary for as long as he desires.
Could you ask for more?
Well, they don't have to honor this agreement, you know, once they get their hands on me.
Oh, then you don't believe them.
No. I believe them. They'll honor the bargain, not because they won't be inclined to break it, but because I can make myself so valuable that they'd beg me to stay.
Well, then what's wrong?
I'm not sure I want the job.
Why?
Because as I look back on it, it ruined my life.
Well, then what do you want?
Too late for that now.
Well, you can tell me.
No. I don't even want to tell it to myself.
2 p.m., August 29th. We've notified Jones that he's won his demand, yet he refuses to free his hostage. He refuses to do anything or say anything. We called in a psychiatrist. The psychiatrist was unable to make contact either. Jones will talk to no one but me, and then only when he wants to. The psychiatrist is very much concerned.
The problem could be that he's developed a siege mentality. In all his life, he's been under terrible pressures, but they were varied and widespread. Here, everything is concentrated into a single time and place. He doesn't want to lose it. And that's why you can expect him to keep inventing demand after demand.
Well, how long can that go on, Doctor?
Well, until he cracks or kills himself, kills the girl. Unless...
Unless what?
Unless we find out what he really wants.
Well, why doesn't he tell us?
Maybe he doesn't know.
I'm scared now. I know what he's doing. He's getting up the nerve to kill both himself and the girl. He sees some great dramatic climax for his life. If there was any way to do it, we would rush the place, but how?
When are you going to do it?
I'm sorry, but people have to be taught a lesson.
Could I write a note
A note?
to my fiancé?
By dying, we can force people to look at the futility of their lives.
Whatever that means.
I see that so clearly.
I'm very much in love with a certain person. You can understand that.
Yes?
Then can I write him a private message?
All right.
Thank you.
I am sorry, you know. I wish I didn't have to kill us.
Why do you have to kill us?
Well, you take a hostage, you make a demand. The demand isn't met, what are you to do?
But you haven't even made the demand, the true demand. Not the artificial one about the job.
I realize that.
Then make it.
There's no point to it. It could never happen.
Noon, August 30th. A sealed envelope was pushed out the door. It read, "From Joanna Butler to Charles Carroll." Miss Butler's mother told me she knew of no Charles Carroll. Evidently, then, the note was for us. So we opened it.
He wants his wife, not the wife he has now, but the wife she was in the beginning. He loves her. He loves her more than anything in the world. He wants to begin all over. If he can't, life isn't worth living. He'll kill himself, and unfortunately, me. It's in her hands. I can't blame her if she wants nothing ever to do with him. But if somehow she is as unhappy as he is, as frustrated and as in love, she can save us.
Mrs. Jones, will you read this letter?
What letter?
And after you've read it, you will decide whether or not you want to go and talk to your husband. The letter will tell you what he really wants. You'll have to decide if it's what you want, too. And you won't be able to fool him. Mr. Jones! Mr. Jones, you have a visitor.
I don't want to see anybody.
Not even me, Chet? Not even me?
Helen.
Chet, you know what I'd like to do tonight? Go out somewhere, get a sandwich, and go skating.
But the Paradise Rink's been closed these past 15 years.
Well, then we'll go to a movie.
But I don't have a job, Helen. I couldn't work there anymore.
Oh, that doesn't matter. I can teach school.
How can you teach school? You haven't worked in 15 years.
Well, then, we both have a problem, don't we?
2 p.m., August 30th. Chester Allen Jones surrendered. His hostage was freed, unhurt. Case closed from police standpoint. Respectfully submitted, Lieutenant Francis Xavier Fitzmaurice.
Case closed. Well, is any case ever closed? Miss Joanna V. Butler certainly developed under pressure, didn't she? We wonder what she's doing now. Chester underwent a battery of tests and after a while was quietly released again into civilian life. We assume he and Helen are happy somewhere in a new environment. As for me, I'm well and happy every time you agree to wait until I return. things become more and more mechanized, computerized, we each become more and more a cog in an automated machine. We yearn for recognition, or at least an acknowledgement of our existence. And so, here and there, we try to wreck the impersonal machine that has become the world. And now and then, an individual succeeds in stopping the machine, if only for an instant, which is what the French factory workers did over 150 years ago when they threw their sabots, their wooden shoes, into the new machinery, from which we get the word sabotage, proving there is nothing new under the sun. Our cast included Mandel Kramer, Joe Silver, Evie Juster, Joan Shea, and Earl Hammond. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. There is, someone once said, no better looking glass than an old friend. The prospect of seeing an old acquaintance after many years is one of the most sublime expectations life has to offer. We anticipate such meetings with delight, it's true, but also sometimes with just a trace of anxiety.
Hank Murphy.
Yeah?
It's me, Louis Simons. Louis, don't you remember? Operation Overlord, Utah Beach, the liberation of Paris.
Oh, sure, I remember. I was there.
Yeah. Well, don't you recognize me? Louis Simons, 13th Infantry.
I remember the 13th Infantry. Sure.
Yeah, but what about me? I was your best friend. Don't you remember me?
Our mystery drama, The Reunion, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Percy Granger and stars Paul Hecht. I'll be back shortly with Act One. I do not wish to treat friendships daintily, but with the roughest courage, wrote Ralph Waldo Emerson. A friend is a person with whom I may be sincere. Emerson also noted that a person can count himself lucky if during the course of an entire life he can forge even 2 or 3 true friendships, indissoluble unions of heart and spirit, tempered by honesty, trust, and understanding, and free of jealousy.
Louis, I don't believe you. I honestly don't.
Janie, honey, I've explained it to you 100 times.
But you're actually going to go through with it?
I told you, Hank Murphy and I made a pact. We promised each other that 10 years to the day after we liberated Paris, we'd have a reunion to celebrate.
But you make it sound like the two of you liberated Paris all by yourselves.
Well, Hank Murphy could have, just about.
Oh, Hank. Oh, really, I'm so tired of hearing about the glorious Hank Murphy.
We were in the 13th Infantry together. We fought side by side all the way from Utah Beach to Paris.
And because of that, now you're going to Paris without me.
Well, we'll go there sometime, honey, I promise. Hank was the best friend I ever had.
The only friend, you mean?
Hey, Janie, don't say that.
Well, anyway, why do you have to go all the way to Paris? Why can't you just meet here?
It wouldn't be the same.
Well, I'll tell you why. Because you don't even know where Hank Murphy is. Now, look, Louis, if you're such good friends, why haven't you kept in touch since the war?
I told you. Hank was serving some time in the brig when I was mustered out. They wouldn't even let me see him.
Some big war hero. A convict.
He wasn't a convict. Just got a little wild sometimes, that's all. He saved my life once. When I was wounded, he crawled through enemy fire. He risked his own neck to save my life.
And got a medal for it, too, I bet.
No, he did it because I was his friend. If only I could ever do the same for him.
So using this noble act for an excuse, you're going to leave me and the children and go off to Paris for a week-long binge like a couple of adolescents?
You don't understand friendship. I gotta go, Janie. I mean, what would Hank think?
Louis, how do you know he'll even show up?
He'll be there. We made a pact.
But where's a convict going to get enough money to fly to Paris? Steal us?
He's not a criminal.
Well, he's probably forgotten all about you, and you're going to be standing in the middle of Paris somewhere with egg all over your face.
You don't understand, Janie. I have to go.
Why?
Because I gotta know whether or not Hank remembered.
Oh, boy. They didn't give you that nickname, Screwy Louie, for nothing.
Maybe he has forgotten. But he saved my life once. I'm not going to let him down. Maybe you're right, Janie. Hank was just about the only real friend I ever had. So don't you see how important it is to me?
Oh, all right. So go if you're so determined. But I hope he doesn't show up. I hope the legendary Hank Murphy turned into a first-class bum, and maybe then you'll stop always talking about him.
Good day, monsieur. Welcome to the Pension Boulanger.
Mr. Boulanger?
Oui. Etienne Boulanger at your service.
You probably don't remember me. I'm Louis Simons.
Louis?
Yeah, I was bivouacked here during the war.
Louis, of course. I remember you. Juliet and I have been waiting ever since we got your letter. How are you?
Yeah, I'm fine. Hey, you really remember me?
Of course. It's good to see you again. Juliet!
Were you able to reserve number 13?
Ah, oui, your old room.
And the same number as our regiment, the Fighting 13th.
Juliet, Louis, I want you to meet my wife. We have been married now 6 years.
Monsieur?
Juliet, this is Monsieur Simons, the soldier I told you about.
Pleased to meet you.
Just think, Juliet. 10 years ago, this very day, Monsieur Simon helped to liberate Paris.
Oh, and what brings you back to Paris now, monsieur?
Well, I've come for a reunion.
Your whole regiment is coming?
No, just one other person.
Oh, la la, how romantic.
What?
Well, they say Paris is a lamp for lovers hung in the wood of the world.
Oh, no, madame. You misunderstand. It's my buddy from the service, my best friend.
Juliet, see that Monsieur Simon's room is ready, number 13.
Well, of course. Excuse me, please.
Yeah. In fact, maybe he's already here. I gave him your address when we agreed to have a reunion. His name is Hank Murphy.
Murphy? No. Just a moment. I will check our reservations. Did I know this, Monsieur Murphy?
No, I don't think so. He was bivouacked elsewhere.
Well, I have no reservation under that name.
Oh, you don't?
But this is the off-season. Reservations are not really necessary. Perhaps your friend will simply arrive, just like the Fighting 13th.
It's true. Hank was pretty impulsive.
Were you going to meet him here at the pension?
No, the Café Cyrano at 12 o'clock. No.
Oh, well, but it is noon already. Perhaps your friend is there this very moment waiting for you.
Oh, yeah, I better get over there.
Do you remember the way?
Of course. How could I forget? The Café Cyrano. Boy, it's hardly changed at all. Gee, I wonder if Hank will really remember. Hank!
Yeah?
Hank Murphy!
What do you want?
It's me, Louis Simons. Louis. Well, don't you recognize me?
Yeah?
Hey, you're here. You did remember.
Oh, yeah, I did.
Yeah, have you been waiting long?
Oh, no, I just got here.
Yeah, well, knowing you're probably already 2 drinks ahead of me. Oh, bartender, garçon, what are you drinking?
Whiskey.
Yeah, 2 whiskeys. Whiskey for me and my friend. Gosh, it's good to see you. Hey, you haven't changed a bit.
Well, you look pretty much the same yourself.
Yeah, do I? Yeah, I was afraid for a minute there you didn't recognize me. Boy, it's been a long time, eh? 10 years. Whew. I've been working like the dickens. Got my own company now. Hardware store. Biggest in New City. Got a wife, 2 kids. Yeah, we all get along great. How about yourself? Hey, Hank, the sky was the limit, eh?
Oh, I've been doing okay.
Hey, do you remember the last time we were here, eh? Liberation Day. Oh, that was some time, wasn't it? Dancing in the streets, getting kissed by every girl in sight. For one day, we were all heroes. Hank, you know, I wouldn't be here today if it hadn't been for you.
Hey, what do you mean?
Don't be so modest. You saved my life. Don't you remember?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Yeah, I was wounded, pinned down by German fire, and you risked your own life to save me.
Yeah, right. That's right, yeah.
Liberation Day. Hey, do you know something, Hank? That was the last time we saw each other. Planning this reunion was the last thing we ever did. And then you got into that fight, eh? And the MPs came.
Hey, listen, Louis, where you staying? Huh?
Oh, at the Pension Boulanger. You remember I gave you the address. They said you hadn't checked in yet, and knowing you, I figured you probably lost it.
Well, what do you mean by that?
Nothing. Hey, we'll wear your bags. We'll take them over, get you squared away, and then really cut loose.
Thanks for the drink.
Where you going?
I said thanks for the drink. I don't know who you are, but you stop bothering me.
Hey, Hank, what are you kidding around for?
I'm warning you to lay off.
Hey, it's me, Screwy Louie.
You leave me alone.
Hey, what do you hit me for, Hank? I'm your best friend.
I don't know what you're talking about. I never saw you before in my life.
Room 13 for the fighting 13th. Stupid can you get?
Oh, Monsieur Simons, you're back so soon.
Oh, hello, Juliet.
I'm just making up your bed. I'll be finished in a minute.
Oh, yeah. Thanks. Is there a phone downstairs? I want to place a transatlantic call.
Yes, just ask Etienne, and he'll place it for you.
Yeah. No. I can't do that.
Monsieur?
I just can't believe it.
What's the matter?
My best friend. And he refused to recognize me.
Yes, but what has happened to your mouth?
He hit me.
Oh, you mean this person you came all the way to see?
Yeah, we were sitting in the cafe talking over old times. Suddenly, out of the blue, he says he doesn't know me, and he hauls off and slugs me.
Maybe you had too much to drink.
It doesn't make any sense.
Please let me give you a cold towel.
Yeah, Janie was right. I really am a sad sack.
Jenny? Jenny's your wife?
Yeah. She told me not to come. She told me I was being silly, that Hank probably wouldn't even show. But he did, you see? I mean, that's just it. He came all this way, and he hits me.
Well, 10 years is a long time, and people can change.
But Hank, maybe it was just a wartime friendship. I mean, how would I know the difference?
Now, you just relax, and this is going to sting. There.
You know, it's funny. I mean, here you are, a complete stranger. You're being nicer to me than the guy I thought was my best friend in the world.
Well, you know what I suggest? That you send a telegram to your wife and ask her to join you. After all, why let your vacation be spoiled?
I don't know. I was going to call her, but... No, I can't.
Well, but why not?
She'll laugh at me. She said, I told you so. You know what? I should have punched Hank right back.
Well, but perhaps there was some reason.
A reason? For pretending he didn't know me? For hitting me?
Well, maybe he's in some kind of trouble. After all, if he is really your friend, is it right for you to give up on him so quickly like that?
Yeah, you're right. Hank did save my life. I should give him the benefit of the doubt. Yeah, I gotta try to find him.
No, see, that's better. But you should change your shirt first. Why, look, you have blood stains on it.
Oh, yeah.
Well, now your room is ready. Please, I will excuse myself.
Yeah, thanks, Madame Julia.
Oh, de rien. And after all, you are a friend of my husband.
The kindness of strangers. Well, if I hurry, maybe Hank will still be at the cafe. Oh, that must be Juliet again.
Louis Simons.
Hank.
Louis, how the devil are you, you old buddy?
What?
You remembered our 10-year reunion. Oh, come on. Don't just stand there with your mouth open. Put on your drinking shoes and let's go liberate this old town all over again.
A true friend doth sometimes venture to be offensive, said Martin Tupper. But don't think he had in mind a right hook to the mouth. Well, friendship drives a hard bargain. It demands extraordinary patience and understanding. Does Louis Simons have that kind of patience? And what about Hank Murphy? After all, friendship is a two-way street. And so far, his behavior has been anything but friendly. I shall return with Act Two in a moment. It has been 10 years since Louis Simons and Hank Murphy have seen each other. During all that time, they've had no contact. One might almost say it was a miracle that they both showed up for the reunion at all. Well, we know what Louis has been up to, but what about Hank? 10 years is a long time. A lot can happen, and a lot can change.
Louis, you haven't changed a bit. Well, maybe a little less hair, a little more weight. But that's the signature of success, huh?
Hey, Hank, what's going on?
What's the matter? You thought I wouldn't show? Hey, what happened to your mouth?
What do you think happened to it?
Oh, you son of a gun. You've already been out raising Cain without me.
Hey, Hank, I think this joke has gone far enough.
Joke? What joke?
Are you trying to tell me you just got here?
Well, I just stepped off the plane all the way from Terre Haute, Indiana. Air travel's the only way to go these days. First class all the way.
Hank.
Hey, I see you grabbed number 13, you sentimental old fool.
Hey, I'm not Louis the Fool anymore.
Well, I'm right next door, room 14, numero 14. Hey, what'd you hit me for?
That's for the Cafe Cyrano.
Cafe Cyrano? I didn't remember that a sock in the jaw was part of the bargain.
Now, come on, Hank. Whatever game this is, stop it.
What are you talking about?
You know what I'm talking about. In the Cafe Cyrano, not 15 minutes ago, you pretended not to recognize me. When I called your bluff, you slugged me.
Hey, are you crazy? 15 minutes ago, I was still on my way in from the airport.
Prove it.
Prove it? Hey, Louis, this is your old buddy you're talking to.
No, you've changed, Hank. You never could have made fun of me 10 years ago.
Look, I'm serious. This guy in the bar, it must have been someone who just looked like me.
Someone who looked like you, who'd also been in the Fighting 13th, who'd also saved my life.
What?
Hank, I'm not Screwy Louie anymore. I'm not a chump.
Hey, Louis, whatever's going on here, this is obviously no way to begin a reunion. Now, look, this other Hank, was he still at the cafe when you left?
Yeah.
Well, come on, then. Let's get down there quick and straighten this out. Well?
Yeah, well, of course he's not here, because he just walked in the door with me.
There's not much light in here. How can you be certain it was me?
You're saying I couldn't recognize you?
Well, obviously not. Why would I want to pull a stunt like that?
Well, you tell me. I mean, how did he know our division number? How did he know...
Hey, wait a minute. He knew about the Fighting 13th?
Yeah.
And he knew about my saving your life?
All the details.
Now, just try to remember. Did he volunteer all this information?
Well, what do you mean?
Or did you?
Well, I guess I was doing most of the talking.
Most of it or all of it?
Well,
in other words, you spotted this guy, you came on like gangbusters and started right in with the reminiscences. And all he has to do is nod his head yes from time to time, right?
Yeah, but...
But what? The guy was putting you on.
Yeah, but...
He looked just like you. So? I got a double. It happens. I just hope he doesn't get me into any trouble.
Yeah. It's quite a coincidence.
Louis, do you trust me or don't you?
Look, I'm sorry, Hank. Sure, of course I trust you.
I came in on Alhambra Airlines Flight 41. Now, if you don't want to take my word for it, call the airport and check the passenger list.
Shit, I feel like such a chump.
Oh, forget it. Forget it. No hard feelings. We both trusted each other enough to show up, didn't we? Well, that's what counts. Come on. Let's go back to the hotel. I want to get out of these clothes and change into my tourist duds. Prison walls couldn't keep me away.
Monsieur Simon.
Yeah, what? Hi, madame.
Monsieur Simons, my husband tells me your friend has just checked into the pension.
Yeah. He's upstairs now. He's changing.
And is everything okay now?
Yeah, okay. It was a case of mistaken identity.
Now, you see, everything works out for the best.
And that fellow sure was a dead ringer for Hank, though.
A dead ringer?
Oh, it's nothing. No, it means the one guy in my whole life who accepts me just as I am, at face value, and I can't do the same for him.
Well, you'll be all right once you have the time to, get acquainted again.
Yeah, you're right. We got a great week ahead of us.
Now, can I bring you something while you're waiting to take your mind away from
Have
me?
you got the afternoon paper?
Oh, yes, it just came. Here.
Oh, yeah, thanks. Oh, sure, of course. It's in French. Screwy Louis. Well, at least I can look at the picture. Hey, what's this? It's a photograph of Hank. Hey, Madame Juliette.
Oh, oui, monsieur.
Here, come here. Look, this picture here.
Yes?
What does that caption say?
Caption?
Yeah, the writing underneath.
Oh, monsieur, this is not good.
Well, what's the matter? What is it?
Well, this man is this man is a homicidal murderer.
What?
Well, I don't know how you would pronounce this word, monsieur.
That's a schizophrenic.
Well, that means he has two personalities, no?
Yeah, two personalities. The man in the bar, but he spoke perfect English.
What was that?
Yeah, well, what else does it say there?
Well, let me see now. Now, there is a whole story, you must wait. He is an American. He was a soldier in France during the war.
Yeah.
He stayed in France after he was released from the army. But he was arrested for killing several people in wild fits of anger the doctor said would seize him without warning.
Killed?
And the court declared him criminally insane, and he has been in a sanitarium for the last 10 years. But just this morning, he escaped and... Oh, la. And monsieur is believed to be here in Paris.
Prison walls couldn't keep me away.
But what did you say?
Nothing, Madame Juliette, nothing.
Oh.
His name, did they mention his name?
Henri Jones.
Henri.
But...
Henry.
Oh, but they are not sure that is his real name. When he was arrested, he had forged papers, and they never found the real one.
Henry. And the nickname for Henry is Hank.
Oh, Monsieur Simons, are you all right?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Louis.
What?
Well, let's go. What's the matter? I frighten you?
Oh, monsieur, your friend is upset. I'm going to bring him a glass of water, and I'll be right back.
Hey, buddy, are you all right?
Yeah. Hey, Hank, why are you wearing those...
my dark glasses, my shades. Well, they're all the rage back in the States now, aren't they?
Yeah. But...
Well, I know it's silly. Hey, look, you want to know the real reason?
Yeah.
It's my wife.
Your wife?
Yeah, Linda. She won't let me wear them back home. She claims they're bad for my eyes. But now that I'm free for a few days, the heck with it. I'm going to do exactly what I feel like doing.
Free?
Monsieur Simons.
What?
Now, see, here is some water.
Oh, yeah.
Now.
Thanks.
Is this your friend?
Yeah, I'm Hank Murphy, ma'am, from the Fighting 13th.
And I am Juliette Boulanger.
Oh, pleased to meet you, Juliette. Well, what do you say, Louis? You ready to go over the top?
I'm not sure.
You know where we're going to go first.
I know.
The Eiffel Tower.
The Eiffel Tower?
That's right. I've always wanted to see Paris at sunset from the Eiffel Tower.
Oh, monsieur, it is beautiful.
Don't cross me, buddy. My mind's made up.
Look, would you excuse me? I have to make a phone call. Some friends, Janie's, it's my wife's. I told her I'd give them a ring, say hello.
Well, can't that wait?
No, just take a minute.
Oh, there is a phone in the back, right through the door, and Etienne will show you.
Thanks. Etienne.
Oui?
Your phone. Juliette said I could use it.
Over there in the corner.
Thanks. Hello, operator. Do you speak English? Oh, good. I want the Paris airport, Alhambra Airlines. Thank you. Oh, hello, Alhambra. I was expecting a friend today, Mr. Hank Murphy, on flight 41 from the States, and I was wondering if you could check your passenger list. What? There was no flight by that number. Was there any flight at all that would have arrived around noon or maybe a little before? I see. Thanks. I can't believe it. It's not possible, not. Hey.
So, Louis, is everything all right?
Yeah. Etienne, I want to call Terre Haute. It's in Indiana, in the States.
Well, I would have to make this call for you.
Yeah, sure. Could you do it right away? It's urgent.
Yeah, I'm sorry. It could take several hours.
Several hours?
To make all the connections. Hey, Louis, come on.
What? Oh, yeah. Look, Hank, maybe we could do it later, okay?
If we don't leave now, we'll miss the sunset.
Yeah, well, I don't feel so good.
Hey, pal, you can get sick next week. Right now, we're going to the top of the Eiffel Tower. All the way to the top.
You may be deceived if you trust too much, said Frank Crane. But you will live in torment if you do not trust enough. Either way, Louis Simons is in torment. Trust is the cornerstone of friendship, but is Hank Murphy a homicidal maniac or the victim of an incredible coincidence? I shall return shortly with our final act. A man saves another man's life. Is that man then bound to his Savior? Was it an act of true courage or merely rashness? What is the extent of the debt that is owed? Between friends, such questions are irrelevant. Balancing accounts is something we do with strangers. A friend's credit is infinite, even unto death, is it not? Perhaps, but unto madness as well?
Louis?
What?
You're white as a clean sheet. I know it sounds crazy, but it's important to me.
What is?
The sunset.
The sunset?
From the Eiffel Tower. Where I've been, I don't see the sun very much, you see.
Uh-huh. What? Just where have you been, Hank?
Look, it's getting late now. Either we're going or we're not.
Well, couldn't you go by yourself?
Sure I could go by myself. I can go anywhere by myself. That's easy.
Okay, Hank. Okay, I'll come.
There it is, Louis. Paris. The whole city at our feet once again.
Yeah. And nothing but this little railing between us, and...
I feel like I'm a mile into space.
984 feet, to be exact.
Oh, you always were the exact type, weren't you?
Yeah. No one up here but us.
Hey, why are you standing back there for? Come on over here, to the edge. Look. Yeah, there's the route we took when we marched into the city, remember?
Hank, it's almost closing time. Let's go back down.
Oh, don't be a killjoy. I'm trying to remember.
Look, that's the past, Hank. It's a long time ago.
I know that. I've counted every day. I've had to go to a lot of trouble to get here. I've been looking forward to this minute for a long time, Louis.
Well, what do you mean?
To feel free. To be free again. One last time.
Hank, you're talking crazy.
What?
Nothing. I didn't mean that.
Is that how I seem to you, Louis? Crazy?
No. Really, you're the same old Hank.
No, I'm not.
Sure you are.
Nah.
The guy in the cafe. I mean, he isn't you. Didn't have that old Hank Murphy smile, the old Hank Murphy confidence.
And I do?
Sure, the old war hero. You remember the saying we had? If you can't make it in the Army, you'll never make it on the outside. And who made it in the Army if not Hank Murphy? The sky was the limit for you, Hank.
Was.
And still is. Oh, why not? How old are we, 32, 33.
Louis, I've got to tell you something.
Oh, hey, it's all right.
Look, I didn't fly over here this morning.
You don't have to tell me anything.
I have to, Louis.
I don't want to know.
Because it's going to change what you think about me.
Look, Hank, friends don't need explanations.
Friends? Who says we're friends? We haven't seen each other for 10 years.
You saved my life.
So what does that mean? Am I going to bank on that for the rest of my life?
We are friends, Hank. We do anything for each other.
Do you really mean that?
Yeah, sure.
You hesitated.
No, I mean it.
But you had to think about it. Only for a split second, maybe, but you had to think about it. You know what you and I are, Louis. Strangers.
Oh, no, that's not true. I'm your buddy, remember?
I'm sorry, Louis.
Come on, let's go down, okay? This place gives me the creeps.
Me too. Louis, I know it's early, but I'm tired. It's been a long day for me. You won't be upset if I go on up and turn in, will you?
No, go ahead.
Are you coming?
No, Hank, not just yet.
We'll talk tomorrow, okay?
Sure, Hank, sure. Good night.
I guess what I want to say is, I'm glad you came.
Gentlemen, and how was Monsieur Eiffel's tower?
Oh, it was real nice, Mr. Boulanger.
And the sunset?
You know, I forgot to look. Well, good night.
Yeah, your friend is tired already.
Etienne, could you place that call now? The one to the United States, to Terrell.
Oui.
I got to call my friend's wife.
Oh, nothing is the matter, I hope.
No. I just want to speak to her.
Do you have the number?
No.
Oh, well, I'm sure it will be in their directory.
Yeah, hope so.
But it could take some time.
I don't care. I got to settle this tonight. I'll be upstairs in my room, waiting. What?
Open up.
Who is it?
The police.
What? Yeah, okay. Just a minute. Police?
Inspector Malraux. My credentials.
What time is it?
It is after midnight.
Oh, I must have fallen asleep.
Would you step out into the hall, please?
Yeah. What's happened?
Please, I would like to ask you some questions.
Oh, okay.
Your name?
Simons, Louis Simons. Hey, look, what's all this about?
The person who is occupying the room next to yours, number 14. Did you know him?
Yeah.
He was, in fact, a friend of yours.
Hey, why are you speaking in the past tense?
Because, Mr. Simons, The man is dead.
What?
Look. You must see for yourself.
Hank. Oh, good Lord.
Monsieur Boulanger heard noises from downstairs. He came up to investigate, saw nothing, and was about to go back down when he noticed this blood from the head wound by which this man died had seeped under the floor and into the hallway.
How did this happen?
I thought perhaps you might be able to help us answer that.
Well, of course. I'll do anything I can.
You knew the victim as Mr. Hank Murphy, is that correct?
Yeah.
But you were aware of his other identity?
I knew Hank Murphy, Inspector. He was a war hero. One of the finest soldiers we ever...
Perhaps, but his more recent occupation, which he practiced under the name Henri Jones, was not so heroic.
I knew him as he used to be.
It is very loyal of you. But nevertheless, you knew Hank Murphy and Henri Jones were the same man.
No,
It is no use denying it, Mr. Simons. Madame Moulanger has already told us she translated for you an article in today's newspaper.
Well, yes, she did.
You knew, yet you did not report this to the police.
Inspector, I couldn't believe Hank would have done such things. I still can't. He saved my life once.
Which is why you took his.
What?
Where have you been since 9 o'clock this evening?
In my room, asleep.
No, it is difficult to prove.
Yeah, how can you think I... Why would I do...
You had the strongest of all possible motives, Mr. Simons. Fear.
No.
Can you honestly tell me you were not afraid of your friend? So, you see, you will have to come with me.
Oh, Inspector, I'm glad I caught you.
Madame Boulanger, I am taking Monsieur Simons here to headquarters. I will need his passport.
Just one moment, Inspector. Monsieur Simons, your telephone call to the States, it has just come through.
You mean there was a Hank Murphy listed in Terrell?
Oh, yes, and his wife is on the phone, and she's waiting to speak with you.
Inspector, I think we can clear this up right now.
So there were two Mr. Murphys all the time.
There was only one Hank Murphy, Madame Juliet. That I could even have suspected him.
You mustn't blame yourself, Louis.
His wife told me everything. He was dishonorably discharged from the army. No one would give him a job, so he took to crime. One jail sentence after another. He lied to me about flying over because he was too ashamed to admit he had to come by tramp steamer.
But what could you have done?
Well, don't you see? Hank needed my help. He was begging me.
Well, and now it's too late. Oh, Inspector.
Thank you for the use of your telephone. I have contacted headquarters to continue the search for Monsieur Henri Jones.
Well, then you will not take Monsieur Simons to jail now, will you?
No. My apologies, Monsieur Simons. I think we can now reconstruct what actually happened. This man you met in the Café Cyrano was the real Henri Jones. From what you said, he realized a man resembling him was coming into the city. He planned to rob this man and then come downstairs, claim his passport, and escape from the country.
Oh, there was a method in his madness.
Yes, but Hank must have awakened.
And there was a struggle in which your friend Hank was killed.
Now, wait, Inspector, how do we know that?
What?
Well, how can we know for certain it was Hank that was killed?
Well, I suppose we cannot be certain until we check the fingerprints.
Hank was unbeatable in hand-to-hand combat. He wouldn't be killed.
There is just one thing, Mr. Simons. Where is he then?
What do you mean?
If your friend kills a maniac in self-defense, he has nothing to be afraid of. Why has he disappeared? Unless he had something more to hide.
I guess I don't know that, Inspector.
I will let you know the results of the tests. But I'm afraid we will find that the dead man is indeed your friend.
No, Monsieur Simons, you must try to get some sleep now.
Yeah.
Louis. What? Who's there? It's me. Hank. Hank? Hank, I knew it. How did you get into my room? I came along the ledge. Hey, Louis, you gotta help me.
Yeah, I'm going to, Hank. Believe me.
I just killed a man.
Yeah, I know. That guy was a homicidal maniac. His name was Henri Jones. He's the one I saw in the cafe.
I've got to get out of Paris.
No, you don't. The police have already told me you don't have anything to worry about. They won't arrest you.
Louis, I've had too many scrapes with the law to trust the cops.
Yeah, but what about the reunion?
Oh, the heck with that.
What?
Look, you go downstairs and you get my passport and you bring it to me.
Well, now, wait a minute, Hank.
Well, hurry up, you fool. There isn't much time.
You never called me a fool before.
Listen, did I save your life or not?
Yeah?
Okay, so I'm calling in the debt.
Hank.
What? You still don't trust me, do you?
I'm sorry about that.
You still think I'm that Henry Jones character. You've been suspicious of me ever since I arrived.
Hank, I want to make it up to you. I do. Now, your wife told me everything. All you need is someone to give you a break, help you get back on your feet. And when we get back to the States, I'm going to give you a job.
Yeah?
Yeah? That's a promise, buddy.
Look, you just get my passport, will you?
Okay. And look, why don't you spend the night here in my room, huh?
Why?
You aren't going to find a plane leaving Paris at this time of night for Des Moines, Iowa, are you?
Okay, pal. Us members of the Fighting 13th have to stick together, right?
Right. I'll be right back. Yeah. I knew it wasn't you, Hank. You would never have called me a fool. Hank didn't live in Des Moines. Mr. Jones, he lived in Terre Haute.
Louis, oh, you're home so soon.
Janie, please don't start in on me.
Oh, honey, I won't. I know what happened.
You do?
Well, Hank Murphy's wife called me this morning.
You know the whole story?
Yes, and I think you did a wonderful thing.
What do you mean? Hank was reaching out to me for help, and I didn't realize it until it was too late.
But, Louis, you did help him.
What?
Linda Murphy called to thank you. You see, just before he left, Hank told her that you were the only real friend he'd ever had.
Hank said that about me?
And that if you didn't show up for your reunion, he was going to jump to his death from the Eiffel Tower.
Reunions rarely come off as they are planned. We burden them with too many expectations. In the case of Louis Simons and Hank Murphy, however, despite all the misunderstandings and tragic coincidences, somehow what was essential was communicated before the end. I shall return in a moment. Hank Murphy was a war hero, and Louis Simons was a sad sack. Yet, after the war, Hank found himself adrift on the outskirts of the law, while Louis became a success. Who knows what would have happened to Hank if he'd lived? Perhaps Louis could have helped him, but then again, perhaps Hank's end had already come, even before his tragedy was complete. No one can say what fate has in store for us, but one thing is certain. If we leave it entirely up to fate, we're in trouble. Our cast included Paul Hecht, William Griffiths, Mildred Clinton, and Sam Gray. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. In those primitive societies where a strong central government has not yet taken shape, or in those where it has decayed, justice, as we know it, was easily enforced. When that occurs, people begin taking the law into their own hands, as happened in our country, in many places, when the United States was a little younger. The frontiers of U.S. history were often characterized by private justice and the blood feud, based on simple vengeance.
This land belongs to me. You come on it only if I want you here. That corpse can just lay there and rot.
But, Pa, you can't do that.
Who says I can't? It can lay there and be dinner for the vultures. And if anyone is foolish enough to dare lay a finger on that dead body for any reason, they'll pay for it in blood. Do I make myself clear?
Our mystery drama, The Way to Dusty Death, was adapted from Sophocles' great Greek tragedy, Antigone. It was especially adapted for the Mystery Theater by Stella and Arnold Moss. It stars Arnold Moss and Marion Seldes. I'll be back shortly with Act One. The Civil War, the war between the states, has been over for more than 10 years. But in the mountainous terrain of Thebes County along the rugged Kentucky-West Virginia border, there is still no peace. For years, two families, the Carpenters and the Webbs, have been taking the law into their own hands in a deadly feud that has robbed each side of its share of sons. It is a warm summer night. Paul Carpenter and his younger sister Isabel are stealthily making their way across the fast-running mountain brook that separates their land from that of the Webbs.
I tell you, Paul, that coat is on the other side. I know it. And Amanda knows it.
You two girls have got a feeling in your bones, is that it?
You don't believe us?
Of course I do, Isabel. Else, why would I be wandering over to the land that belongs to the Webb family in the dark of night, hoping to find a little colt of ours that's been missing since last Thursday? I believe you. I believe our sister, too. Ain't often that Amanda's wrong.
And what's more, I'm sure I know just how it got there.
You mean the little colt somehow crossed the mountain brook all by itself?
And after it crossed, somebody kept it.
I don't put it past them. What's thieving to a pack of murderers? If Captain Webb could put a rifle bullet through our father's head with no good cause...
Except in hate for all us Carpenters.
Shh. Quiet. We're almost on the other side. Almost on their land. Keep your voice down, real low.
And here we are, on enemy territory. Oh, Amanda will be pleased by what we've done.
Just watch your step.
The stable, where the coat would be, is over toward that way.
Stay close behind me.
I'm following you, Paul. Oh, this is what Papa would have done if he was still alive.
I reckon so.
Over there. There's the barn.
Lucky we got a moon.
Oh, we'll get that coat in no time at all. And then we'll make a run for it. Over the brook and home.
I can just see Captain Crane Webb's red old face when he looks into the stable in the morning and finds... Isabel!
What happened?
I've been hit.
Oh, we gotta get out of here. But fast, Paul. Fast.
I can't get up.
Oh, Paul.
I can't see. The blood is pouring in my eyes.
Oh,
you go, Isabel. You go quick. Run.
No, I can't leave you.
You got to, or they'll get you, too.
Over this way, Harmon. Follow me.
Right with you, Paul.
They're coming. Please go, Isabel.
Don't you worry, Paul. Amanda and I, We'll be back real soon to get you.
Just take your time, sister. I think there'll be lots of time.
This way, boy. Over here, Harmon.
Who is it, Pa? Who is it?
Yeah, I got one of them anyway. I haven't completely lost the skill I was known for in the war. Right through the head.
The other one?
Got away.
Wait a minute, Pa. Look who it is.
Yeah, I know who it is, Harmon. It's a carpenter boy.
Paul Carpenter.
Yeah, I know. I knowed it all along, son.
He's dead. You killed him, Pa.
He was trespassing on my land.
And I was hoping that one of these days...
You was hoping what?
Well, it ain't important, Pa.
What do you think you're up to, Harmon?
Oh, you ain't gonna let his body lay here on the ground, are you?
The carpenter fell here on my property. He's dead. And he's gonna stay where he fell. Now, you put that body down.
But, Pa...
I don't want to say it twice, boy. That's better. Now, you started to say that you was, hoping something.
I thought maybe all this bad blood between our two families might someday soon be coming to an end.
Why is that?
Well, I've got reasons. Now I'm afraid that things are going to take a turn for the worse.
Let's get back into the house before your ma begins to worry.
Things are going to start happening all over again.
Well, then you just let them start, son. Because whatever the carpenters begin, you can be sure we Webbs will finish.
You stop that crying, Isabel. I said stop it. Now.
We wasn't doing any harm, Amanda. Just trying to get back what rightly was ours. A little brown coat they stole from us.
I know, Isabel.
And now our brother's dead. They killed him. Just like they killed our pa.
Was Harmon with the captain when the shot was fired?
I guess so.
But you ain't sure.
I ran away so quick I couldn't swear Harmon was with him. But I think I heard his voice. Now Paul's dead. Oh, we were foolish to do what we did.
You've got to pull yourself together, girl.
Oh, what's wrong with you, Amanda? You got no feelings. You're acting just as hard as stone.
Listen to me, Isabel. Now listen close. Paul's dead. We cannot bring him back. I thought that Harmon and me, that we'd be the thing that would bring our two families together. Once and for all, wipe out the hatred that's been poisoning both our sides since before we was ever born.
You do love each other, Harmon and you?
Well, no one knows that. Except you and me and Harmon. Now, not only is that not to be, but the Carpenters and the Webbs will go on spilling each other's blood till there ain't no more to spill.
Ain't we already got there, Amanda? With Paul's death?
No, not quite. In this house of ours, there's still two of us.
Two girls. Two almost helpless girls.
Helpless, Isabel? I can shoot a rifle as well as any man in this county. You know that. And I'm now head of this family. The honor of this family rests in my hands.
We got lots of men who are kinfolk. Men who'd stop at nothing to get back at the Webbs for our brother Paul's death.
Well, this is one matter I want to handle by myself. With your help.
You think you can?
I'm sure I can. Now, right now, our job is plain. At sunup, as soon as it gets light, we got to carry back our dead brother's body so as we can give him a respectful burial. Now we better get some rest.
Oh, Amanda, we couldn't possibly carry Paul's body. Just the two of us.
Well, I think I know where maybe we'll get some help.
Where?
Never you mind.
Well, suppose we don't.
Then we'll do it by ourselves, Isabel. The best we can.
I'm scared, Amanda. Real scared. After last night,
Keep walking straight ahead toward their front door, Isabel. And hold your head up high. That's it.
Well, supposing Captain Crane has it in his head to take a shot at us the way he did at Paul last night.
In the broad daylight? Right out in the open?
He hates us, Amanda. We're carpenter.
I know what I'm doing. He has to listen to me.
Don't take another step, either one of you.
You can put down your rifle, Captain. We mean no harm.
What do you two want?
I think you know.
We want our brother's body. Let us take it.
Quiet, Isabel. You say nothing.
Well?
We're here to get Paul's body. To take him off your land and give him a decent burial.
And where would that be?
Where he belongs.
6 feet under Carpenter's soil, is that it?
Yes, Captain. That's it.
You are out of your mind, girl.
What is that supposed to mean?
Now just turn around, the two of you, and take yourselves straight back to where you come from.
Oh, please, Captain Crane.
We are not about to do that. We want our brother's body, and we are here to get it. With your permission or without it.
Your brother had no respect for private property. He come onto my land, Webb land, uninvited. And so he can stay there.
But he's got to be buried. You can't just let him lay there.
Why must he be buried? And who's going to make that happen? You two girls? Or your kinfolk up near Sandy River? You think maybe they'll try to snatch a dead body off of my land?
Times are changing, Captain. There is such a thing as the law. And law's beginning to come here to the mountains.
Through the great power of old Judge Calvin, I suppose.
Judge Calvin, yes. And others.
On my land, there is only one law. And that's a law of Crane Webb. It's always been that way, and no one is going to change it.
If nothing else, I think that common decency would make...
Decency? A carpenter talking of decency? The only decency I know is in the speed of my trigger finger. For over 50 years, it's been you kill or you get killed. A Webb or a carpenter. We're getting pretty close to the end of the line, girl, so if you'll just do a smart about face. Where you been, Harmon?
Inside the door. I've been hearing everything that's been said.
Here. Take my rifle, son. Get these 2 carpenters off in our land. Real quick.
I'm not sure I can do that, Pa.
Why not?
Let the girls give their brother a proper Christian burial.
And put an end to all the bad blood that's rankled our 2 families all these years,
Why not? It's no more than you would ask if it was me laying out there.
I'll tell you why not. And you 2 girls had better listen, too. I mean for that body out there to be a warning to everyone that this land belongs to me. You come on it only if I want you there. That corpse can just lay there and rot.
Pa, you can't...
It can lay there and be dinner for the vultures. And if anyone, you hear that, anyone is foolish enough to dare lay a finger on that body for any reason, they'll pay for it in blood. Do I make myself clear?
The ancient Greeks had a word for it. They called it hubris, meaning excessive pride, insolent, overbearing arrogance. The one sin of man the ancient gods would not tolerate. And Captain Crane Webb is such a man weighted down with pride, false pride, with hubris. How will the fates deal with his stiff-necked unwillingness to bend? Join me shortly in Act 2. We're back in the 1870s, in Thebes County, somewhere along the mountainous border between Kentucky and West Virginia, where family feuding is a way of life. Crane Webb, a man who considers himself a law unto himself, has shot and killed Paul Carpenter for trespassing on his land, and refuses to let the body be taken off his property or to be buried. Confronted by the 2 young sisters of the dead man and by his own son, Crane says,
Now, Harmon, who sees to it that these 2 carpenter girls get back on their own side of the brook? You or I?
We don't need any company, Captain Crane. We can find our own way back.
I ain't asking you.
They're girls, Pa. Ain't the same as if they were men.
A carpenter's a carpenter, son. I'll see them back myself.
No, give me your gun, Pa. I'll do it.
On your way, Harmon, and keep them covered. I don't trust no carpenter, their women no more than their men.
Get moving, both of you.
We're going.
We ain't afraid of you, Captain Crane. And we ain't afraid of Harmon either.
You better hush up, Isabel. And keep on moving, fast.
Oh, stop poking me with that gun.
I'll be waiting for you, son.
Put down your gun, Harmon. What has got into you?
You just keep walking, Amanda. I'm keeping you covered till you're in your own meadow.
Real scared of your pa, ain't you? He shakes a finger at you, you jump like a puppy through a hoop.
I'd appreciate your walking a little faster.
You hear what I hear, Amanda?
I know that sound.
It's our little colt. And look, there he is, tied to that tree over there. It's Juniper. He knows our voices.
We mean to get our colt, Harmon.
I'm not discussing colts. You keep going. Across the brook and onto your own place. Please, Amanda, I know what I'm doing. Just wait till we're out of my father's sight. Trust me. Please.
But Juniper belongs to us.
Never mind Juniper for the time being.
Harmon, what are we going to do?
I'm not sure.
We're counting on you.
I know you are.
Because if for any reason we can't, we're far from helpless, Isabel and I.
I know that, too.
No, don't come over to our side. Stay where you are. I'm sure he's still watching. Why don't you just turn around and walk slowly back to your own place?
I have to talk to you.
This is not the time.
But tonight, after dark.
I'll be waiting. You're sure he doesn't know where you are?
I just said I was going out for a breath of air.
Now, Harmon, just listen to me. Your father has lived all these years making his own laws, fitting your life, your mother's, everybody's, to however it pleased him.
Yeah, we all know he's not an easy man.
But whether he goes along with it or not, that's all about to end. There is such a thing as the law. There is such a thing as right and wrong.
What are you getting at, Amanda?
The law goes for everybody, including your father. And he has to know that no one, not even he, is above it. And that means the law of Thebes County.
You're not thinking of bringing old Judge Calvin into this, are you?
Why not?
Well, the captain wouldn't pay him no mind, you know that. He'd just laugh at the old judge.
Well, that remains to be seen. Now, you just go on back home. Fast.
Whatever you do, don't forget, my father is a very dangerous man.
I can't tell you how sorry I was to hear about Paul.
Thank you, Judge Calvin.
Can I offer you a cold lemonade, Amanda?
Oh, no, thank you.
Real hot day. Long walk from the Carpenter place all the way here to town.
No, I'm fine.
What exactly was on your mind? How can an old servant of the people be of help?
Judge Calvin, my father used to say that no man in the whole county, whether they agreed with you or not, could look at things as fair as you.
That's a real compliment.
And that everyone had respect for your honesty, for your good judgment.
What are you leading up to, Amanda?
I need your help with the law.
What for? To do what?
To get Paul's body back from Crane Webb's land. So Isabel and I can see he gets a decent burial.
As I understand it, Paul was trespassing on Webb property.
But trespassing or not, the fact is, Paul is dead. How he was killed and what led up to his death, it's not the question. What is important is he can't be left lying out there in the hot sun, unburied, with the birds waiting to pick out his eyes.
Well, what is it you'd like me to do?
I want my brother's body. I want you to give me the legal right to go in there and take it. Right away. A paper of some kind with your signature on it that says that I can do it.
I've known Crane Webb since he was a boy, 50 years or more. He never learned respect for anything that he considered weak.
And to him, I'm weak. Because I'm a girl, is that it?
He'll never change.
All right, then where does the law come in?
Well, that's hard to say, especially here in the mountains. I
I could serve a piece of legal paper on Captain, and he'd just tear it up. And then what would I do?
Force him some way to let us take possession of our brother's body.
Force Crane Webb to do anything? I know him much too well for that, Amanda. Besides, the bitter truth is that any judge, any keeper of the peace who dares to raise a gavel against a man like Crane may do it at the risk of his own life.
I see.
I may not have too many years ahead of me, my girl, but those I have, I cherish.
You're afraid of him. Is that it?
Well, I know the history of this county. Your father, and now your brother, are sad proof of it.
And you won't lift a finger to change that, will you? A man who's supposed to deal out justice, who claims to have been my father's friend. Judge Galvin, you make me want to be sick. You're a tired, scared old man.
No, just a minute,
I just don't want to waste any more time with you.
Now, don't make trouble, girl. There's been enough.
My sister and I will find a way to do what we think is right.
Those were the words I heard your father speak. It cost him his life.
It won't cost me mine. I'll do what has to be done, with or without the help of what you call the law. Oh, don't bother. I know where the door is.
Well, I'll try to make him change his mind. But, Harmon, you know your pa. He's will as iron.
Yeah, it don't make sense, though, Ma.
Well, it does to him, Harmon. To him, that's all that counts. Now, I beg you to stay away from Paul's dead body. Don't you so much as touch it.
There's something this time I told you, Ma.
What's that?
Paul Carpenter was my good friend.
I'm glad the captain never knew.
And that's not all. Amanda and I, we love each other. We've been hoping to get married.
Married? To a carpenter? You're out of your mind. Your pa'd kill you first.
If I don't help her move Paul's body onto their own land, she'll never speak to me again. Never.
How could you dare disobey your father?
How could I dare think of not helping the girl I love?
Your father says there is no greater wrong than betraying your own flesh and blood. Harmon, my son, don't let your feeling for this girl turn you against your own kin. I beg you.
What would you have me do?
Try to do what you're told. Even if it means choking this carpenter girl out of your heart. You gotta try to do just that.
I don't want to hurt no one. Not you, not Pa, and not Amanda.
It's your choice, Foreman. But whatever you decide, remember, I couldn't bear to lose another son.
Try once more, Isabel. Come on now, pull. With me. Together.
I'm doing the best I can, Amanda. Oh, Paul is so heavy. We can barely budge him.
Come on now, keep trying.
We'll never get him out of here. Oh, whatever happened to Harmon? Why didn't he come to help us?
I have no idea, Isabel. I am not waiting for him, or for old Judge Calvin either, or anyone. Well, there's one thing we can do, just the two of us.
What's that?
We could dig a shallow grave, right here.
Oh, well...
And then we'll throw some earth over Paul's dead body, and... No, that way we'll be to try to give him something like a decent burial. Come on, hand me the shovel.
Here.
Hold that lantern a little higher.
Oh, Amanda, how awful he looks. Oh, dear, beautiful Pa.
You can go home if you want to, Isabel. I can handle this alone.
No, wait just a minute. I think there's someone coming.
Don't move.
Amanda, darling. Isabel.
Oh, Harmon, we thought you weren't coming.
What are you two doing?
We're burying Pa.
Here?
Why not?
Well, if my Pa catches you...
We have the right to take care of our brother.
Once we've given him a show of burial, a token, we'll have done part of our duty to him.
Give me the shovel.
Thank you, Harmon.
Well, what do we do after that?
We'll cross that next bridge when we come to it. A little deeper, Harmon. All right there. Now that'll be fine.
Let me try to move him over here.
All right now. If I can remember the words, let's see. I sprinkle a handful of earth over him. Then I say, earth to earth, ashes to ashes, dust to dust, in sure and certain hope of the resurrection. Amen.
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 And may he rest in peace.
What's going on out there? Answer me, somebody.
It's my paw.
Blow out that lamp, Isabel. Now be still. Don't move, either of you.
No. You two go. I'll take care of my father best I can.
Oh, be careful, Harmon.
Go. Just go.
I love you, Harmon.
And I love you. Now run. Is that you, Pa?
Well, who else should it be? What are you doing out here this time of night?
Oh, it's too hot to sleep.
What are you trying to hide? What do you got there behind your back?
Nothing.
What is it?
It's just a shovel.
Let me have it, Harmon.
Oh, you might as well know now, Pa. Paul's body has been buried.
By who?
The girls and me.
You?
The ritual of burying's been done. The earth is scattered on Paul's flesh. The prayer's been said.
And you, my son, you had a hand in this?
Yes, I did.
You call yourself my son?
Oh, Pa! You hit me.
You brought shame to the name of Webb.
I did what any decent human would.
You just scrape off the earth that sits on that dead body. Right now. It stays unburied.
I can't do that, Pa.
You'll do what you are told.
I can't. I just can't.
What's that supposed to mean?
It means I can't. It means I won't.
Crane Webb thinks of himself as a man with a will of steel, which must not be denied. But as the poet John Milton wrote, what is strength without a double share of wisdom? Vast, unwieldy, burdensome, proudly secure, yet liable to fall by weakest subtleties. Captain Webb continues to stand up against the resistance he is meeting from all sides, even from his own son. I shall return shortly with Act 3. A vendetta, we are told, is the right or obligation a person assumes to be his in retaliation for a wrong, often a murder, he thinks has been done to a member of his family or group. Vendettas go back to the most primitive times and even find their place in great literature. In Hamlet, for example, where the young prince seeks vengeance for his father's murder. In our story, it's the feud between the Webbs and the Carpenters. Captain Crane Webb speaks to his son Harmon, who he thinks has betrayed him.
Harmon, you brought shame to the name of Webb.
I only did what any decent human would.
Scrape off the earth that sits on that dead body.
I can't do that, Pa.
You'll do what you are told.
I can't, Pa. And I won't.
You won't?
No, Pa. I won't.
I reckon you thought you were too big, maybe too old to be whipped.
Don't try it again, Pa. I'll warn you.
Let me tell you something, boy. A man prays he may beget a household full of dutiful sons who share with him the punishing of enemies, the honoring of his father's friends.
I won't listen to this.
Oh, yes, you will, boy. The man who breeds a young one that won't stand by him has done nothing but sow trouble for himself. His enemies laugh at him. Why, when I was your age...
Oh, not again, Pa, please.
I had respect for my pa. The greatest respect.
Maybe he earned it.
Harmon, maybe you just better go into the house and help your mother. Roseanne's doing some mending. Maybe you can help her thread the needles. But first, give me that shovel. Hand it to me, I said. Give me that shovel. Pick up that shovel.
Pick it up yourself, Pa. I'm going to bed.
Very well. I'll uncover the corpse myself.
Oh, Crane, go easy on the boy. Harmon is so young.
I won't be disobeyed, Roseanne. Not in my own house.
He means no one no harm.
Disobedience to authority is what ruins a country, tears down our homes.
This is your own son, Crane.
All the more reason. Another thing, I will not let myself be beaten by a girl. Any girl. If the way I live is to be threatened, let it be by a man, not by some girl.
You're sick. You're sick with hate.
I will not listen to this.
You don't really know why you hate. And it's your hating that'll destroy all of us in the end.
You should be sharing that hatred with me.
I cannot share in hatred, but in love.
Good night, Rosa.
One last thing. Harmon's my only son. Your only son. And there are more carpenters than just them two girls. If anything happens to those girls, it'll be the end of Harmon, too.
Nothing will happen to Harmon. I'll see to it.
How can you be so sure?
I've done all I can, Amanda. My father's like a rock that no amount of prying can move out of the earth.
And if the rock goes on, refusing to be moved?
Well, then you and I'll have to find our way around it.
Oh, we can't depend on old Judge Calvin. My trip to him was just a waste of time.
Maybe if I would go and talk to him.
No, Harmon, I don't want you getting in any deeper than this than you really are already. There's just no telling what your father might do.
I wouldn't care.
Well, I do. For your sake. And for ours.
Let me kiss you, Amanda.
No, Harmon. Don't. Right at this moment, I don't feel at home either with you, the living, or with Paul, the dead. Forgive me, Harmon. I need to be alone. There's things I gotta figure out where no one can help me.
Can we offer you something to drink, Judge Calvin?
No, thank you, Crane. I apologize for dropping in on you after dark.
Perfectly all right. Roseanne, turn up the lamp a bit, and then leave the judge and me together.
Yes, Crane.
Now then, to what do I owe the honor of your visit, Judge Calvin?
Your next-door neighbor, Amanda Carpenter, paid me a call.
How very friendly of her.
At her request, I have here an order of the court.
For what, if I might ask?
I don't want you to take offense, Crane. It's to allow removal of her brother Paul's dead body off your property so he can receive a proper burial.
That's it?
Just about.
Put it over on the table there, won't you, Judge?
Glad to. You will respect this order, I hope. It's a law.
And if I don't?
It'd be easier for all of us if you did, Crane.
Well, I'll look it over, maybe tomorrow morning. If I can spare the time. I'm a very busy man, too, you know.
It's a law, Captain.
So you said. You know something, Judge? On second thought, I will take that piece of paper.
You're a reasonable man, Crane. I knew I could count on you. Hey, what are you doing?
There's your court order, Your Honor. And now I would appreciate your getting out of my house just as fast as your old legs will carry you.
You can't defy the law forever, Crane.
I can't? Who says I can't?
Good night, Crane.
Oh, wait just 1 minute, Judge. There's someone sneaking around down there near the stable.
What are you doing with that rifle?
Please let me get by, Your Honor.
Are you out of your mind?
Don't you worry. I'll take care of everything.
Crane, put down that rifle.
I'll take care of them good. Once and for all.
Got to be very quiet, Amanda.
I know.
Judge Calvin's up there talking with him and with my ma. We got to be quiet and quick.
Oh, you're wonderful, Harmon, to be doing this.
Don't let's talk. I'll just try to heist Paul's body over my shoulder, then carry him to the stream. In no time at all, he'll be back where you want him. Oh, he is heavy.
Can I do anything?
When I grab him here, you get your hands under his head. That'll help.
Oh, Harmon, I love you so.
And I love you. What happened? What was that?
I've been shot. Here, in the neck.
Oh, my poor darling.
Harmon, be careful. Your father, he's shooting from the house.
That's the last shot he'll ever fire on this earth.
What are you doing?
Paying back my father. This time, he's more than asked for it.
Put down your gun, Harmon. It'll do no good.
We'll see. I want you to die, Pa. I want you dead.
That's one of them. Can't say they didn't get fair warning.
Crane, you'll hang for this.
Maybe not. Well, what do you know?
They're shooting back at you.
Not bad aim either. That one nearly got me. Oh, we're just gonna have to stop this foolishness. Like this.
Please, do you realize what you're doing?
I think I do. Those are them Carpenter girls, both of them. And I reckon I got them both. Judge Calvin, Roseanne, come on down with me and take a look at the prize. Bring your lantern more over this way, Roseanne.
Yes, Crane. I'll go a little ahead. Light the way.
I hope you know what you're doing.
You are about to see, Judge Calvin, what I call justice.
I'm afraid so.
Watch out for that big rock there, Judge.
No! No! It just can't be!
What is it, Roseanne?
I thought all this killing might be ended. All this bloodshed.
What are you talking about?
There's your prize. Take a good look.
It's the Carpenter girl, the older one.
Amanda, she's dead, Crane, by your hand. And Harmon, your son Harmon, he's dead too.
And he's holding her in his arms. You killed your own son. Murderer. You stubborn, self-righteous murderer.
Easy, Roseanne, easy. I had no idea. I thought that Harmon was...
You never thought. Not once. You never had a decent thought in your head.
Oh, why were they here together? His arms around her.
That's something else you didn't know. They loved each other. They were going to get married. It was their hope that all these years of feuding might be ended by their marriage.
You must try to control yourself, Roseanne.
You can be real proud of yourself, Craig. The great Captain Webb, maker of corpses.
Wife, I ask you to forgive me, if you can. I'm a killer. I look on the son I killed. I look on his bride that shall never be. They both have died too soon. And by my hand. Cursed be the hand that did this. Cursed be the day that ever I was born.
Why don't you both go back into the house? I'll ride my horse to town and see that what must be done will be done.
I just can't stay here. Oh, my son. My son.
Let me take my son up in my arms. Harmon, I didn't mean what I did. I loved you, Harmon, my son. And now you are no more, nor will ever breathe again. Never, never, never. You up there, come down and strike me. Kill me with your cutting sword.
Easy, Crane.
I
I am soaked to the bone with grief and sorrow. Let my death come quick, bringing my final day. Oh, let me never see tomorrow's sunrise.
We better see where Rosanna's gone to. She shouldn't be alone.
Maybe you better go to her and comfort her. I don't think she can bear the sight of me.
Captain Crane! Captain Crane, where are you?
Here, right here.
Who's that?
It's me, Isabel. Isabel Carpenter, Amanda's sister. What's happened?
Your sister's dead.
Oh, no. No!
And so is Han. Both killed by the same hand.
I came to look for them. They were gone so long. And on my way past your barn, Captain Crane,
Yes?
What is it, Isabel?
I saw Mrs. Crane in the barn. The door was open. I saw her.
Yes?
She was dead, swinging from one of the rafters, a thick rope around her neck. 2 whips, 2 carpenters.
Both sides lost, Isabel.
And nobody won. Nobody.
Our happiness depends on wisdom all the way. The gods must have their due. Great words by men of pride bring greater blows upon them. So, wisdom comes to the old. With those words, Sophocles ends his tragedy of Antigone. I'll be back shortly. The Antigone of Sophocles has been updated many times, in many places, since its premiere nearly 2,400 years ago in ancient Athens. A contemporary French playwright, for example, presents Antigone as a doomed young woman without hope, and Creon, her antagonist, as a wily political figure, both of them very French. We trust you've accepted Amanda Carpenter, Antigone, and Captain Crane Webb, Creon, as suitable American counterparts. Our cast included Arnold Moss, Marion Seldes, Evie Juster, Don Scardino, and Gilbert Mack. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. The more one travels, the better America looks. That isn't to say that other countries do not have lessons to teach us in living. They do. And all of us should see how the other half lives, not only to improve our own lives, but to recognize how lucky we are. Particularly if you penetrate the Iron Curtain, as Carol and Andrew Lake do in the story we're about to bring you.
What's the line for? Immigration or customs?
Neither. Security.
On our way in?
Huh. They wouldn't trust their own brothers.
In the socialist states, all men are brothers.
Well, I'll see you beyond the gray curtain. Hope you keep the faith.
Our mystery drama, Passport to Freedom, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Moss.
By mistake.
Carol and Andy Lake are two clean-cut young Americans, reasonably well-to-do residents of Vienna, Virginia, a middle-class suburb of Washington, D.C. Carol's active in church affairs, and she's a den mother, although she has no children yet of her own. Andy's some kind of lawyer in a vague department of the government. Bowls on Wednesday nights with a regular group. He's active with the J.C.'s, normal as blueberry pie. Two ordinary young Americans, right? Wrong. This is Andy's real work. And on occasion, Carol shares it.
You sent for me, C.K.?
Oh, sure, Andy. Said somewhere.
Oh, I can't take it standing up.
Didn't you have a beard that I remember?
Yeah, it's hard to forget. That's the only thing that made Carol consider leaving me.
How fast could you grow it again?
Well, a month, maybe.
You start growing it today.
Oh, yes, sir. What's the beard for?
Let me show you a picture. Here. That look familiar?
No. Oh, yeah, somehow. Vaguely. Hey, wait a minute. Without the beard, if he was blonde and blue-eyed, he'd look pretty much like me, huh?
Which is just why you got tabbed for this assignment.
Who is this joker?
His name is Eugen Zotescu. He's a Rogarian. And as of what turns up in the next month, he may be the answer to what the energy crisis is all about.
Wow, that big, huh?
It could be just that big.
Is it okay to ask how?
You can have the best I have. There's a great deal of oil in Rogaria. Now, just suppose, there's a new way to crack the oil, to produce an infinitely superior product from crude which would double the efficiency of the well.
Hey, that's a wild dream.
It's no dream. Within the next few weeks, it could be a fact. If it is, and our side wants the results, we are going to have to get Mr. Zotescu out of Rogaria.
Do they know behind the curtain what he's working on?
Too right.
Hey, you're not asking much, Chief. What's the M.O.?
That's simple. You grow a beard, we dye dark for you, also your hair. Add colored contact lenses to make your eyes brown. You and Carol book a 30-day in advance 1-week excursion cruise. You get into Rogaria, we make the contact for you, you turn over your passports, and Eugen Zotescu uses them as his passports to freedom.
Hey, now wait a minute. How come Carol, too?
He has a wife to bring out.
Who looks like Carol?
You know, it's a chance we got to take.
Well, how about our chances? How do we get out?
No problem.
Famous last words.
No, Wattis. You shave off your beard, wash out the dye, take out the contact lenses, and come back on a passport of your own that we issue, complete with entry visa.
Yeah, and what if something goes wrong?
The chances we take, that's our business. But you've always been resourceful, Andy.
Yeah, trusty, loyal, helpful, a grown-up Boy Scout. I don't like getting Carol involved.
Yeah, neither do I.
We have to get the wife out, too, huh?
That's the deal.
And the risky part.
You pegged it.
But to find a way to step up the oil supply by 2.
Ah, that's the beauty part.
Okay, C.K., as of today, I stop shaving. And let me know when I've booked our vacation. The neighbors like to know such things.
Yeah, I'll be in touch.
Oh, just one other question.
Shoot.
All I do is spring this guy, huh? No papers, nothing else.
Now, Zotescu has it all in his head. But a little microfilm never hurts. Not with him.
Yeah, I read you. With me, if I can get it.
That's the way I'd figure it.
Okay, when do we leave?
Oh, any time after your beard looks like you'd always had it.
Can do. I just wish I was as sure of convincing Carol the beard was necessary.
So tell her why.
Yeah, I think I better.
You going to soak in that bathtub forever?
I've been considering it.
You saw CK, didn't you?
Watch it.
You honestly think our bathroom could be bugged?
Watch it. I'll meet you by the pool as soon as I dry off.
Honest to Pete. Which side of the curtain are we on? And I'm going to be stuck with that scratchy old beard again.
Well, the call of duty.
Yeah.
I don't know if I like the sound of that, yeah.
I'm not sure I did either.
Well, it's more and more ominous. What did it have to say?
Something about marriage. About how long do we go on with this cloak and dagger bit? And when do we start to live our own lives?
Hey, has it been all that bad?
By me, it ain't been all that great. Us? Okay. But I have other notions. Like small Carols and Andys. Do you see them in your picture?
Well, I gotta face it, not right now.
How long, oh Lord, how long?
You're right, hon. But look, this is it. Once more into the breach and out.
It has to be even once more.
Well, it's a special situation, Carol. I promise you, it's really the last time around.
You wouldn't just like to quit while you're still ahead.
I can't duck this one. Oh, cheer up, honey. It may never come around.
Bulgaria, here we come. I guess it was just fated.
Stop playing, Cassandra.
It's the way I feel.
Don't do it, Carol. You're infecting me, too. Now, look. This is a breeze. We just check in, turn over the passports, and we're home free.
That's great. Only how do we check out again?
No problem. We use our own passports.
Well, it looks good on the face of it. What's such a big deal about this Zatescu?
I thought I told you.
I'm a bird brain, don't you remember?
All right, here's the general picture. Now, you dig oil out of the ground, right? It's still raw. It has to be refined to be of any use. But the oil that makes the gasoline that runs the world is the last step in this refinement.
Yeah?
And to crack it down, it takes huge installations, holding tanks 12 feet in diameter, 150 feet high, heat shielded by walls maybe 2-3 feet thick.
Oh, and I thought I just asked a simple question.
You want a simple answer?
You got one?
Yeah. Now, by using high-voltage diathermy for heat, it is possible, under lab conditions, to experiment in small epoxy fiberglass containers. And that is how Zatescu is near his breakthrough.
Which is good for our side.
Darling, if he made this breakthrough, it is so good for either side that a lot of heads could roll just to control it.
Including ours.
Well, I didn't mean to put it exactly that way.
But you did. Andy. Oh, well, I guess we're in, but let's get out just as fast as we can.
Oh, no argument for me. All right, let's get some sleep, huh? We got 14 hours against the clock to live up or down to.
Andy, what's the line for? Immigration or customs?
Neither, dear. Security.
On our way in?
They wouldn't trust their own brother.
And in the socialist state, all men are brothers.
See you beyond the gray curtain. Hey, what took you so long?
The sisters don't trust each other either.
What?
Talk about being gone over with a fine tooth comb.
Yeah, I got thoroughly frisked, too, but it didn't take me that long. Well, what's so funny?
Her, the jailer lady, or whatever she is. It's kind of sweet, too. Just goes to prove it doesn't matter how much you regiment people or stick them in uniforms and give them guns. They're still human.
Honey, I am all for philosophy and a continuing dialogue between man and wife, but not right now.
You asked the question. It was my feet, that's all.
Your what?
My feet. Now, you know I wear size 3. Oh, I guess this is another country where I won't be able to buy shoes either.
You know, I sometimes get the feeling I've lost a handle. I mean, I hear your words, but they don't add up.
You don't have to be sarcastic. This fat little dame in there went all over me, and then suddenly she was fascinated by my feet. I thought she figured I was carrying plastic explosive between my toes. But all it turned out was that she never saw feet that small. Tell you the truth, I wish I had never either.
I love your little feet, Cinderella, but let's just move them so we can get through immigration. I'm going to be a little nervous till that's over.
Security, immigration, customs. Now what?
We just follow the tour director's orders. We get our 1-week visa stamped.
Then?
Tour bus to the hotel. Alone at last, except for Big Brother's watchful ear. All conversations conducted in the shower or with the radio on.
If we've got one.
If we don't, we do a lot of walking in the open air so we can speak freely.
But how do we contact, you-know-who?
We don't. It's like they say in showbiz, don't call us, we'll call you.
Professor Zotescu, I'm sorry. I thought you'd gone home.
As you see, not yet, Comrade Technician Barrow.
Is it permitted to ask something?
It is always permitted to ask.
I was only wondering, since you are working so late, Professor Zotescu, if you feel you are near the breakthrough.
As to that, Comrade Technician Barrow, I can only say...
While the motor hum kills the microphones listening, the answer is yes.
Then the timing is perfect.
There is a flaw. I am afraid Magda suspects. We must meet and talk. My house, side door after dark.
But your wife?
I will take care of Magda.
Don't worry. Just tripped a switch by mistake.
Oh, I am sorry, Professor.
You should be. By now you ought to know enough to be careful around electric equipment. Any more clumsiness and I shall have to put you on report, comrade.
Andy, what did the guide have?
I think maybe I'll take a bath, Carol, or will you join me in a shower?
I was curious what Miss Sturza wanted.
I want to get some of the kinks out after that long plane ride. The guide, she just wanted to remind us about dinner tonight and the free cocktail.
I thought I saw her.
Keep your voice down, darling. Everything is bugged.
All the comforts of home. You don't think they suspect her?
No, it's routine. But one Rugarian is on to us.
The tour guide?
She's our contact. She slipped me this.
What does it say?
You might like a stroll in the park in front of the museum just across the street. I will bring you if you stay too long. Your tour guide, D. Sturza.
Can you trust her?
In this business, hon, you don't trust anyone. You do what has to be done. Like getting rid of this. Keep your fingers crossed. No one gets the chance to pull the chain on you.
Behind the Iron Curtain, secrecy, suspicion, and the total lack of privacy is a way of life. It's hard for us to imagine that everything that is said finds its way to a permanent record on computer tapes. Unless you find some method of circumventing the electronic ear, which 2 secret meetings hope to do. Will they succeed? We'll find that out when we return shortly with Act 2. Bulgaria, once one of Europe's loveliest and gayest countries, is drab and gray today. Its people subdued, regimented, remote. Still, there are advantages. Few cars in the streets, so less pollution. And the lovely gardens and parks, for Rugarians love flowers and grow them everywhere. The parks and the streets have another advantage. You can talk freely, with nothing to fear but the human ear.
There are some boutiques over there I'd like to go and browse through. I might find some shoes.
I doubt it. Rugarian women seem to start at size 7 minimum.
Okay, for you. You don't have my problem.
Well, I don't know about that. I've heard about it ever since I met you. You know, you should have been born in the Ming Dynasty in China.
Huh?
With a size 3, you wouldn't have had to have your feet bound to achieve perfection. Just let nature take its course.
Very funny. Any chance we can wander over and see if maybe some unsung Rugarian cobbler has added art to nature and made a shoe to fit me?
We gotta wait for Diana Sturza.
She could find us over there.
We couldn't talk freely in the stores. Let's keep it in the open.
Oh, I still don't believe it.
It's a fact of life, Carol.
But who'd have time to listen to everything everyone ever said?
Well, nobody does. It's a spot check. So you never know when you said the wrong thing at the right time till the knock comes on the door.
Oh, it's spooky.
Yeah. Oh, watch it. Here she comes.
Ah, Mr. and Mrs. Lake. I am looking for you. Do you see?
Oh, yeah, I guess we do. We did something wrong?
Oh, no. But I was gathering the tour together, and you were missing, so I look out and see you are here, and I come to tell you that it is mostly time for dinner. And vamos.
Gracias. And the number?
30.
Over and out. Okay, we've exchanged the passwords. We're all set.
Now we must talk quickly. The transfer will take place at the end of the week, when we get the torture. Where? At the Danube Delta, towards the mouth of the river. When we stop for lunch and get off the boat, the other will be there. You must make the transfer then.
And what about us?
Remember this name, Nicholas Chismigui.
Okay. It's like an old popular song, only so different.
Well, what do you mean?
It's easy to forget, but so hard to remember.
Nicholas will do. He will take you to a cargo boat after dark, and they will smuggle you into Turkey. And Professor Zatescu, he will use your passports to get out as planned. Oh, by the way, you'd better keep as covered up as possible, Mrs. Lake.
Am I so different from his wife?
Oh, just playing it safe. Now, with the beard, your husband looks enough like Zatescu to be his twin.
Okay, we're checked out. Just one thing.
Yes.
I'm puzzled. What's in this for you, Diana?
You like my tour guide accent? Welcome to Bulgaria. I do so hope you will find to love it.
But you don't have an accent when you speak to us.
My mother and father came to America during World War II. I was born on Varick Street, Lower 7th Avenue, New York.
Then what are you doing?
What's a nice girl like me doing here? My parents are dead, but my brothers, older sisters, and all their families are here. I made a mistake and came back to see them, so I'm here too.
But you're an American citizen. You could get out.
I was, and I could. Now I'm not, and I can't.
Diana, what can I say?
Nothing. And I've said too much already.
Who is it?
Mimi.
A moment. You are sure you were not followed?
I'm sure.
How?
My cousin is a hairdresser. I'm there having a touch-up. She let me out the back door.
I suppose I must risk it. Come in.
Oh, where's your wife?
She's asleep. Brandy and the help of some drugs.
So dangerous. If she knew about you or us.
You know she would be the last person to be told. But she worries me. Some sixth sense.
If she is any danger to us, Eugene, we cannot let her stand in the way. Good Lord, think what I am giving up and risking for you.
It works both ways.
What does that mean?
The government knows more than any of us, doesn't it? You know you were placed in my department to be my control.
Darling, Eugene, that's past history. We both know it.
How can I be sure that you are not still reporting on me?
Of course you can't, because I am. My reports, as I give them, are the basis of our whole future. Don't worry.
Forgive me, my beloved, for my doubts.
Oh, it is all we have to base our life on, doubt, till we escape.
I know. But if Magda suspects, if she makes any move, how can we?
If she makes the slightest move, it must be stopped before it even begins. If not, we are all victims.
Very well, we are agreed on that. Now, the timing.
You must hold her off, however you can, Eugene.
You know what that can mean?
There's a lot of water under the bridge already. What does a little more matter, so long as it carries us safely to the sea and freedom?
You don't mind if I have to be with her?
Oh, I have minded ever since our affair began, but I've had to accept it. I can manage to bear it as long as it's only temporary.
I can promise you that at least.
Well, aren't the Americans here yet? You said you'd made the breakthrough.
Supposing I have not.
That would be disaster for all of us.
Why?
If you meet the American agent and you have nothing to offer him...
How can he know that? A piece of film containing formulae which he would not be able to understand? By that time I will have the passports and we will be safe in America.
Safe? With what?
The future.
What future? You know we can take nothing out with us but some borrowed American clothes. If we cannot offer them your formula, we have no security.
Financially, I don't worry. I'm a scientist. Somewhere I can find a job.
Are you mad? What kind? Even if the Americans would let you, especially after double-crossing them.
Anything is better than here.
Oh, don't be too sure. Here at least we have influence, a measure of wealth.
But no freedom.
For some of us, maybe the price of freedom could come too high.
Lift your spirits, little Mimi. The breakthrough will be made.
When?
In time, I promise you. In time.
Anton! Anton!
I thought she was asleep.
So did I. Hurry, you must leave. But I will see you tomorrow. Now, leave everything to me.
You know the promises you have to live up to.
Of course, trust me.
For the moment, I have no choice.
Anton!
Coming, Magda. Be right there. I thought you were asleep.
Why did you close the door?
I didn't want to disturb you.
Why? Who was here?
Well, no one.
I heard voices.
I guess it's one of my assistants from the laboratory.
Oh, I can guess which one. It's her. Always her. I am not going to allow you to anymore, Anton.
No, Magda, you are not yourself.
I am not myself since she made you someone else.
This is all fantasy. It is only because you...
Because I drink. What else do I have to make my life bearable?
You could work for the state like all of us.
I used to consider myself lucky that I didn't have to because of my family connections. Oh, now I'm sorry.
Wait, don't blame your personal problem on me.
Oh, but I do, Anton, I do. You turned away from me.
Magda, my work is very demanding. It takes all my energies. For the glory of the Republic, I have to spend
The devotion to party line won't put me off anymore, Anton. Once, not now. Tell the truth. You no more care for our country
Magda, don't you realize that anything you say can...
Oh, don't cringe, little rabbit. One thing my father has bought for us, if nothing else, is privacy. We can speak safely here.
I don't believe it.
Suit yourself. I have nothing to hide.
Oh, no. The fact that the daughter of the party general commissar is an alcoholic, perhaps that should be heard.
It won't be. My father has the same embarrassments you have. But I tell you something, Eugene. What will be heard, unless we come to an accommodation, is the truth about you and Mimi Barrow.
Magda, no. You can't stir up trouble, not now.
Any time, if it's to hold on to you, Anton, or find a way I can count on you.
Well, supposing I could tell you there was such a way. By the end of this week, all arrangements have been made for our escape from Bulgaria to asylum in the United States.
Oh?
The plan is already in operation. It covers me and you. In a week, we shall be free. You will never have to worry about the Mimi Barrow again. This is what has been torturing me for so long. So, now you know. Do you believe in me?
Oh. Oh, my darling. Oh, why should I have doubted you? Oh, it's only because I love you so much. Oh, don't worry. Don't worry. I'll never be any trouble to you again.
Is this the final test, Professor Zapescu?
You don't have to be so formal, Mimi. The short-wave high voltages we are using to crack the oil would drown out any possibility of anyone hearing us.
You have been avoiding me for days, Eugene. You just have to face it.
Oh? What do I have to face?
That was a mistake on my part. Everyone else has to face it except you.
It?
Or all the things it means. Have you made the great discovery? If you have, who do you give it to? Your country? Or do you defect? And most of all for me, if you are running out, is it with me or your wife?
I can't answer any of your questions, Mimi.
You have to decide between the two women in your life.
Not until I have made the breakthrough. If that proves out, then it is time to talk about all the rest.
And if it doesn't?
I still run. I must. If I am to be a failure, I had rather be a failure under Western standards. Would you still want to go with me, then?
I think all I will say, Eugene, is you'd better not be.
Is that a threat? Or a friendly warning?
I let you decide.
Isn't it enchanting, Andy?
Well, I found the museum kind of depressing.
Depressing? How?
Well, seeing what sort of people they were, or could be.
Oh, I know what you mean. All those costumes we saw from the various provinces in these colorful, delightful little village houses.
Yeah.
Are you enjoying our village museum?
Oh, yes, Diana.
You get a taste of what we could be here.
Diana, why don't you get out?
It would hurt too many people. Besides, I couldn't. There's only one way out for me. Feet first.
Diana.
I'm sorry. Maybe I envy Sotescu too much. The rest of the tour is coming back. Tomorrow we get to the Danube Delta. I think you will find it by far the most interesting part of your trip. Then back to Otopen Airport and home.
Except us.
They take the high road and we take the low road.
And if we can't be back in the good old US of A before then, I'll settle for right after.
While we're on the subject of quoting Scottish verse, let's also remember another one written by Robert Burns. The best laid plans of mice and men gang aft gley, which may be more descriptive of Carol and Andy's future than the first. Let's find out. It's axiomatic that any plan, whether for battle, for a philosophy of living, for economic advancement, or for the destruction of the world, can never be complete. For there is one element no one can fully gauge, the human factor. And of all forms of that element, the most precarious and unforeseeable is the triangle. In this case, represented by Eugene Zotescu, his wife Magda, and his mistress, comrade technician Mimi Barao.
You can stop right there, Eugene, before you go in.
Mimi?
Did you think you'd said goodbye to me that easily?
What do you mean, goodbye? And not out in the open like this. We could be seen.
Not by anyone that matters.
There is always someone following.
Not tonight. Magda managed to arrange that for you, didn't she?
I don't know what you mean.
You know very well what I mean.
Mimi, can't this wait for tomorrow? I can't risk Magda seeing us out here in front of our house in public.
But you don't really have to worry about that anymore.
Mimi, I beg you, please.
You're only beginning to beg, Eugene. But you are right about one thing. Let's do it in private. Let's go in the house.
In the house? You must be mad in front of Magda.
I don't think she'll mind.
I can't take you in there. I won't.
I think you will. Move.
No, That's a gun.
Yes, it is. Do you want me to take it out of my handbag and prove it?
No.
Then move.
All right. I'm moving. What are you trying to do?
Protect my interests. I want to make sure when you go tomorrow, I go with you. Open the gate.
Yes. What do you mean, go tomorrow?
Oh, don't be childish. I know tomorrow is the day you plan to defect. Do you think I seriously believed you were just taking a little excursion to the Danube Delta to lull your wife's suspicions?
Oh, but that is all it is, Mimi. I told you that Magda was... Oh, good Lord, we can't go in and face her now.
Oh, you're quite right, Eugene. Open the door. We can't face her.
Oh, please be sensible.
Oh, it's my best talent.
Well, then, look, go quickly and meet me at the Tolja waterfront tonight. Ask for Nicholas Chismigui's boat. I shall be waiting there for you.
And how do you get rid of your wife?
Drink and a sleeping pill. Trust me.
That's just the point.
No, Mimi, you can't come in.
I am in. I've burned my boats even more thoroughly than you, Eugene, so I didn't want to leave any decisions up to you.
What decisions?
Oh, for example, which woman should you take into exile? Wife or mistress?
You know I made that choice.
I was afraid that you had, so to be doubly sure, I eliminated any doubt. This is the gun, Eugene, equipped with a silencer. It's already been used.
What?
Magda is dead. There is only one woman in your life, me. You and I are the ones who will meet and exchange identities with the Americans. Isn't that the way you really wanted it?
Why, yeah, of course, my darling.
Of course, because that's the way it's going to be. If you look back to your right, you will see the imposing monument in the shape of a plinth mounted on Horea's hill. This evokes the heroical days when Rugaria's independence was won, and this province of Dobruja was liberated and could join in union.
Independence.
Button it.
Don't tell me Big Brother can be listening here.
I take no chances. We're about to be home free.
Everything all right, Mr. and Mrs. Lake?
And so far, so good.
Enjoying your tour? If you would come to the stern, please, I show you something special.
You lead, we follow.
If you look backwards to the right, there is the wildlife. To the left, on the other bank, are our fishing villages.
I'm sorry, we're behind you. It's hard to hear you.
Because my voice is carried away on the wind. Why, I brought you here. Now, listen carefully. What about these other people? Dutch. No English. I have checked them out. We will stop for lunch soon.
Check.
There will be this restaurant. In the restaurant, bathrooms. Not for you. You go to the hotel, 4th floor, room 419. You have that?
419.
That's where Zotescu and his wife will be. You change clothes, and they come back to the tour, replacing you, and proceed from there to freedom tomorrow. You stay in the hotel room, and tomorrow you will be contacted by Nicholas Chismigui. He will take you out into the Black Sea for a rendezvous with a helicopter to Turkey.
I wish I could think of something to say.
We've all said too much already. When everything is better not spoken.
Buon diminizio.
I'm Andy Lake.
I don't have to ask. I am looking in a mirror.
Yeah, we could be twins. Okay to come in?
Of course.
Yeah, this is my wife, Carol.
Hello, Mr. Zick.
Better if not too many names. This is Mimi.
Your wife. How do you do?
I have pleasure to meet you also.
Can we talk?
This room is safe. You have the passports?
Yeah. You have the, what do you want to call it, the formula?
In my head.
No film?
All geniuses are careless. I have microfilm. here.
Mimi, how come
It's okay. It's okay. It's a calculated risk. Some things must be taken on trust. If it's a double cross, who loses all that much, huh? Quid pro quo. All right, here are the passports. I hope we serve each other equally well.
Mrs. Zatescu. Mrs. Zatescu.
Oh, forgive me. So much on my mind. Yes?
Take my sun hat and my scarf and my glasses. We're not all that much alike.
Oh, well, we have to trust to our husband's similarity. An American tour group. There should be no problem.
I'm sure there won't be. Good luck and goodbye. I hope in the end it will all be worth it.
No question for me. I only hope for you also.
Well, darling, how do I look?
I'd hate to tell you. You know the ads for diapers with the baby's tender bottom?
Yeah, you think I don't feel that tender after scraping off that beard? Or for that matter, feel that naked?
It's the way you look.
Yeah, so we're agreed. I just hope it is all that funny in the last degree. You know, we sprung the professor. Now I just hope we can get out as easy.
When do we go?
Tomorrow night.
Oh, I wish it was tonight.
Yeah, so do I. What do we do till then?
I could go to sleep. I'm exhausted.
Yeah, so am I. But how do we get there? I can't turn off my head. Oh, which reminds me, give me your shoe.
Huh?
Good packages come in small things. No, the right one, dream girl.
Why not the reason why?
That motto of the Corps. Observe. And far be it from me to suggest the shape of your heels, but one of them is loose. You see, it unscrews, and inside is a handy-dandy little place for secret documents.
Oh, you sneaky son of a gun. Don't I have enough trouble with my shoes as it is?
If the shoe fits, just wear it.
What is that?
That's a midday signal from somewhere.
Oh. Where's the guy who's going to get us out of here?
I don't know.
Something's gone wrong.
All right, hang in, baby.
But suppose something has. What do we do?
Well, we do have passports. We could just plain fly out.
Without a plane reservation, no baggage, out of the blue?
What could they do? Our passports are valid enough. Who knows about the switch? Our hands are clean.
Oh.
There's our man now, I guess. I hope. Who is it?
Diana, let me in.
Okay, sure, right away. Diana, what's the matter?
No time for talk. Everything has gone wrong.
What do you mean?
Eugene and his mistress were stopped at immigration. They've been arrested.
Well, what do you mean, his mistress?
He made 2 mistakes, the biggest of which was not taking out his wife with him, trying to take his mistress instead.
Well, what does that mean for us?
We can't use Nicholas anymore.
You mean we're trapped here?
No. I came here in my brother's boat. I will see you to the meeting with the helicopter. I only hope we can make it.
Where are we heading?
To escape for you, I hope.
And you?
I'm committed now. I never thought I would leave my country again.
Are you sure you're going to be able to?
Well, there's a rendezvous with a helicopter. You should make it, except...
You sound doubtful.
I'm afraid that gunboat is turning after us.
What?
Oh, can it catch us before we make the rendezvous?
I think I see the helicopter coming in now.
Oh, hooray for our side. For once, perhaps we'll win.
You mean you're with us?
What else? I'm only held by my relatives who could suffer because of me.
Well, what about Zatescu?
What about him? He lived under this regime, accepted its subjugation, used his prerogatives to make a life. I can't be sorry for him if he defected and it didn't work. No national resource like oil or coal or whatever is wrenched from the ground. Should be exploited for any individual profit. That is his problem. The fact that he got caught.
Caught?
By such a silly little thing.
What?
Well, the secretary who was checking for immigration remembered that your lady had such a small foot. A kind of Cinderella story which led to questions on both passports.
We better catch this helicopter.
Andy, off the starboard quarter. I think we're being overtaken.
Oh, they're not in range yet. But that helicopter sure better get a move on before they are.
They're almost almost within machine gun range.
Come on, Carol, get into the sling.
I want you to go, Andy.
Do what I tell you. All right. Anyway, you've got the microfilm.
Andy, keep down.
Don't lose your shoes, Cinderella. That's okay. They're letting down more slings. Come on, Diana.
I'm not going.
Don't be silly. You'll never have a better chance to lead.
I can't. They'd only take it out on my family. Hurry. You'd better get going before
Diana!
That answered everything. It's too late for me.
I can't just leave you here.
You might as well. I told you. Only way I could ever leave Rogaria was...
Andy! Hurry! Hurry!
I'm sorry, Diana. Maybe it was the best way out for you. Okay, Carol. Here I come.
Beyond the Iron Curtain we have lifted briefly lives a people in torment. To those of us from the West who penetrated, their unhappiness seems obvious. But it is their way of life, and who are we to judge whether they should or should not live with it? Everyone has problems, I suppose. We have plenty in America. Only somehow, I'd rather live with our problems. Wouldn't you? They opened the gates themselves, so we entered in. Those countries beyond the Iron Curtain, in this case, Rugaria, a country of color and joy and wonder. Once. Scarcely that now. It would be hard to conceive of a vampire in this country, which first created that creature. There would be so little blood for him to drain from his own countrymen. Our cast included Paul Hecht, Martha Greenhouse, Ian Martin, and Bryna Rayburn. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.